12 teams started this journey 2.5 weeks ago in Malta, and 8 have made it to the quarterfinal stage. Only 4 will make it to finals day tomorrow, and only 1 will be the champion. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Malta Encore quarterfinals day, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to what is meant to be a huge day in European cricket. Of course, it is quarterfinals day here in the European Cricket Series Malta Encore. With 8 teams remaining, 4 teams will make it to the semi-finals tomorrow, and we'll have our champion tomorrow afternoon. Unfortunately, even though we had a promising start when we got to the ground, looked like despite the really heavy rain we've had since yesterday afternoon when it interrupted the last day of the group matches, it has returned this morning. The ground actually had held up really, really well overnight, and we looked to be able to start on time, but about 15 minutes before the scheduled start, the rain did come back, and it's forced the covers to go back on, and it's forced a delay, as you've probably already realised, to the start of quarter-finals day. So the first game we'll see Sweet United versus Malta. Now that game is still live, and hopefully we can get a result there on the field. Of course, the minimum overs required to constitute a match is 3 here in the European Cricket Series. And of course, the 4 quarterfinals today, we'll see the top 4 teams from each group going head-to-head. But in the meantime, what we will do, we're going to put a classic match on for you to give you something to look at while you wait. Now, this is a real doozy. I think you're going to enjoy it. I will tell you, though, that if there's any updates here from Malta, we'll come back straight away and let you know. Also, keep an eye on the chat and also the text at the bottom of the screen. I'll let you know if we are able to get play underway. But for now, we're going to take you back, not too far actually, we're going to take you back to last month, Wednesday the 11th of October, and we're going to take you back to some Group E action at the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. Now, this is Group E finals day. It is the eliminator, and it will see Romania and Malta going head-to-head in the 3 versus 4 matchup. The winner will survive to the next match in Group E finals day. I can tell you the news from the toss was that Malta won the toss and they elected to bat. It'll be Zishan Khan facing up. Basil George batting with him. It'll be Shantanu Vashisht from Romania ready to bowl. So we'll be back hopefully with some good news from Malta very shortly. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. It's an elimination final. Excited for this. Romania versus Malta at the beautiful Cardama Oval here in Andalusia, Spain. Those pretty pitches, a fantastic little ground this, and well, the players, they'll be fizzed up. It's do or die. If you lose this one, it's goodbye, and we won't see you until 2024. The umpires as well, Suleiman and Tyrone, make their way to the middle. The kids from the schools always here enjoying themselves, doing some cricket practice on the second field. And boy, are they fizzed up. Here's the 2 lineups. And quite remarkably, Malta ended up 1-3, but I think they've played better cricket than that. Romania 2-2. Taranjeet Singh's the key later with the bat. Malta, that top 3, they're going to want them to click. And also Bikram Arora at 4 handy with his left arm off spin as well. Wasim Abbas Seema. It's going to be a close one. I think it's a genuine 50-50. The supercomputer saying 55-45. But we're all set to go. Players have made their way to the middle. Welcome viewers around the world. Get ready for a good final game here. Ball number 1. Umpire says play. Here we go. And in the air and caught. He's gone. Big moment. Zishan Khan gone for a golden globe. He hit it out to deep mid-wicket. Taranjeet Singh holds on to a spicy one. That was hit extremely hard. And the first wicket goes down. Vashisht He gets it. And Khan will be super disappointed. He didn't hit it too badly, but he put it straight down the fielder's throat. And then a big moment early in the Eliminator final. Hit it hard, but too much technique on the shot. Good catch from Taranjeet Singh because it was flying. And that does mean it's a golden duck. So Zishan has to go. And there's the shake of the head. He'll be disappointed. He's made some runs in this tournament, but this time it wasn't his day. And what a good time to welcome in good friend, co-commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. What a start for Romania. It's sliding doors. If Taranjeet puts that down, you feel like, oh, is it not Romania's day, even though it's just one ball? And Zishan is so dangerous. He likes to lift over the leg side. They had the fielder just there for that, didn't they? And probably one of their best fielders. It's no mistake, it's Taranjeet out there. He holds on to the chance. Jaspal comes out at number 3, but yeah, no time to get settled. Dream start for Romania, horror start for Malta. Talked about the importance of both sets of openers here, of Zishan Khan and Boom Boom Basil George for Malta, but also Satheesan and Taranjeet Singh for Romania. Vashisht, one ball, one wicket. And now it could be 2 in a row, and it is! What's a dream start on their wildest dreams. Would Romania have thought they'd have 2 wickets in 2 balls? Another golden duck. Vashisht is on a royal hat-trick, and it's none for 2.
Oh, Jaspal Singh's just come out here and offered a little bit of catching practice. It was, well, an innocuous-looking shot, really. There was no real speed to the ball. It was pitched up, and he just chipped it straight to cover.
Yeah, to try to time it over the infield, didn't he? But, yeah, Satheesan perfectly placed again. Off came the hat. He frisbeed that one away. Well, you said that the teams were fizzed up before they came onto the field. Well, Romania right now, they are flying. Vashisht is on a hat-trick. We saw Nessa Baluch do that for Ariana Keith, the Swedish club in the ECL, take a hat-trick off the first 3 balls of a match. Could Vashisht do something similar? Disappointment for Jaspal. It's 0 for 2.
Yeah, quite remarkable start for finals Wednesday, just before we get into Group F tomorrow. Well, a royal hat-trick. I don't think I've ever seen one, actually.
Yeah, I've seen only one of them on this ground. All right, here we go. Hat-trick delivery. It isn't a hat-trick, although it's Darshit Patanka who's come out, and haven't had to call his name too much this week, but Darshit, he is a guy that could open, for example, plays his cricket for American University of Malta, who have been to the ECL before. Look, I'm going to try and find a positive for Malta. Not easy, but they haven't wasted too many time. Just think of it as 2 dot balls. You've got 2 guys out there, very, very capable. You've got Basil George, who's been in some pretty good form. He's still there, hasn't faced a ball yet. This will be the first run in the form of wide. She's getting some good outswing there. Gives me a chance to say quick hello to everybody that is in the comment section as well. I see Terry's there watching from Estonia. Hello to Kai, hello to Rob. Nice to see you. Hello to Chris. I had a question about when was the last hat-trick. It was opening day of this ECC. It was Lorne Burns for Spain. Haven't had one since. Oh, this is a full toss, and again it's chipped. Catchable height, but this time finds the gap in the first boundary of the contest. It's 4 runs to Darshit Patanka.
Yeah, there's the first runs off the bat, just pushed into a gap. It was in the air, it's catchable height, but if you hit the gaps, it doesn't matter. And here come Malta.
What a start. But the tank, he suits this situation actually. I think he does like opening, but there's not really room for him at the top of the order at the moment. He's essentially thrown into that position with a bit more pressure. Now, works one off his pads. Luca Petre will do the fielding. He bowled really well yesterday. I actually saw him holding his own against the England 11 last night. He got out Rishton, for example. Got down Lincoln playing and missing a couple of times. But right now, Malta, I say you just have to pretend they haven't lost those 2 wickets, but back of your mind, you know that there's a bit more pressure. There's less batting behind you now.
I don't think Basil George will worry too much, Vinny, though. The way he plays, if he gets going, he's extremely dangerous.
Oh, first one. It's a bit big on him. It's good running by Patanka to back up and get through for the single. End of a very eventful first over of Group E Finals Day. It's 7 for 2.
Be very interested to see if they go straight to Taranjeet Singh here. He had a good matchup against Basil George yesterday. This is the day's action of play England-Switzerland coming up next, and then obviously what I like to call the preliminary final, and then the main final later tonight.
Yeah. So we've got England 11 and Switzerland, of course, waiting for their opportunity to get on the park. There you go. And only one of these teams can progress to qualifier 2 when they'll play the loser of qualifier 1 for a chance to be in the Group E final. So each of these 2 teams have got a tough road ahead of them today. They have to beat the other 3 teams here if they want to come back. But one game at a time. I do think this is such a tight contest. Of course, Group E final tonight. We'll find out who will be coming back on Monday. Here's Abdul Asif to start, and he gets horned out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo! Basil brings the boom at the start of the second.
Well, I actually think they missed a trick here. Yesterday, Taranjeet Singh was such a good bowler to Basil George. They could have gone the spinner early. He loves pace on. That's a lovely shot. 6 runs.
Yeah. Interesting, because Taran occasionally will bowl in the power play. Not very often. Maybe they like him with a slightly older ball, but by then, George might be in. This is hit leg side, but Satheesan will cut it off in the circle. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, well, just on a little bit of a recovery now, Malta. Both batters, have got a boundary now to their name. Still, they're going to want about 120 plus, you'd imagine. Last chance saloon for these 2 teams.
Yeah, it is. And, yeah, I'd love to see what the win predictors thinks of it, because Malta started slight favourites. Now, a big swing and a miss from Patanka. Has had a bit of a rough patch in the last 12 months, has had pockets of matches where he hasn't been able to score as many runs as he would have liked. Certainly thrown into the furnace here. He's commanding kind of a guy as well. Tank by name, tank by nature. Oh, but he loses his form a little bit here. Another dot ball.
Okay, back-to-back dot balls. That's good bowling from Asif after he was pumped for a big 6 off his first. So good start there still for Romania. 2 wickets off the very first 2 balls of this game.
Now, another ball that swings. I think partly they've gone to Abdul Asif as well because there is that sideways movement. These Grizzlies have been swinging. They've also been flying. Yeah, Corey, nice to have you with me. I know you're here for the first half of the day. Rico will be in the afternoon, but should be a fascinating one.
Yeah, well, the question is, who's going to try and take down this big English team today? They're going to have a very good game in the final later, but who's going to get there first? And, well, if this man keeps bombing 6s, Patanka, maybe it's going to be Malta later tonight. What a fabulous shot.
Similar sort of shot, but this time it's been hit. So, yeah, it's gone a long way. Short top edge. Where's this going? We're a long way. I think it's going to go over the rope. Maximo! The tank fires back. That one wasn't quite off the middle. It was more of a top edge, but it does fly with the pace of a Asif. Well, 2 wickets in the first, but the second goes magical for the Maltese. They are 27 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, just like that. They're back at the rate they probably want to be at, and you've still got Basil George there, Patanka. Mughal gives it a whack. He's due in next. There's plenty of batting to come. This is how the groups ended up. 8-6-4-2-0. Just going in order. Unfortunately, Cyprus couldn't get themselves a win. Malta are a better team than 1 and 3 as well.
It's another group, though. Only Group C didn't have this pattern of everyone beating who's above them. Sorry, losing to who's above them and beating who's below them.
Really?
So that's the way it's gone. And so Romania took care of Malta yesterday in a fairly low-scoring contest. Vashisht is back. He had 2 wickets in his first 2 balls. Right now, he gets drilled straight, and he's drilled straight out of the ground. Maximo! Boom, boom. Basil gets in on the act at the start of the third.
Yeah, really good response this from Malta. After losing 2 wickets in 2 balls, they've been able to get themselves to 33 in no time. And that's what good teams do. It's a very good counter punch.
Yeah, Basil, you're right. He's going to be unflapped by the wickets at the other end. Now, Elevate sports one into the upper deck of the jungle. Maximo! He's 20 off just 5 balls.
I hate to say it, really poor captaincy from T10. They had to go to Taranjeet Singh against Basil. He had the wood over him completely. If you bowl a bit of pace on to this man, and it's not quick, it just flies.
Yeah, I can see the gamble, though, for Shist. Started with 2 wickets and 2 balls.
I'm talking about the last over.
But they were 2... Okay, yeah. But maybe they don't want to bowl him with a new ball.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's 20 off 5 now.
I think for sure we'll see him in the 4th, but how many will George be on by then? He goes again, and he absolutely tattoos this one over all the structures you can imagine. Maximo Basil booming it in the eliminator.
Wasn't it the game yesterday versus Romania where he made 30 off 28 or something? And right now, he's just booming it. And look, they had to be brave, and they could have gone to the man that had the wood over him. They didn't, and he loves military meds, Vinny.
That's the thing. On the chase, he just couldn't time it. You're right about it. But, yeah, middle of the innings, Taranjeet really pegged him down.
Oh, no. That's going to be close. I think that's been called as well. It is. It's a no ball. It's a 7. The wheels are falling off for Romania. Can you believe it?
It is a 7 up, as called. It was hanging, and he just kind of flat bats it out of the ground. And, yeah, well, it's one of those ones that's on the border. They generally get called, and the result, Maximo time.
How many off this over, Vinny?
Well, it's 6, 6, 6, 6 off a no ball. So we've had
We're not going to get it again.
25 off 3.
We're not going to get another 6 sixes, are we?
Could get 7 sixes
What?
in this
They're
over.
on 52, Vinny. They lost 2 wickets off the first 2 balls.
No, I won't say it because I don't want to jinx it. But here's a free hit. And of course, as soon as you mention it, could still get 6 sixes in the over though.
This is just what a crazy comeback. They've put on 52 in 2.1 overs.
Yeah. This is ECN cricket.
Wow.
I want to say quick hello to Lido, who said that they're watching from Melbourne in Australia. Well, very good evening to you, I suppose, in Melbourne at this time.
Aussie viewers tuning in early.
Now, so we're 4 hits, 2 misses. There's still 1 to come.
Oh, why is he running at it? To stay still, Basil. You've been looking good deep in the crease.
Tyrant's got to come on next over, though, doesn't he? Out of the power play.
Oh, absolutely.
Again for Shist.
They've won
Over the wicket, better angle, I think.
Malta have won this power play. What a comeback. What a partnership. 52 partnership in no time.
Pitches outside the leg stump, so he just throws the hands at this, and he's going to get 4 more. So that over, let me just get my abacus. It goes for 29, and it had 2 dot balls in it. It's the end of the power play, and Malta 56 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant comeback. And Malta, remarkably, after losing 2 wickets off the first 2 balls of this match, win the power play by a long way. And now they've got a platform to hit something big. This is going to look quite peculiar. Look at that.
2 wickets in the first 2 balls, but I was looking for a positive, and both of them have kind of come to fruition. Patanka, he's basically an opener, but he's batting 4. And Basil George was still there. You haven't gotten rid of him. And so Romania has been turned around really quickly. So they do bring on Taranjeet Singh here in over number 4. And Patanka, theoretically, this is a good matchup. Patanka probably does prefer pace on the ball as well. Sweeps first up. This will be a single out to Luca Petri.
Well, this is the matchup we were calling for because Taranjeet Singh bowled extremely well to Basil George, slow and outside the off stump. Well, wonder if Basil, what's he going to do to counter it?
I wonder if there's any kind of gremlins in his head from yesterday. Taranjeet bowled really slow to him and turned the ball quite significantly away from him. Like this, but slightly over pitched, and Basil's in and going. That one rattles the fence. Maximo! Round 1 to Basil George.
Yeah, well, Basil George is just ticking it. Probably in this whole group, even including the English batters, when this man goes, he goes. And right now, he's flying along.
That was slightly over pitched, but I like the pace that Taran bowled then. Now it's going to be a similar result. Maximo! Basil to 48 in just 12 balls. What an incredible first 20 deliveries we've had of this contest. Ridiculous stuff.
Well, I said, how's he going to counter it, Vinny? From yesterday, remember when he was standing still and reaching for the ball? That time he skips across to the offside. Perfect way to play these bowlers trying to bowl wide of off stump. And it's something, if you're going to beat England in this comp, you also got to do that. You've got to bat wide of off stump and back yourself to whack it that way.
It's also slightly overpitched, I think, for Taran. It allowed him to play it from the crease.
What an innings.
He's going for a ball. Quicker one. I don't know if Basil was expecting. He was a bit late on it. Get a little French cutaway for one. Gives me an opportunity to say a quick hello to Maya, who's watching from Germany, and also want to say hello to Alamin Ali, who's watching from Wellington, New Zealand. And I do like Anch Yadav also in the comments saying this is ECN at its very best. You never know which way the game could turn. It could turn back as well, you know. Push through. Straight to Luca Petre, who holds the catch. Well, Luca Petre is having such a wonderful European Cricket Championship. The Romanian teenager, that was dipping on him. It was low down. It was about knee high. He got a feel for the tank, who made a good start. But he's going to have to go. The partnership is broken, 70 for 3.
Another good catch from Luca Petre at deep backward square. He's held on to everything that's come his way. And, well, Malta, they'll be disappointed, but a great 70-run partnership. And a really, really smart catch. Never easy running forward. Romania, they needed that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, he's got this kind of technique. It's his own. Petre doesn't really dive at that. He's comfortable enough that he can kind of bend over and take it about knee high. But that's an important innings from Petanka. I know it's not as many as he wanted, but he is part of the resistance, an important part. 18 off 9 with 2 Maximos.
It's a good partnership, 70 partnership. That's what we've got to look at there. He came in at an awful time.
Yeah.
Would never have expected to be facing the third ball of the game, so he's done a good job.
Prasath comes in, so you've got 2 left-handers at the crease now against the off-spin of Taranjit Singh. Pushes his first one through. Wow. Luca Petre, for me, he's in the best 5 bowlers. I think he needs to be bowling here. But he'll have to wait a little bit, I think, as we get to the end of the 4th over. Ultimately, a successful one for Romania, 70 for 3.
Yeah, 70 for 3 at the moment. Basil George really ticking along. He's almost at his own personal accolade milestone.
So it's going to be Vasu Saini to bowl over number 5. So let me see. You've got Vasu potentially with 2 overs. You've got Ijaz Hussain with 2. You've got Taranjit 1. Then Abdul Asif went magical. May see him again, maybe not. Maybe bowl Petre 1. A few things to consider. Also, it depends how Vasu bowls, I suppose. Vasu's got a good change of pace. We've seen him bowling a little bit earlier in this series than we have in previous series because Ijaz Hussain's kind of taken over that closing role. Here we go with over number 5. Oh, Basil George just deflects this away, and this is his half century. Finds the gap and finds some runs at a critical time in their tournament. Basil, 53 or 14 balls.
I'm going to say that's up there for probably innings of Group E. I know he made an amazing innings versus England as well, and we've seen some good batting, but considering he was at the non-strikers end, he watched 2 wickets, 2 balls, to come back and counterpunch this well in an eliminator final, he is a big game player, and that's a special innings.
It's a bit unlucky for Vasu Saini as well because that could have easily gone to a fielder. Rolling off cutter, which Basil George pops down for a single. Well, Prasath, he's a real dynamite middle order batter, isn't he, for Malta as well. And this guy can hit the ball a long, long way. But I suppose he does also give a lot of chances. He's got a slightly unusual technique as well.
Yeah, Prasath does whack it. And he's got long levers and holds the bat quite high. Like Adam Gilchrist, though, he has his hands right at the very top of the bat. That's why he gets the leverage.
Yeah.
Well, these 2 left-handers are probably the most dangerous batters in the lineup. If they get going, look out.
He just tries to lean on this. Has he got the distance? Taranjit is going to take a simple catch. He didn't really commit to the stroke, did he, Prasath? Tried to time it over the Romanian outfielder, but Taran holds another catch. Saini with the big breakthrough. It's 75 for 4.
Massive wicket. Really big wicket. Funny looking shot from Prasathi. Usually bombs, they just chipped that and has to go.
Feeling for the ball against a new bowler. And so, yeah, it looks soft, doesn't it? But I think he was just caught in two minds. Didn't quite time it. Or get the timing of the ball that was on him from Vasu Saini. So, yeah, good fight back now coming from Romania. Wickets falling in twos. That's the fourth one. Maltese skipper goes. It's 75 for 4. Prasathi disappointed. But I suppose doesn't waste too much time. He's got Derek for company. Basil George, highest score on the network of 84. And I bet you know when that was. It was against England a couple of days ago.
Oh, it's old Mughal, you can tell, because he's got his bat on his name. How often do you ever see that?
Well,
Do you have Mr. Maximo on your bat?
At least it stops other people from taking it. Anyway. Wow, Mughal's wasting zero time as he horns the first one out of the ground. Well, no second fiddle for Fanyan. Maximo. Malta fight back after 2 wickets once again.
Tell you what, if you can do that first ball, I want my name on a bat. You get your name on your bat and then you play a shot like that first ball. That's a big six, and Malta just keep throwing punches even when they're up against the wall.
Maybe he wants his name on the Grizzly ball as well. What a shot first ball. That is what he likes to do. Tries again and nails it again. Well, Mughal's come out swinging. Maximo! It's all happening in the first 5 overs of finals day.
They're still miles ahead, Vinny. Ignore the 4 wickets, They're going in at 17 and over. This is remarkable striking, and, well, when you make a score like 160, 170, you can almost bat the opposition out the game, and Romania need to be really careful here.
All right, Vasu. Well, gets a third chance at Mughal. Will it be third time lucky, or will it be adios pelota? Of course, he tries again, but he kind of drags this one down to long off. So that's the end of the 5th over. And the first half of this inning sees 88 runs and 4 wickets. It's 88 for 4. Want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Group E finals day, got Corey Rutgers with me. Rico will be in a little bit later, but it's very ECN cricket what we've seen so far at the start of this finals day.
Pretty much chaos. I really don't think I've seen a team lose 2 wickets first 2 balls a game and then put 50 on in the power play. So that sums up ECN. But to do it in an eliminator final, one of these teams is going home in about 60 minutes.
Yeah, backs to the wall kind of stuff. And, well, Romania, they've got the chance to work their way back into the contest as well, which they kind of have done to an extent with those 2 wickets that fell there late in the first half of the innings. Just want to mention quickly the World Food Programme, and it's a UN-backed organisation. The Share the Meal program is what we're really supporting. It's our official charity partner. If you see the QR code down there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, if you scan that for as little as 70 cents, you can make such a big difference. So I know that 160 million people have been helped by the UN World Food Programme in the last year, and obviously want to continue that good work. So if you'd like to get involved, then please do. It's super easy. Going back to this game, though, it's quite incredible. But if you think that we've seen the last of the twists and turns, I think you're mistaken, because these two teams, for me, they're really evenly matched. I think you saw that in 20-over cricket during the year in the Continental Cup. You saw that in yesterday's game when they met in match 8, that Romania seemed behind but found a way to fight back. So, yeah, ultimately, when you're tournament on the line, there's always that added pressure. I think these players respond well to pressure. They'll bring their best.
Yeah, you'd hope so. They do have to be careful, though, Romania. You don't want to be chasing something silly like 160, 170, because that is rare.
Now, here's an interesting one, because Ijaz Hussain typically is bowled 8 and 10. They brought him back for over number 6. Well, they brought him on for over number 6. So they're feeling that they want to kind of shut things down a little bit earlier here. He tries the Yorker first ball and misses.
So the old type of double windmill bowling, isn't it? The arm goes up and down and around twice. But yeah, you're correct, Vinny. They need a wicket.
Interesting. What do you make of it? If you'd like to get involved, you can always get in our comments section where you can chat with us live on air. Heading down the leg side. It's been leg by.
Good running.
Through. Yeah, Basil gets back on strike. No, he is in the chat, but he's also here at the Cardamom Oval with his lovely wife, and also Dave B is here live and also popping into the chat from time to time. So I think we'll have another bumper crowd, especially with the English team on board in Group E Finals Day.
Yeah, the English always come in droves. Here we go. Big matchup this, Hussein. Can he get the big wicket of George, who's 54 or 15? Striking it fantastically. And to be honest, Vinny, if Basil George bats through, he'll bat them out of the game. They need to get him out.
Wow, he stops his shot here. Petre's going back and he takes an amazing catch. Running back with the flight. It was a wide full toss. Basil chased it anyway, but Luca with the basket catch. Unbelievable work from the young Romanian. His second catch of this eliminator and a big moment in this match as Malta lose. Boom, boom, Basil. It's 90 for 5.
The boy's got massive mitts, doesn't he? He doesn't drop anything. That's not an easy catch over the left shoulder, but he made it look so easy, so calm. The Romanian national, that's a brilliant catch. Basil thought he'd got this for 4. They make that look easy.
He really made it look easy. You can see there the anticipation. He watches it. He even has to kind of, his eyes have to go from the left of his body to the right, but he tracked it all the way. And you're right, for a young guy, he's got buckets, doesn't he? As Basil George plays an incredibly effective counter-attacking innings, but he is going to have to go for 54, just 16 balls, 7 Maximos in there. It's 90 for 5.
Basil will be a little bit disappointed he didn't throw his hands through that ball. It was a wide full toss and he sort of just checked his shot.
It's one he could have left alone and got the wide. That's the thing, he's in 2 minds.
He just checked his shot. He just put his bat there. He didn't really swing at it.
I think partly it's because he realised as he's playing his shot that it's one he could leave alone. And so here's Imran Amir coming out. Again, he's another guy who typically opens the batting for his club, Sweetie United. Coming at 7 here, being used more as an off-spinner in this national team. And he's pretty careful with the first ball. So, okay, 5 down. I don't think it's time for panic stations. You're still going to play your shots here, but certainly that's a wicket that might save Romania 30 or 40 runs.
Yeah, it is a massive wicket. It really is. Romania trying to get back into this game. 5 wickets now. Can they make that 6 and 7?
Good Yorker. Hussein doing his job. Gives him a little stare to go with it.
Yeah, brilliant over. And he picked up the big fish and he's only gone for 1. And just changing where this innings was heading. It was looking like a mammoth total, but that big wicket, maybe they might only get to 140, 150 now.
Well, Amir's out of patience, and I think he's got this wrong. Taranjeet's going to make the ground, and he's going to drop it. Wow. Taranjeet did all the hard work. He did have to run a long way, to be fair. He never got to kind of get stationary under the ball. Slight misjudgment. Amir gets lucky, gets dropped on 0.
Gets very lucky, and how much will that cost them? He should have caught that, Vinny. He made the ground. He got 2 hands to the ball, but just couldn't steady himself, and that is a big drop.
Yeah, well, Amir's a guy that can hurt you. But Willie, that's the question. Magal, remember the start he made. Brought his own bat. And he's going to go again. Does he have enough? Taranjeet takes an outstanding catch. Wow, what about that for a turnaround from Taranjeet Singh? He hurls himself at the ball, gets 2 hands to it, stays inside the field of play. So Magal, the next man to go. This is a chaos eliminator so far. 6 wickets down. It's 91 for 6.
I don't really understand cricket at the best of times, but Taranjeet drops one that he probably catches 95 times out of 100, and then he catches one he probably catches 10 times out of 100. It's an amazing catch. Paul probably would have gone for 6 as well. He made really good ground, dived full stretch, and holds on to a fantastic catch. And that over shifts this game completely. All of a sudden, Malta need to worry about the wicket column, and the run rate has slowed down a bit.
I mean, you probably take that off Vanya Magal if it's offered with a couple of big Maximos in there. It doesn't waste time at all. But what a catch from Taranjeet Singh. I'm not going to say the other one was easy, because it wasn't easy because you had to run so far, but he was able to stay upright and got 2 hands to it. But what about that over from Hussein? He takes 2 for 2 in the over. 6 overs down, 91 for 6. This will bring Bikram Aurora to the crease. He won't be facing because it is change of over. Now, brought back Imran of Abdul Asif here. Interesting. Thought maybe Petre would be worth a go. Asif, though, he did have a good day yesterday, and so that's why he's been trusted with another over, despite his first one going for 20.
You ever had that before? You drop a sitter, then very next ball, take a
On
screamer?
ECS? Yeah, a few times. My favourite one was actually in Kiel, in the north of Germany, where we had probably a more pronounced version of what you just saw. All right, this is in the air, and I think it's going to travel. It does. Maximo. Asif gets the dot. First ball the 7th, but the next one disappears.
Well, they dropped him, and they've got to be careful because he can hit the long ball. You're right, Vinny. This has got chaos written all over this eliminator final. We've had wickets, amazing catches, a lot of sixes. Yeah, very difficult game to read right now.
So the one in Kiel, it was a genuine goober, as you would call it, at mid-off. Yeah, goober. And, which is to drop a very easy catch. All right, goes again. Doesn't really time. This will be a single. But the next one was a running back, a bit like Luca's effort, but probably had to run twice as far and got it one hand fully. A bit like, remember Fatty Vorton's catch in the classic game, the rugby league player?
Oh, yeah, I remember
Before
him.
your time? Or
Yeah.
Early 90s. That was in consecutive deliveries as well. I think I timed 35 seconds between the drop and the catch. All right, goes up and over point. Or does he? Because the fielder is going to take the catch, and Aurora is going to have to go first ball. Another golden duck, 98 for 7.
Really good captaincy this time from Sathis, and he actually brought deep square up that ball and put backward point back that ball. So, good captaincy. He gets rewarded, and now Malta actually have to think about the wickets column just a little bit, so you don't want to get bundled out.
I mean, we see some pretty unique innings. This is one of them. He didn't have to move, did he? Jazz certainly likes this time of the day where the sun's not screaming into his eyes, because he had a few issues in that area of the ground yesterday. Disappointment for Aurora, but you're right, it was clever captaincy. Didn't really control that thickish edge flying away, and he has to go. He'll have Derek for company. Derek's been busy this morning. Is he going to come out of the pond?
Nah, it's finals day.
Maybe. Oh, there we go. He's a little bit late, Derek, but you can go back.
That must hurt when you're on TV and you get a golden duck walk you off.
Yeah.
Is there any other sport that has a weird animal just all of a sudden walks you? Or
that's a question to put into the...
Well, is there any other animal term that goes in any other sport?
Yeah, we'll have to have a think about that. I can think of one. Anyway, Chajal Sudasana, the keeper, comes on, and he's going to cut... Oh, no, he's going to cut a 4. Wow. Talk about things changing very quickly. Yeah, just saying. I suppose... Given those 2 balls, you'll take that as a win.
Don't think he'll be doing the John Cena celebration
now,
this time.
You see me now, you don't. Well, he saw one, then the next one he did. Perfect technique, to be fair.
No.
Just the only problem was...
National cricketers can't be doing the long barrier. It's not junior cricket.
Anyway.
This has been chaos, Vinny.
We'll let that one go.
That'll be a wide.
Yeah, over the head. I've got another sport that has animal terms. Golf.
Eagle.
Yeah, so maybe
birdie.
If you get an eagle, wouldn't it be nice to see an eagle on the screen?
Good point, actually.
Yeah.
Or birdie.
What's a bogey, though?
Something that hangs from your nose after a long night, Vinny.
Anyway, I'm sure you've seen a few double bogeys in your time. 4. Just bounces it into Sathisen, who then rockets the ball at the stumps. If that was a better throw, if it might have hit the stumps, it might have been, well, it would have been out. But anyway, I see who's ahead now. I forgot. Anyway, end of the 7th over. It's 103 for 7.
I just think that in the last 2 overs, Romania have done a stellar job of pegging it back. It really potentially could have been a 160, 170. Not anymore. And there you go. Vinny, quick question with that graph. Does that mean Cyprus were the second favourite in this group?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I think they were in the second. They were in pot 2.
How did they get into pot 2?
Just based on how the pots were decided, I guess. There are a couple that are kind of on the cusp. This is lifted up, and it is going to be 6. Maximo Hussein takes the boundary for the first time. You can see Malta really trying to fire themselves out there fire themselves up. I mean, both these guys are batting the top order for their club, so they consider themselves to be batters. It's a slow ball, I think, from Hussain, but well picked up, just gets the distance.
Yeah, just gets the distance. You're right, Vinny. And well, they did drop him here on 0. Can he come back to hurt them?
Well, yeah, Rob Lever's got another good one. Watching from Romania. All right, this is in the air and catchable and caught. Another wicket's gone down. That's 8 wickets within 7.2 overs as Amir. Remember, got dropped on 0, but he offers another chance down the ground. This one's taken by Vashisht, and it's 109 for 8.
What a peculiar game we've got at the moment. 6s, then wickets, wickets, then 6s. Malta are starting to waste what was a really good recovery, and they're in danger of being bowled out here.
Vashisht's a very good fielder. Gets down on the knees. Tom Cruise risky business style there to take it.
Good movie.
It's Amir, again, gives you something, gives you 14. So there's been a few bit part players in here. Wazim Abbas is going to come out at number 10, but Amir gone for 14, 109 for 8.
Well, they're at a real crossroads, Malta, because right now I think the suggestion should be from the camp, hit the ball on the ground now. You cannot get bowled out. If you get bowled out less than 120, you probably lose it.
What if you feel lucky?
No, you just hit 4s. There's still 4s in this game. You can still hit along it, but if you get bowled out, it's sacrilege, and there's a lot of balls to come, Vinny. If you get caught on the rope here, that's not okay.
Wazim Abbas has been put in some pressure situations this year for Malta with the bat. He's gone first ball. He's just missed a full toss. Bit of tail in from Hussain, and they're down to their last legs. There's still a quarter of the innings to go. It's 109 for 9.
Well, he's missed a straight one, and Hussain has been the game changer here. He's got 3 for 8. After 5 overs, they're on 88 for 4. They've lost 5 wickets for absolutely nothing. And what a turnaround. What a weird game of cricket.
Hussain does it again. Now you see him, now you don't.
Plum. That is the definition of plum. It actually hit him on the back leg.
Maybe. Oh, I suppose if you want to be technical, he's trying to hit across the straight one.
Just watch where his front leg goes, Vinny. His front leg goes really weirdly, and it hits him on the back leg in front of middle.
Basically, Shane Watson's himself, doesn't he?
Well, now, honestly, right now, I know you think, oh, yeah, you've got to be risked. You can't now. Now you actually bat like you're playing a normal game to probably the 9.3rd, and then last 3 balls you try to put in the air. You cannot. The next 2 overs, you can't be bowled out.
How many golden ducks is that? That is 4 in the innings, and a second baller as well. It's 5 ducks in the innings.
What a collapse.
All right, so who are we down to? Jasvinder.
Oh.
And he's going to come out. And like I said, you'll never know if you never go. If you like it, go for it. He whacks a 6 first ball, and that is the number 11. Jasvinder Singh with a maximal. Well, you want 6 singles? You can just do it like that. Now he's in credit for it.
That's the greatest shot ever from number 11. I'm trying to say, okay, now you got to hit it on the ground for a while. Just check drives it over extra cover for 6.
Yeah.
He'll get bowled now or something, won't he?
I think you're not looking for trouble, but if it's there to hit, you still go it if you back yourself.
If you get out, you are sacrilege. You cannot get out.
Don't get out.
Yeah, but
what if you're 10 runs short of what you think you might have made?
Kids the wrong thing, Vinny.
It's a bit wide.
Every moment they're out there for the next 2 overs, you'll probably, if you bat 2 overs pretty normally, you're going to get 10, 12 runs naturally.
We haven't had a chance to talk about sporting animals, and Rob had a good one. Turkey in 10-pin bowling. That'll come up on the screen. Turkey 3 strikes in a row.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You ever had turkey?
Yeah, plenty. I was a good 10-pin bowler.
It's a high game.
242.
304. My hair like
good batting.
Yeah. Oh, geez, really slow to take off there. Oh, Saint 4 for 15. He's on a 5-er, by the way. 2 wickets in each of his overs. It just took so long to get going here. You can see, I think direct hit might have been out. Sutwick couldn't really get position quick enough. Must ball the over.
Good batting.
Yeah, knocked by Saini towards the outfielder. So just a single. Malta fighting hard with their last pair. 118 for 9 after 8.
Just smart batting from this pair the last few balls. Just keep it on the deck. If they keep it on the deck, Vinny, Just don't take on it. You'll make 130.
Yeah, but what happens when you try and I agree with you, right? You got to be fairly safe.
No, if they're
if you
8
see a
wickets,
ball,
then I'm listening to you.
yeah.
I'm not listening to you while they're 9 wickets. You have to keep it on the ground right now. If you get caught now, like
But
trying to hit a
when-
6. No.
With these guys, though, what about when you check a shot, you try and keep it down, and you just end up hitting it straight to an infielder?
I'd grab the player, put him
Yeah.
in the shed behind the locker and give him a thump.
Okay, well, that's your coaching methods. Was that what you learned at your level 3?
Back in the day, coaches didn't mess around. If you made a mistake like that, you'd be strangled.
You know, Sir Alec Ferguson, boot of the face. Anyway, here we go with the 9th. It's pretty hard. Gets one.
Keep it on the ground for 12 balls and make 130, and you'll take that. You'll take 130.
Yeah.
And then maybe even the last 2 balls
with
you
your
might get a
strategy,
boundary.
but I'm saying that there's certain things like those balls outside off stump where, you know, you can throw your hands. There's no outfielder. You know, they're the sorts of ones like the shot he hit first ball. I think that's on. I like that.
Out.
And it's going to be
Dropped
6,
him.
and I'm right again.
He dropped him.
Maximo, 125 now.
Hey, well, it's gone to the one guy that
I
can't
said
take
if there's no outfielder, to be fair, and there was an outfielder, he gets a fingertip
Hey,
on it, but it goes over the fence.
I just Hussain can't catch a cold. I've seen him drop some absolute good. This should be out. This should be innings over. He came running in and then dropped a 6.
Wasn't a sitter, but yeah, it should have been taken. That
Should
would
have
have been
been
119 all out.
Now
Just
that-
remember that would have been 119 all out.
Good call, actually. 119 all out. You are right. Watch the figures here. Plus, that is a big moment, and he's been moved from the position again.
Bit surprised when I looked around the corner of the box and saw he just standing there, actually. That one I'll give you a little
What's
bit
he-
of discipline, but hey.
Number 11's a great. Well, Singh's a number 11. He's hit 2 6s, and he's on cloud 9.
Jazz Finder will tell you he's not a number 11.
This has to be the most rogue innings I've seen in a
It's
while.
been pretty good. Anyway, 9 to come, potentially.
Good batting.
Run? Nah. I think again, that's the other thing with the running between the wickets. You got to be pretty conservative.
This is a seriously good innings from a number 11. Well, he would not have thought in his wildest dreams he'd get a bat, and he has got plenty of time.
This is a brilliant innings. That 135 is your kind of median score here as well. And they're creeping towards it.
Benny, the last pair's already put on 17.
Okay, hits this pretty well. This is going to be a tough one for the fielder. He can't get there. Another boundary. And so Sudasanan joins the party. Malta scraping the barrel for every possible run in this first innings.
That's such good batting. You keep it on the deck, you can't get out, and you get 4 for your trouble. Last wicket partnership of 21. We can't have had that many high partnerships for the 10th wicket, Vinny.
It's a good one in Belgium, actually. The highest score by number 11 is 49 not out by Zohaib Hussain.
49 not
off 18 balls.
It would have been devastating.
You know how in Belgium they all fight each other to be the next batter?
Yeah.
Come to that in a second as we get to the end of the 9th. It's 130 for 9. Yeah, so he pretty much lost a few battles to be the next batter and spat it, and then eventually went out when they were 9 down. He was hogging the strike and everything. He 49 off 18, ended up actually running himself out, trying to get back the strike back to get his 50.
Oh, no.
That was in ECS Belgium 2022. I've got another animal one. Now, I hadn't heard of this one. And this is from Ben, who I think is watching from Perth. Have you heard of a... Wait for this first ball, the 10th over. Luca Petre, solid as you like. We'll keep that to 1. Ben says in Australian football, a Joe the Goose. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I think Ben's had a couple too
Apparently
many.
it's a handball over the top for an easy goal.
That's terrible.
Oh, learn something every day. Taranjeet bowling the 10th. Now, feeling lucky, you play your shots as that will be another single. You're ready on borrowed time now. This was the gamble which they've won by taking a few risks.
They didn't win it. Someone dropped a catch.
Yeah, but they've won it. That was a
Should have
gamble.
been out.
Yeah, but they have won whether you like it or not. Now, they've got what they thought was their kind of max of their ceiling already.
So now, yeah, these are happy. If you get caught, you get to try and launch a 6.
Yeah.
What a partnership. This might be the highest number 11 score at ECC, Vinny.
Yeah,
Remind me of an ECC where a number 11's done this.
can't remember one. Can't. Not really eating
good.
any dot balls either.
Take it.
So 134.
After where Malta were at 2 for 0 and then 9 for 109, they're very happy.
Now, the funny thing is, this is going to be an average score. There's anything but average, what we've seen. Yeah, he's going to be stumped here. And that ball turns back.
He's got a pad ejection as well. He's
Oh, wow.
How's he lost his pad and been stumped? This is the greatest number 11 innings of all time.
Jasvinder is going to get stumped by a country mile.
How's that even possible? Oh, you see it all on ECN.
Yeah, this is at least 30% quicker. I might see this again. Just double checking.
What a pad ejection, Vinny, and does bring an end to a pretty entertaining first innings.
Two things I'm looking here, and one of them is how the pad falls off. But, I'll check this on the replay. Trying to get back. And yeah, I think the pad starts to go there on the right leg. So really put everything into that. They don't bat out their 10 in the end, but they get pretty close. 134 all out Malta in 9.5 overs. I think there have been 12 times on ECN teams have been bowled out before the 10 and still won the match. This could be another one of those occasions. But for me, 135, it's the middle of the road kind of a target. Romania have a decent batting lineup. We know that they bat beyond their openers. They've recovered from early wickets a few times. Once again, a gripping contest between these two rivals here in the Eliminator. Romania yesterday, don't forget, they scored 124 against Malta. They need to do a little bit better than that today. Tyrone and Suleiman Saeed led the players out. Always great to see the cricket school kids there as well. But Tyrone, he was fizzed up. I know you were fizzed up. I was fizzed up. I can tell you who was fizzed up after the first two balls were the Romanians, because it was an incredible start to this finals day. As Vashish got ready, he had no idea what was about to happen, because Zishan Khan went very, very first ball, holding out to Taranjit Singh. And then Jaspal went second ball. There were no runs on the board, 2 wickets down. At that stage, it was all Romania. They were cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, the old throw the hat celebration. You don't see that often, but right after those 2 wickets off 2 balls, we saw a 70-run partnership in 3.3 overs. Quite remarkable. It was the Patanka, and Basil George just started bombing everything. Something massive hitting. This man, Basil George, when he gets going, I actually think he's probably the most dangerous player in Group E. And enjoy these sixes, Vinny.
Yeah, and it's exactly what this game's all about. You need to be unbothered by losing wickets until perhaps the very, very end. You got to just keep rolling the dice. Got to say, Basil's striking once again was very, very sweet. Then Taranjit came on and he actually gets Patanka first. Petre, I mean, his catches were pretty important as well, as he was able to grab that one. And well, Basil ended up bringing up his 50. He was unflustered through all of this. And Prasad didn't fire, just kind of checked his shot there. Taranjit took 3 out of 4, didn't he, Taran? Out there, so he was pretty important. Prasad again, just in the moment, changed his mind. Mughal came out, he horned his first 2 balls for 6. This really was an incredible 10 overs. Yeah,
it was. This is just before the batting collapse. This catch changed it all, didn't it? Petra again, that man. That's actually such a tough catch, and he's so calm, cool, and collected. A fantastic wicket, and the wickets started to come in this little section here, in between some sixes. It was a confusing sort of innings. This catch by Taranjit Singh as well, after dropping an easy one. Just a weird innings, Vinny.
Yeah, didn't wait too long to redeem himself. It was about 30 seconds after a drop. It was Amir that went. But then Amir, again, got a couple out. Had a few bit part players that whacked a couple of sixes in there. Meanwhile, Aurora went first ball. That was a bit of the now you see me, now you don't. We saw that one, didn't see the next one that he misfielded for 4. But Hussain, again with the ball, was pretty important with 4 wickets, despite getting a little bit. He then got Amir, well caught by Shantanu Vashish down the ground. So, yeah, then we saw these last couple of wickets making all the difference, because Abbas went first ball. At that stage, it was 109 for 9. And you're thinking, right, what are they going to make here? Maybe 110, 115. But then, what about Jasvinder coming out and whacking a 6 first ball? You can see they had that look of that wasn't very smart, but we're glad it worked out. They continue to play their shots. And look, they just backed themselves, I suppose. On another day, it might not have worked out. Remember, at 119, there was a chance with Hijaz Hussain dropping one over the boundary. Second last ball, Jasvinder was out of lives as he went, but he did contribute 16 off 8 from number 11, along with Sudasan, and 12 not out off 8. So that's a pretty good return. See what I mean about some genuine ducks, but everyone that didn't make a duck made at least 12. So obviously Basil George, 54 off 16, he was a real game changer, along with Patanka, who was really important in turning things around after the first 2 balls of the day were wickets. But yeah, Magal, Amir, Citizen and Jasvinder all kind of chipping in, and they end up 134 all out, leaving 1 ball on the table. But yeah, Jasvinder in particular, I think he shocked all of us with how attacking he was, but he did end up with 16 off 8 balls. 4 for 17, Ijaz Hussain was the man that takes the figures, also pretty miserly in there. 2 wickets apiece to Vashish and Taranjeet Singh, and 1 apiece for Abdul Asif and Vasu Saini. No Luca Petre, which surprised me a little bit, but ultimately I really think it's one of these totals, which is an incredibly average total, but there was nothing average about how Malta got there. It was chaos. As we'll be back in just a few minutes. Romania fighting for their tournament life, 135 they'll need to continue. Malta will need to restrict the team in yellow to less. And if the first innings of Group E Finals Day is anything to go by, you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Koi Ruckus. Back soon with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Malta. And we are, I suppose, at the moment in the middle of quarterfinals day here in this European Cricket Series. Now, fortunately, there has been some news regarding the first quarterfinal between Sweet United and Marsa that, due to the wet outfield, that has been abandoned. So basically what happens there, it means that Sweet United are the first team through to finals day because they did finish higher on the ladder than Marsa. So that's disappointing for the hosts, of course, but in the end, I suppose, Sweet United rewarded for having a better record throughout the group stage. 7-3 they were. Marsa 5 wins and a washout out of their 10 matches. So the way things sit at the moment is that the rain has pretty much stopped, and so there's just a few patches of the outfield which are still a bit too dangerous to play. So hopefully with a bit of sunshine we can get back on track. The next match is scheduled to start at 10:30 local, which is in about 55 minutes. Raw Strikers taking on Marta in that one. So we are kind of bullish about the prospect of getting some play underway. But what we'll do for now, while we wait to give you some more cricket to watch, we'll take you back to that eliminator in Group E of the ECC last month. And what a chaos first innings that was. In the end, Malta bowled out for 134 with the ball remaining in their 10 overs. So we'll pick that one up with Romania setting out in their chase. It'll be 135 for Romania to stay alive in that tournament. Ramesh Satheesan will open up with Taranjeet Singh, Jaspal Singh to bowl the first ball. Stay tuned and hopefully we'll have some play underway shortly. But for now, enjoy the second half of this ECN Classic. Hello and welcome back. We're straight back into the action here after a power-packed and action-fueled first innings of Group E Finals Day. Romania coming out to chase 135 to stay alive in the tournament. Malta 134 all out in 9.5 overs in the first innings of the day. Two very evenly matched teams. And yeah, interestingly here, 59-41. And Malta given a 6 out of 10 chance to stay alive. So, Varun Prasath out there, captaining Malta. He's going to have his hands full. So 60-40 to Malta. Obviously, Romania's batting has had its moments. I know that last year they really struggled to put a good score on the board, not reaching 100 in any of their 8 matches. They were eliminated after the group stage. This year they've had a bit more success. One player that hasn't fired yet is Ramesh Satheesan, who's going to face up to the first ball here. I mentioned before the toss that He's a player that he's too good to stay down for too long. Taranjit Singh out there also very important. But I suppose Romania, they've had the backup in their middle order, haven't they, in this tournament? When these two teams met yesterday in match 8, Romania put 124 on the board. That ultimately was enough. The Maltese batting didn't fire in the second innings. Here we go with Jaspal Singh to get us going. Goes after a wide, but he'll get away with it, and he'll get 4. Well, Satheesan, he has a collection of 24-carat golden ducks that he doesn't want to add to, and that was pretty close to cover. It was heading back outside the circle, but just got over him. The Romania make a good start. Another outswinger. This time he's found trouble, and it's going to be a second baller for Satheesan. So this isn't the game where it clicks. He's going to have to watch the rest of this from the sidelines. Went after it on the up. He knew the fielder was there, but it was down towards the bottom of the bat that he's looking at right now. So Jaspal picks up the Romanian skipper's second ball, and Romania 4 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Corey Ruckers joins me once again. Satheesan misses out.
He hasn't had a good tournament, Vinny, and well, quite remarkable. This game keeps doing exactly what the first inning is. A boundary, a wicket, boundary, wicket, just chaos. That is a good start for Malta, who are ahead in this game for me. Not easy to chase 1-3-5 in a final.
Yeah, it's incredibly disappointing for Ramesh. He's backed himself there, but hit it a bit too straight. I guess with only 2 outfitters, you've got to be pretty aware of where they are. But this will bring in Satvik Nadigodla in the number 3 position, the keeper.
What? Yeah, Satheesan's a good player. What's happened to him this tournament? What, do you have his scores? Or is it? Nah.
Yeah, I can tell you most of them on one hand. But well, it does remind us that if you'd like to get in touch with us, you can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey at _Ruckers_28. You want to check your Insta
I'll answer
DMs?
the first question.
Okay, I'm going to check my Insta DMs as well. All right. Nadigodla cuts down and thinks about a run. Thinks against it in the end. So slide into our DMs. We're ready. Will require me to log in, of course. Anyway, Jaspal, he was the man who was out off the second ball of the day. At that stage, Romania were 0 for 2. Now, Satheesan taking off the pads, wondering why he ever took up cricket in the first place. Feeling that most cricketers will recognise. Nadigodla steps across and he goes straight and he goes well enough. 4 runs. That's what he's going to do. He's going to play his shots. He likes to bat in the power play. Hasn't always come off for Satvik in this series, but you can see the approach from the Romanian keeper.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Gets going. That's exactly what they need. A good power play for Romania, and this could go right down to the wire. But if it's anything to go by, this ball will probably be a wicket. I swear, the amount of times in this game there's been boundary wicket, quite phenomenal.
Oh, it should be gone. No.
Oh.
Well, he knocked it up and it hung in the air. Nadigodla gets a life.
Well, there you go. Should have been a wicket. This game's been action-packed. What a way to start a Wednesday morning. And Nadigodla can thank the heavens. He should have been gone.
Nadigodla's eyeing up that gap straight down the ground. You can see it hits off the inside half of the bat. And, oh, almost a chance now. He's going to get a boundary. Throws the hands at this. There's no one back at deep third in the power play. And this over is pretty much par for the course in this game. It's 12 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, that basically shows us a typical T10 over once again. Just chaos. So we got an enthralling final on our hands here. And, well, a golden ball probably would surmise this game that we've seen. It deserves it at the moment. The first 11 overs of this game has just been bonkers.
Correct. This had as a possible golden ball.
If you win a game like this, it does fizz your team up for a big game later.
All right, Wasim Abbas to bowl the second. Taranjit Singh faces up for the first time. Does like that pull shot. He's looking for it there, but misses.
Yeah, boy, isn't he an important player in this team. Abbas and also Taranjeet Singh. This is a big matchup. If Taranjeet goes early, could shift this game to Malta in a big way.
2 swings, 2 misses. Big appeal, and he's gone. Wow, the appeal was vociferous from the Maltese. And Taran looks nonplussed, but the decision was given. Taranjeet Singh goes for a duck, and it's 12 for 2.
Massive moment, and has to go. Everyone went up, and just a little feather through. And Taranjeet, well, he didn't really look too disgruntled. He just walks off, and I think there's a feather edge there.
Yeah, well, again, if it was a nick, it was a faint one.
It was in unison, wasn't it? They all knew. Even mid-off went up.
Did Abbas appeal?
Abbas is the only one who was the... literally, if you do the wider view of that, Abbas is the only one that was sort of went with the fielders. But the whole fielding group went. The whole unit went. Watch mid-off here. Mid-off, here's it. He goes. He knew there was a nick. The keeper knew. Mid-on knew. Abbas was the only one a bit nonplussed, but when you have 10 supporting fielders and they all go up...
Yeah, obviously, on the field, they've got a much better idea than we do here.
The way Taranjeet went off as well, I actually think he got a feather. I think he knew. I think he knew. So 12 for 2, and well, Malta ahead.
It's the same story as the first innings of the 2 early wickets, isn't it? But will there be a fight back from Romania? Vasusaini, a bit like Patanka for Malta, probably a good man for the job here at number 4 to dig him out of a tough spot. Joins his Cluj teammate, Notagodla. He misses out in this first one from Abbas.
Just looking at the runs for Romania, Kumar's had 97 runs this week, Asif 72, and Taranjeet Singh 111. The rest, yeah, it's not good. Sathis in the end only makes 20 runs for the week, so they're going to need someone, maybe Asif, Kumar, Notagodla to go big. Saini needs some runs as well.
Goes after an outswinger, and he's dropped. Tough chance for Zishan Khan down at deep point. He does get 2 hands to it.
This game's crazy. This game's had everything, Vinny. It really has.
Yeah, but the thing with Romania, they've boxed themselves out of some corners this week. And this is a tight corner. How about Vasu getting dropped on 0? Zishan was motoring, needed the perfect kind of contact with ball in the middle of the hands. It didn't come. And he got the steps across very late on the pull. But I suppose the thing that Malta did so well is at this stage they were able to go at a supersonic rate throughout the next couple of overs.
They lost 2 for none, and then they put on 70 in 2.4.
Yeah.
So
about 3 overs. Yeah.
It just, that hitting from Basil George and Patanka flipped the game again. Then they had another collapse, and then the final wicket put on 26. Weird game of cricket, but right now Malta are pulling away. Oi.
Yeah, picks him with a bit of pace there. Get the hands through the pull shot that time. Malta, it's their turn to get fizzed up as we get to the end of the second. 1 for 1 off that over. It's 13 for 2.
Yeah, with that dismissal, Vinny, of Taranjeet, just you read people's body language sometimes, and the whole 10 other fielders besides Abbas went up as unison. And Taranjeet's reaction was someone of a little bit of guilt, I think. It wasn't...
He looked at the umpire, which he is entitled to do.
Yeah,
he waited for the decision, and then he went.
Yeah, and sometimes you see a little bit more emotion if you haven't hit it. So I reckon there was a faint one. But this is how the groups ended up. We're past that stage, though. Cyprus left yesterday, and today it is finals time. England, Switzerland coming up after this one.
I was chatting to the Cyprus coach, Richard Cox, this morning. It's nice to see Richard here. Obviously, a bit of a tough couple of days for him and the Cyprus guys. Anyway, here's over number 3. Going back to Jaspal. They're going to take on a bit of a dodgy one here. Pretty close.
This is really good keeping, Vinny. The gloves were right next to the stumps and quick hands. He could be in trouble here.
This is line ball. I couldn't call this one way or the other.
I'm going out. I reckon he's just gone.
When you think they're too close to call, pretty often they're out. This is a big moment in the game. Notagodla sitting there. He doesn't know. To be honest, Malta don't know either.
Big moment. Big moment.
Did I say 9? Hopefully I didn't send you the wrong end. Oh, it's so close.
Is the back grounded? Oh. Can't tell if the bat's grounded or not.
I think it is. Well,
Oh.
yeah, it is grounded because
I think you have to give that
I think
nod
you've
out.
got to give that in for me because I don't know if the bail's completely removed.
Yeah, just.
So, wow.
Wow.
I said, we even spot on when we said it was super close to call and he was millimetres in. So, Nadigotla survives. Guess that's a well-judged single. But he won't survive the next one as this one tails in. It tilts back the off stump and Romania have lost 3. Trouble with this chasing effort from the Romanians, 16 for 3.
Well, trouble at the old mill, Vinny, and the Romanians might be booking their tickets back to Bucharest unless they come back, because Malta finally, we've been to and fro the whole game. Now Malta are really pulling ahead.
Yeah, Jaspal rattles the stumps, and disappointment for Nadigotla, though he does contribute 11. Look, they've still got their hitting to go at the rate required. That's the thing. But who's going to stick around and do it? I know Rohit Kumar has been very good at getting him out of a tight spot. Abdulasif as well on occasions. Vashish's another guy who can do it. Look, they've got the batting, but can somebody step up in what is a real emergency situation? They're on life support at the moment. The Romanian 16 for 3.
Boy, oh boy. They need someone to step up here, Vinny.
Well, that's not a bad start for Abdulasif, who rocks onto the back foot and puts it over the roof. Maximo! And if you doubt what I'm saying, just have a look at that start from Abdulasif.
Nice shot, really nice shot. Back of a length, and he pumps it for 6. And, well, can he tick for 10 to 15 minutes and make something happen?
That was so sweetly hit
That
as
was,
well.
That was
Almost
sweet.
like he knew what was coming, like on a computer game where you can see where the ball's going to land.
One thing Malta have struggled massively with this week is the 5th and 6th bowler. They still are yet to come, so if Romania can hang in there, this could go close.
Bring something up in a moment about that. Now goes, and he's dropped. Wow, what an effort it was from Bikram Arora, who climbs the ladder. He actually gets hands to it, but he can't quite hold on.
This is another almost 6
What a
and out.
game.
This game is just...
Oh,
And soft. If this is your first time ever watching T10, welcome to the greatest format in the world.
this is an ECN classic right now. No matter what happens from here, it's an ECN classic. Don't you worry about that. Anyway, back to the action. The next one's a miss. So what I was going to say is Malta have a little bit of a habit of blowing good scores. Last year they blew 147 to Luxembourg. This year they blew 157 to Switzerland. Okay, 135.
Yeah.
Chaseable, but they're certainly in front at the moment, Malta. Will they stay that way? Don't want to necessarily say the one to England is one they blew as well, but I'll be concerned as we get to the end of the power play. More action coming your way very shortly. It's 22 for 3.
Yeah, what a game this has been. Quite remarkable, really. 22 for 3.
There was a game in Romania when Abdulasif was playing for his club ACCB that he came out and he was just struggling. He was like 8 off 16 or something like that. He ended up with, I think, 94 off something like 32 balls or something like that. You know, we're talking about retiring him out and all these things. But I said, it was Rico was saying, no, he's got to go, he's got to go. I said, look, this guy is mercurial. He's a kind of guy you can't be like Basil when he was struggling yesterday. We're thinking if it was anyone else, you might retire him out.
Yeah.
But certain players, you feel you can't do that in case they do what they're capable of and they flick a switch. Now, interesting they're going for spin with Bikram Arora.
One thing with
the
Romania, lack of left-handed batters makes a big difference. They never seem to have too many lefties. And, well, left arm off spin will fancy this.
Well, the first one is going to be cut up and over the top. Another close call. That's Samuel Stanislaus, who's the 12th man in this game, who's on the field. Couldn't quite climb the ladder that time. 4 runs to start the over.
That was so close. It's more an edge. It did go in the region he wanted, but it was a very big and thick top edge. Okay, there's a boundary. This ball will probably be a chance.
Probably. They do have Rohit Kumar as a lefty to break things up a little bit. They won't want him yet, though. Oh,
There you
another
go.
ball,
It
which is
it is a chance.
drilled at Aurora, who gets hands to it, maybe regrets it. That'll be a single.
Well, he might have saved a couple of runs here because this was laced.
He dropped it last over, if you want to call it a drop, when he was at cover. Now
Yep.
he's got the ball on. Not really timed. It'll be a single that they'll have to work for.
Good fielding from deep mid on. Zishan out there attacking the ball. Still, they're falling behind for me, Vint. They're going to need a good over from somewhere. What a fascinating game this has been to start Wednesday morning. Action-packed.
Oh, it's a really good shot. Really good shot. Gets down the wicket, backs himself. Vasu goes large. Maximo. Now, it's Romania's turn to fight back.
Yeah, they need to. They need a big over. That's going to help, isn't it? Great batting. Comes down the track, turns it into a half E and pumps it over long on. Exactly what they need. Someone needs to step up. And maybe it's going to be Saini on your screens. He hasn't had a great week. He's high score of 13, but we know he's a much better batter than that, Vinny.
Yeah, I want a lot more than that. It was a brilliant shot. Always not a huge turner of the ball. And he won't need to be because Saini runs down the pitch. They're going to have a look at this. But I'm telling you right now that unless Sudasana is encroached or something like that, Saini's going to be on his bike for 12.
I can't imagine he's gotten back in time here. It's a loose stroke after the previous ball, and Malta cock a hoot at the moment.
Yeah, the last shot had form, didn't it? This one didn't.
See you
and you
later.
see, didn't make it.
Yeah, that's out. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, so Saini. Yeah, just the difference is he lost his shape there, didn't he? And so yeah, he's going to have to go. And there's the decision. So disappointment. That's probably a rush of blood there from Vasu. It's hard to know sometimes where the line is between aggression and recklessness, but I think he crosses it there.
Just
34 for 3.
Another good player that just hasn't clicked with the bat this week. I mean, so he's going to end the week with 47 runs, and we know he's a better player than that. Him and Sathisen, just some of these batters haven't clicked. The man coming out next, though, I think this will be Rohit Kumar. He is one that has clicked. He's got 97 runs per week at an average of 48 and a strike rate of 200. So
the thing is, this is their rescue plan. This is it right now. And they're going to have to employ the rescue plan because Saini is the 4th wicket to fall. Smartly stumped by Sudasana and Aurora with a breakthrough. 34 for 4. Yeah, so these two have been in this role before and they have done well in it. Now, it is a left-hander as well, and you mentioned that is a pretty good matchup against Aurora, who we saw, let's just say, having a mixed time during the group stage. Hassan Ahmed hit him for 6 sixes and over, but apart from that, he's taken a lot of wickets.
it might be a blessing in disguise that the left-handed Rohit Kumar comes out now, because a little left-arm off-spinner has to bowl still 7 balls in this game.
Did he go the first one? Or you can't?
No.
It's only one ball left in the over.
16s. Yeah, you actually have to be pretty brave, I think. You got to try hit a 4.
3 fielders guard the
Yeah,
leg
hit
side.
it for 4. Hit it on the ground. Well, you can hit that for 6. Oh, well, you get your wide, but I tell you what, if he had caught up with it, that was 6. That was an
Aurora
absolute.
does spray the odd one. That's one thing
I think
about
they're
it. For a
done.
spinner,
I think they're gone here. I can't see Romania getting back in this.
these are the two that can turn around. And he
Oh,
does hit
yeah.
it for 6. Maximo. So why take 6 when you can take 7? And that is the end of the 4th over. Romania 41 for 4.
Another over where there's a wicket and then a 6, and then I don't even know what's going on anymore. But what a crazy game. I guess it's the first time we should touch on it, Vinny. What are they chasing?
135.
Should have been 109. And this,
119.
was it 199?
109 was when they came together, but 119 was when there was that ball dropped over the boundary.
It's a massive moment. It's a massive moment
Look at this
because
game. Look.
just dots
It's
everywhere.
like a join the dots puzzle, doesn't it?
That was always a good game, Join the
I
Dots.
like join the dots.
That was a primary school classic.
Yeah, it didn't really
Do you ever
test the
play-
cranium too much.
Ever play the square game where you join the dots and it's whoever got the most squares on a page?
Oh, yeah.
What was that called?
I don't know.
That was a
But
good
you
game.
made me think of Sudoku.
Nah, not
Are
a fan.
people still doing Sudokus these days? Or is that a
Nah.
phase?
Phase. Gone. Out of
More
fashion.
app-based these days.
Word sleuths?
Well, some of our crew do it, apparently.
Weirdos.
Plenty to do in Latvia, obviously. Anyway, this is up. It's in the end at 6. It's going to go straight to the giant ball. And And how about that from Asif? He's come out and he's nailed another one.
One thing, poor old Mughal, whenever he comes on the ball, he's a good bowler, but he seems to get pumped.
He's got that Sohail Tanvir kind of action.
Yeah, so that's 13 runs off the last 2 balls as this game just continues to throw up utter chaos.
I think a few supporters in these countries might be doing just that. It's good Yorker, though.
Well bowled.
He's right to just keep that one out and stay alive.
Hey, well bowled and well played. Asif jarred that out. That was going to clatter into the stumps. What a game. What a game.
It's a brilliant game of cricket. It's great advertisement for the game as well. These two sides that we've been to many, many times, both of them.
Is the chat blowing up? Are viewers all over this?
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be at the moment? Rohit Kumar, 1 legal ball, 1-6. Now facing Mughal. He'll get a wide, which he did last time as well. A few people talking World Cup stuff. South Africa making a good start. We'll just digress for a second. But I got to admit, it's one of my favourite hobbies, watching South Africa find comical ways to bomb out of World Cups. And the better start they make, I feel like it's it's just setting up something similar.
Don't have that killer spirit.
Oh, it's a pretty good ball from Mughal.
Well, I actually don't mind that they've held him back. He struggled in the power play. Look, bowling in the power play is not the easiest thing in the world, but holding him back 2 overs gives them maybe a different dimension.
See a little bit of induct there. He does get the ball to swing late when he gets it going. He's just one of those bowlers. Most of the time he'll swing in, which is right to left. Slow ball. Good variation. Rohit Kumar's annoyed he misses it. Kind of, if there is a criticism of Rohit, he does probably look for the leg side a bit too often. He doesn't need to.
They're still very far behind, Vinny.
Does this game have another twist? Wide. It's going to go over the tram line. It's a good call. Umpire's under pressure as well, but very experienced officials we've got here at European Cricket Championship.
Interesting.
Well, if Malta do win this, you know what we're left with? 3 reds.
Well, that's why I wore my red shirt today.
England, Switzerland, Malta. Romania don't want that to happen. It's a good swing again. Going down the leg side. Throw for no particular reason, but it's well backed up. So actually a little bit of bat in that according to Tyrone Peters. So that will be 1 run to the total. And just 1 to go in this 5th over. Leaving themselves a lot to do here. 80s in the last half. Slow ball, goes for it. Does he get enough? He does. Maximo. Important blow from Asif. Can he keep Romania in this contest? End of the 5th over. It's 55 for 4.
Yeah, what a nice shot, Vinny. Just sat up, he got it for 6, and maybe one more twist in this game.
Mughal misses his spot just once. Let's welcome you into the dream box here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Got Corey Rutgers with me. This game, if you could post the highlights of this, it's a really good representation of what ECN is all about. You know, in countries that we spend a lot of time in, putting on a big show that the whole world's enjoying.
Yeah, I think it's just action-packed cricket, isn't it? Obviously 90 minutes, you want to imitate it. It's a little bit like a football game, in, out, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and it's just exciting. The amount of sixes that have then gone on to wickets the next ball, just remarkable.
Absolutely, and well, that's the way we live our lives. We love the action. It's just going to keep on coming. Of course, England 11, big favourites for this group, but we know that things can change very, very quickly. And if you're enjoying the European Cricket Network, we'd love for you to continue on our journey. Of course, these games will be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, starting in Croatia, which is only starting in 12 days' time. We've got 2 weeks here. 3 weeks in Malta again, so we'll be back in Malta, including some internationals as well. Back in Spain for another Barcelona bash before we return to the Cardamom Oval for the ECCW. First ever time we've had that tournament take place. And of course, the ECL, I know you're really looking forward to that. You're a former ECL winner with VOC Rotterdam.
I do forget that, but no, ECL is always a good event. Looking forward to that. The women's event at the end of the year, 5 teams to start. I'm sure that will balloon out, but over the next few years. Interesting though, Vin. Can Romania somehow somehow get a... If they can pull off 120 run over, then maybe it's going to be spin, and it's going to be the spin of Imran Amir.
I'm not counting him out. I'm not counting him out at this stage. Amir, off spinner to the left-hander. No, paper, this is a good matchup. Time for over number 6.
Well, that's a good single.
Yeah, dragged for 1. And
this is the thing. Yeah. This is why lefty-righty partnerships are massive. Right now, you got to hope Abdulaziz enjoys the spin and gets a couple off the middle.
They need 16 and over through this last 5 overs. Let's look at this over. As a batter, you're looking, okay, we need 16 off that. We don't want to fall further behind. So 1 off 1 so far.
Well, 2 boundaries and over keeps you thereabouts. You have to hit 2 boundaries over. So you have 5 balls in this over to go. They need 2 boundaries.
Reaches for it, and he nails it. Maximo! 6 to Abdulaziz.
There's 1. 4 balls to go on this over. Get another boundary. But hey, Vinny, I'm saying if they can have 120 run over or something like that, then it does open up again. Abdulaziz's on a little bit of a heater here. He's 26 off 9. So he's ticking. Can he keep going, Vinny?
Oh, slides it through, but it's going to be called a wide.
Oh, and the ball.
I think that ball's dead. He's just trying to try and get it to the bowler. Sudasana very quick to put the bails on because remember he kept knocking off the bails the other day and it cost him some time, some crucial time.
Tough call. Big ball. Can he get this out the middle again?
Tosses up, taken on into the gap and all the way. Maximo! They're not going anywhere just yet. What a match to start Group E Finals Day.
This is the over, and this is why having a righty-lefty in the middle is massive, because you can't bowl right arm off spin to a righty with these parameters. They've got a left arm offy as well. Good matchups at the moment for Romania. Is this the big over, Vinny? 3 balls to come.
Potentially. Oh, I think that's missed everything, so it's going to be called a wide. Good keeping from Chanjal down the leg side.
This is the over. It's 15 at the halfway stage. Turn it into a 25 run over.
Just goes pace on, and this kind of into the gap, but...
Got to be running. What are they doing?
Now they're taking it on, or are they not? That's really poor communication.
That is a horrific bit of running from her. They need to watch the situation. Look at this running. The non-striker Kumar is just jogging, watching the ball, and the right-hander doesn't get on strike again. So, bad cricket there from Romania. Opportunity missed.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens with Rohit still on strike. Again, you need to be looking for that second from the very beginning. By the time they thought about it, it was too late. They didn't want to risk it. Rohit will get 1 back. Got him back now.
Silly. It's really silly. Little things, Vin. But still, it's a good over, I guess. 1 ball to come. Can Asif get 1 more out the middle, turn it into a 23 run over. Maybe we've got a game on our hands again. Still 2 to come, actually.
So we talked about, will they get 16 off this over? They've got 17 at the moment.
So now you want to get
1 to go.
1 to go. You want to get the bonus boundary now.
Wide again. So 18
get
off
the bonus
over.
boundary. Get 1 more bonus boundary.
About the bowling depth of Malta and the fact that sometimes they've struggled. All right, takes it on again and wins again. Magical 6, Maximo. And it's going to be 1 to come as well. So, incredible stuff at the moment. This game has had more twists and turns than a length of old rope.
This is potentially game of the tournament at the moment. This has been a phenomenal match.
You know what will cap it?
The golden ball. Is there 1 left in the over? Is that over, Vinny? What have you got?
Now, I think they're just checking to make sure it's all correct.
There was 3 wides in there. So I think I have it with 1 to go, but I'm not concrete on that.
Yeah, they're just going to go back and double check. I mean, these things are really crucial to sort out in the moment. And, yeah, I've got a feeling that there might be 1 to come.
Yeah, I do as well.
You remember 3 wides in the over?
I thought so.
But, yeah, obviously every ball is so crucial.
No, that looks like it is over. Maybe there was only 2 wides.
All right, so takes us to the end of the 6th, and the score is 78 for 4.
That's the over, though. 24 off it. They've been struggling with that sort of 5th bowler, and Well, it looks like they're going to go aggressive. Wasim Abbas is going to come back and bowl here and try and break this crucial partnership. 57 of 24. What a game of cricket.
All right, so 14 is required. That's a quote-unquote normal rate, I suppose. Wasim Abbas, didn't he bowl a good first over? 1 for 1 in the second.
The thing is, Vin, they're still going to have to bowl 2 overs a spin. Bikram Arora or Amir, and they've both been taken for 19 and 24. So Romania are right in this. 2 of the 4 overs are going to have to come from sort of spinners that haven't been great.
Other options at their disposal, maybe Basil George or Varun Prasath. As this is pulled away off a length. Fielder's got to make the stop and does. Keeps it to 1.
In theory, even if this over goes for 10 or 11 or 12 without a wicket, I think you're happy with it. They've got to bowl 2 overs from Fayan Mangal's got 1. But then who else are you going to bowl?
I was going to say you could bowl Prasath. Left
How's he
armour.
going with his injury? He hasn't bowled much.
Struggling a bit. Basil George is another option. I suppose at this level he's a part-timer, though he's pretty comfortable with the ball.
I can see an edge here going for 4 or
Jasvinder
something
maybe.
like that.
Probably not. Oh, he's going to be gone. He's just guided it straight to Imran Amir. And that was all about the placement. And Amir, he's going to dial in. And, well, as if, unfortunately for him, he dials the wrong number, doesn't he? He's going to go for 39.
4.
Romania 79 for 5.
What a big wicket that is. That's a massive wicket. 39. He got them back in the game. And, well, quite remarkably, he just tapped it to backward point. Left to right of him is probably 4. And Imran Amir, who just got pumped for 24 off and over and almost losing the game for his country, decides to act in a childish manner.
Well, he enjoys it. That's his,
We just got hit
his
for 20.
trademark. He's got the phone on both ears. So
If you just got hit for 24 off and over and I was the coach of Malta and a player did that, he'd be pulled off the field and 12th man would be put on. Disgraceful.
not allowed to do that in the laws of cricket. But anyway, Abdul Asif is going to go, but he's kept his team alive. 39 off 13, 79 for 5. Yeah, the 2 phones, kind of like a Wall Street trader through the mid-1980s. They had the ball phone and the hand phone on at the same time.
Embarrassing, Vinny.
Special comments by Koi Ruckus. As Abbas, 2 wickets to show. Now Manan, he's going to sky one first ball. Could be another 2 in 2, and it is. Oh, wickets falling in 2s in this game. Abbas has a 3rd now. It's a golden duck for Goham Manan, and it's 79 for 6.
Manan just hasn't had the week with the bat either. And, well, right now, Romania, those 2 wickets swing it in. And Abbas has phenomenal figures, Vinny.
I think you got to go Vashisht now, I'd imagine. Well, he's got Saidullah, Ijaz Hussain. So, I mean, you've got 10 batters in this lineup. Yeah, and when you get to this level, they're all similar, I think, in ability. Probably Luca Petre, the only one that you'd consider a real lower order batter. But disappointment for Manan. He's a guy who's just struggled to translate runs domestically into something at the international level. As he goes, very first ball, Patanka with the catch out there.
Malta just doing enough again. I mean, this is hat-trick ball time. This man, Wasim Abbas, has played a beaut. He got Taranjeet Singh. They've brought him back early now to pick up wicket. He hasn't just done that. He's picked up 2. Here's our hat-tricks record. If he gets this full and straight, I reckon he's got a big chance. For me, he's the standout. He's making the difference.
36 hat-tricks in season 2023. Could this be hat-trick 37? Wasim Abbas on a hat-trick.
Oh,
Pretty close, but
Look.
dot ball is something that Malta will take at the moment.
if they go on to win this game, you might be looking at your player of the match right there. His figures are phenomenal. 3 for 2. He was called on to come take a wicket. He does exactly that. And he's bowling well today.
Vashisht, does he swing away? That's 2. As he's going to hit it, and he's going to hit it out of the ground. Maximo shoots the lights out. He's off the mark with the 6. This game takes another turn.
It helps. It's a good shot off a good bowler. And a 6 to start his innings after the play and miss. Romania just won't go away. They're sticking there. Just to remind, there's still 2 overs a spin somewhere. So it could still get close.
Vashisht backs himself. He's got 1 more ball in this over. And doesn't quite get it, but he will get 1. And that's all he's going to get. 7 overs down. Romania needs 16s in the last 3. They're 6 out. 86, 87 now for 6.
Brilliant speller bust. 3 for 9. You take that any day. Okay, so we've got 48 off 18. And this is the finals day program. Next game coming up, England-Switzerland, we're looking forward to. Okay, here we go. They've made a big call, Vinny, just down the field. Looks like they're going to go to Jaswinder Singh to bowl. So they have backed off the spinners, and they're going to go Jaswinder Singh. Very interesting. Jaswinder, he did make 16, batting at number 11. Vinny's bowled one over. He's bowled one over.
Oh, look, 3 in the circle. And they realise at the very last moment, wait.
But Vinny, he's bowled one over in the tournament. It went for 24. They're calling on him to be the 6th bowler. He made good runs with the bat. That's a lot of pressure.
He's aware, I'm sure, of that number that you just talked about. So first ball, skied. Is this staying in the field? It is. Zishan takes the catch. So what a game this is from Jaswinder Singh. Came out, hit his 6th first ball at number 11. His first ball's a wicket for Shish, the 7th man to go. It's 87 for 7.
Well, credit to Jaswinder, who hasn't bowled since he's over to England a few days ago. And now he comes on, gets a wicket first ball. And Malta getting closer to another final.
Yeah, just disappointment for Vashisht, who doesn't get the elevation. But who's to say they don't have another partnership left in Romania? I mentioned for me, they've got 10 batters. It's only really Luca that I think, can hold the bat, but he's not going to be banging a lot of sixes. Vashisht goes for 7, but does get one maximum away. 87 for 7.
Very interesting.
I mean, interesting as well. Imagine that they don't pick up that they had 6 outfielders and that ball gets bowled.
Small things,
No
yeah.
ball, free hit, extra delivery. Certainly can't lose a wicket off that ball. Then Ijaz Hussain comes out. Again, he's a guy we've seen opening the batting for his club, Baniasa, before, but he swings and misses at this first one. Kumar's just stranded at the other end right now.
Yeah, it's starting to get away, isn't it? Malta again just picking up wickets. We're seeing Mabus is over. Really sensational work. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, that was a bit of a slow ball into the pitch, extremely slow, and Hussain not seeing it, and right now they need a 6, Vinny, desperately.
Watch Malta hustling with the clock as well.
I got plenty of time, Vin.
Right. This is a leading edge. It's going to loop over the infield. Will they take a second? Rohit's not interested, and I think, okay, his strike rate isn't setting the world on fire in this game, but he has been a guy that has shown he can provide some resistance. Time is running out. Needs something big here. Probably a magical 9th.
1% chance. Supercomputer. It's almost over.
He hits this towards the deep mid wicket, who makes the stop, just a single. What an over. You mentioned that he went magical in his only other over in the tournament. And so right now he's gone for 2.
Yeah, what an over. He's had a great game. I mean, batting at 11. Got some vital runs.
Well, that's up. It's in the air. Is it travelling? Right back to the wall. And 6. Wow, McGall. Fingertip up. He had the real estate. But something for Romania. They need to go 20s in the last 2 overs. As the score after 8, 95 for 7.
McGall came running in. Look at this. If he's standing on the rope where he should be, it's a catch. He ran in the few metres, had to run back. Does that just keep a door open? Unsure. McGall will grab the ball now and have a chance to reprieve himself. What a game. What a corker of a T10. Vinny, imagine if they were chasing 119.
Yeah, that's a good time to bring that up. They need 25 of the last 2.
Then that would be game on.
All right, still is maybe. McGall gets a good one in. Lynn swinging Yorker. Kumar can't deal with it.
Well, they're rushing back as if the clock's about to expire.
Yeah, you tell them that they're fine with the clock. Because
you got 5 minutes.
the last time.
They got plenty of time.
Yeah, I like that they're thinking of. Also, rushing the bat is probably smart here. Another miss. So I think, apart from the fact that the clock's a deterrent, I think rushing at this stage is smart.
Game.
Getting through these liveries.
Set match. I don't know how Romania have gone back to 5%. Supercomputers had a couple too many shandies, but this is over.
Top one. An awful start to this over, and it's been a brilliant game for so many reasons, but it's not a brilliant result for Romania. 2 wins through the group stage, but I feel like this is going to be their swan song in ECC 23. Hanging full toss, doesn't quite time it again. Oh no!
Oh.
Wow, doors open. Tank was in for servicing, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Oh boy, that is a proper goober. Straight through his hands, and a bonus 4.
Well, I mean, somehow Romania were able to pull this off.
Need a 7.
You'd be looking at this again.
You need a no ball 6.
And we see him happen. Top ball, mate. Can't follow up with more.
Tell you what, that last wicket partnership, they came together at 109 for Malta. You don't often get a 26-run last wicket partnership. If they hadn't have put that on, they don't win. Oh, that's a no.
There you go. There's your no ball.
That's got to be close. That's got to be a no ball, you'd imagine. This is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's no doubt. Look at the way he plays this.
Oh, yeah. Massive no ball.
Cut. So, no ball as called. And so, free hit coming up.
Well, that's handy.
Not quite the no ball 6, but does get Rohit Kumar back on strike. Hit a 6 here. You need 27 off the last over. Kumar struggled with what McGall's dealing here, though. This would have been a Y, but it's going to be 4. So, look, I guess you're probably happy with that, actually, for the fielding side, because at least you get out of the over. It means they'll need 29 in the last, 106 for 7 after 9.
I think it's 31, isn't it, Vinny? Maybe it is 29, yeah. Yeah, 29 off 6. You need a miracle. It does look like. That last wicket partnership, hey? Yeah, it's an amazing thing. We don't often get last wicket partnerships.
I don't want to harp on it, but it wasn't a regulation catch for Ijaz Hussain down on the boundary, but yeah, it was not 119. It would be 14 off the last.
We've seen Ijaz Hussain on the boundary this whole tournament, Vinny, and hasn't looked calm. Anyway, well, that's hit, but not big enough. So that's a 1.
All right, you're out of time now.
If they hit 5
bombs, basically.
If he hits 5 bombs and wins the game,
then
empanadas on me for the rest of the year. I'll buy every empanada anyone else wants ever.
Suddenly become a huge Rohit Kumar fan. Anyway, he's just been to sing. Boundary, or this game's dead. And he doesn't get it. Oh, so what a contest. We're finally going to have a bit of dead time, I think. You got to feel for the Romanians who have played their hearts out this tournament. It's just a shame again. I think their top order didn't fire as much as they wanted to. Their middle orders kept them in a lot of contests, won them a couple of games. As this is lifted up, and it's lifted out of the ground by Ijaz Hussain. Maximal at 21 of 3. They're relying on a no ball to be bowled here, stay in the contest.
I always think when you need a no ball or a wide to be bowled, you start running around the crease a lot, trying to put the bowler off. Stand outside off, run back to leg. Just try and do something. You never know. Even the non-striker just yell out something as he's running in. Lose the sportsmanship.
When you get desperate. It's funny talking about sportsmanship a moment ago. We had some positive comments in the chat, which I think now you would have lost those exact same viewers.
They've just gotten past the 109 of the last partnership. The 119 was
they get 120, it's going to hurt them even more. 3 to come. And this is hit miles in the air. Someone's going to catch it, or are they? It's going to be taken by Fanyan Mughal. So it's going to be a wicket for Jasvinder Singh. I mean, look, Basil George, will he take the player of the match, or will it be Abbas? But Jasvinder Singh, with his late runs and his 2 wickets here,
also candidate,
throwing his name in the ring.
Him or a bus for me. A bus, really. 3 for 9s. 3 for 9's equivalent to like a 9. 9 off 2 overs equivalent to
But
a
also
75.
Basil George with the 2 early wickets and the rate he went at.
Yeah, Basil's Basil, but I think, honestly, it's hard to equate what 9 runs off 2 overs is. But 9 runs for me is almost like someone hitting a 75.
Yeah, true.
9 runs is phenomenal.
19.
And they brought him back when they, all of a sudden, this game took 2 wickets. But also, you're right, number 11, Mr. Singh, he played some amazing shots, and well, he's picked up 2 wickets. You could give it to him as well. Tough one for the officials.
Yep. 2 to come. Saidullah gets a bat, and he's going to get a single, but yeah, it'll be a tough one for the Romanians to swallow again.
They'll be devastated.
And they made the finals this year, so I suppose they achieved that.
Yeah, 4 out of 5. They're a good team, Romania. They'll rejig and next year come back stronger.
We thought these two would give us a contest. We weren't wrong. Here's the last ball coming up. Kumar will get it away, and they'll just turn down the single in the end. So Malta will survive. It'll be a battle of the Reds here in Group E, as Malta will be playing in the qualifier number 2 later in the day. Romania, they bow out. They can hold their heads high. Certainly can't fault their effort, but it's a cruel game sometimes. Only one team could make it into the second half of the day. That team is Malta.
Yeah, congratulations. What a good game of cricket. Highly enjoyable, Vinny. Loved every moment of it. And Malta, well, we'll see them a little later today.
And don't forget, Corey, that last year, Malta, they missed out on the finals in really cruel circumstances when they were out by a fraction of a point of net run rate. But this time, they've made it back. They've made it to at least 3rd in the group. They'll be hoping to spring a surprise a little bit later on. I do think they will start underdogs in qualifier too, but they probably don't mind that because they know that they've got players that can perform when it counts, and someone like Boom Boom Basil up the top, I don't think anyone would really fancy playing them. As we look back at the highlights, it was 135 to win. Malta, by the way, they become one of the few teams, handful of teams on the network to get bowled out before the end of the 10 overs, but still win the match. But it was another chaos start, wasn't it? With 2 early wickets. And Sathisan went 4 and out early on. Nadigotla was living dangerously. Taran, little further behind, as Abbas removed him from the equation. So once again, they had to fight back from behind, didn't they, Romania? Look, these two teams, they know each other so well. There were 6s, there were chances, there were wickets. Nadigotla survived a really close run-out call, but then very next ball. Have a look at this one. Just tailing a little bit when it counts. Beats the inside edge. Great replay from our partners at Spring Productions there. But Abdulaziz came out and he mowed a 6 first ball. And he was looking very dangerous. I mean, he was also creating a bit of chaos. Aurora couldn't hold on to that one. This one was a real teaser as well. Then Aurora had one drilled back at him. But really, with Romania, they knew what they had to do. Saini went 6 and out. Again, he's a player they would have loved a little bit more out of with the bat. It's Russia blood there. Rohit Kumar came out and it was rescue job time 2.0, wasn't it, for Rohit Kumar and Abdulaziz as they went about knocking this over. And look, they really did get Romania back in the conversation, didn't they, with that partnership. Luca Petre, it's a shame we won't see more of him on the field in this ECC, but I'm sure we will again in the not too distant future. Amir was brought on and he got absolutely slammed a couple of times as this over went magical. Asif and felt he was such an important wicket. Romania, they were believing. It has a game of topsy-turvy moments, but then Asif, he guided one straight to Amir. He had to put one call on call waiting. Certainly getting tongues wagging. He's a player that always does that. Abbas, though, he was kind of cool in a crisis, wasn't he? And I think that he came back at a crucial time. Patanka was able to hold this one out the deep mid-wicket boundary. Vashisht, again, he backed himself. He's a guy who can hold the bat. We know that Romania, they had 10 batters in this team, so they were going to still throw it when it was required. But Vashisht went soon after. Zishan holding on to the chance at deep long on. And then, well, this moment, Bagal dropped one over the boundary. There was also a big misfield out of deep mid-wicket from Patanka. We're wondering, could Romania pull this one out of the fire, but really it was just a bridge too far towards the end. Magal took that one, but I think by then they knew they had 1 foot in qualifier 2. Malta have made it. And so it was a pretty interesting game, to say the least, with Malta getting over the line in the end. It's 19 runs between these two teams. As far as what's coming up next, England 11 taking on Switzerland. The toss is about to take place and the game will start in 45 minutes. And for that toss news, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Of course, in the comment section, we'll let you know who wins the toss in that one. Big game. You see they're preparing for it right now in the middle. Abdul Asif with 39. He led the scoring, came in at a tough time, but he swung away. But once again, just a few innings in the teens there. 19 for Ijaz Hussain late on, 13 for Saini, 17 not out for Rohit Kumar. Could never quite hit his straps, and ultimately Romania, they go out. They certainly go out with their heads held high, but they'll be bitterly disappointed. But I'm sure they'll be working hard on their cricket, and they'll want to come back stronger in 2024. As far as the bowling went, well, Corey talked about Wasim Abbas, how good he was, 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, 2 wickets apiece to Jaspal and Jasvinder Singh. But yeah, Abbas, 3 for 9, only conceding 9. Quite incredible. And he certainly made up for things after he went for a golden in the first innings. We'll take a break then, back in around about 40 minutes, and we'll have some bonus content for you in the meantime as well. Jared Wilson from Cricket Island will be heading down to the studio to have a chat with Daniel Weston. But for now, it's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. Rico, not too far away as well. We'll see you very shortly for more Group B Finals Day here on the Dream Team 11 European Cricket Championship.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome. Well, we are in Malta, of course, for quarterfinals day, and the sun is out. Actually has been out for a little while. Of course, unfortunately, we had the first quarterfinal washed out, and Sweet United, the first team through to finals day tomorrow. Unfortunately, the host Marsa fell by the wayside, but looks like we will get going here in quarterfinal number 2 between the Royal Strikers and Malta Day. Now, let me just let you know about the updated match conditions here. It's going to be a 6-over match, and that means it'll just be a 2-over power play instead of 3. It means just one bowler can bowl 2 overs. The rest are limited to just the 1 over. And I'm just really excited that we are going to get on the park. Now, Royal Strikers, they finished 2nd in their group. Malta Day finished 3rd in their group. Well, a lot of cricket's happened already. I think this will be a really, really exciting start to the day. As far as the conditions go, I can tell you still a little bit damp underfoot, but I think the worst of it has gone as far as the puddles that we had at the start of the day and the consistent rain we had at the start of the day as well. The boundary to the left-hand side of the screen has been brought in a little bit because one of those areas was a little bit too dangerous to play. But I'm just really happy that everyone's pulled together, and we will get quarterfinals started very, very soon. Nishay Butt is with me for quarterfinals day, and I can tell you that it will be Royal Strikers and Malta Day hitting the park very shortly. Nish, it's over to you, and let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much. Glad we can get some cricket underway. It was really disappointing we couldn't get that first match. Big congratulations to Sweet United, who advanced to the semi-finals. There are the new match condition. We'll have a 6-over game with a 2-over power play, and one bowler is allowed to bowl 2 overs. So it's going to be interesting to see who is targeted as that one bowler who gets to bowl a couple. If I'm Malta Day, well, I have to go with one of their quality options in Suraj Roy. He's been amazing throughout this series. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard over here. Priyan Pushparajan leading the way for the Royal Strikers. What's been interesting is that Pushparajan has actually been more effective with the ball during this series rather than the bat. And then for Malta Day, it's one man, and there's one man who can guide them to victory, and that is Michael Das, who has been on fire throughout this ECS. He's been incredible. He's the highest run getter throughout this series, and it's going to be really, really impressive watching him bat in the second innings. Here's a win predictor for the upcoming match. As you can see, the Royal Strikers, rightfully so, are fancied as favorites. That are really experienced side. They've been here in big matches and big games, but don't count out Malta Day. I had Malta Day as sort of a sneaky dark horses back in week 1. So it's going to be a very exciting game coming up. And we're just about ready to get the first ball underway. You love to see Malta Day attacking right from the outset. They've got a slip in place. Notice there's that damp spot just at about a good length. You know, it's going to be interesting to see if a lot of bowlers look to hit that length. Oh, this could be a rather spicy pitch first up. Here we go. First ball of this quarterfinal. And Pushparajan looks to hit it out towards the offside. It's gone square, and it's a 6, so he starts off with a bang. Pushparajan. This has gone the distance, and don't worry about that. It's just at the base of the pavilion. Well, this is a wide one by Gill. Just immediate pressure after that 6. So that boundary, which you just saw Pushparajan target, it's maybe a couple meters shorter today because it just pulled the rope in because that was a particularly wet part of the field. There was no problem with that 6. That 6 was well clear of the rope. It's gone up in the air. He hasn't quite timed it as nicely as he would like, but is it going to go the distance? Yes, it will. Pushparajan goes all the way again. It's a shake of the head for Gill. This is really impressive batting by Pushparajan. You know, we've been maybe talking about how he hasn't been in the best of form throughout this series with his batting, averaging just 22 for this series, no half centuries. You know, this is a player who is the leading run getter at the last ECS, so for a guy of his standards, this is a little bit disappointing as a return for his batting. But to start off this big game, he's on fire. Outside edge, and it's gonna go away for 4, so fortune favors the brave. And you got to say, there'll be a few double teapots out for Mater Dei. This is a horrible start to the innings for them. A really rough start here for Navdeep Gill. And I think this is maybe just a moment for them to collect themselves, have a bit of a discussion. There we go, fourth ball of the over. Oh, it's gone up in the air again. Does this have enough to go over the rope? It certainly does. Pushparajan with his third six of the innings. And this is a magical over to start off proceedings. I mean, you talk about going out there and having a big swing. That's exactly what Pushparajan is doing. And Encore Singh at the other end, who's been terrific throughout the series, averaging almost 50, has the best seat in the house. If these two get going, we could be in for an astronomical score for the Royal Strikers. You can just see Gill is trying to target that little damp spot over there. But Pushparajan just had the better of him. And here he is, a danger man for the Royal Strikers. Encore Singh has been the real star with the bat in hand for the Royal Strikers during this series, averaging almost 50. As I mentioned, plenty of not-out scores as well. Had a great undefeated 64 a couple weeks ago. And he's just going to play this one nicely off his pads. Gets a bit too straight there, Gill, and he gets punished. 28 run over to start off. And they're behind the 8 ball immediately, Mater Dei. And this is just what you would want to see if you're the Royal Strikers, a champion team coming out with an absolutely incredible start. We've got 24 days to go until the ECCW, when we're going to have a bit of history by inaugurating our first ever Women's European Cricket Championship. Really looking forward to that one. 5 nations are going to battle it out between the 17th to the 22nd of December. I've got the great pleasure of introducing Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, into the commentary box. It's great to be back alongside you.
Yeah, it's nice to be back with you too. It's been a little while, but yeah, it's a 6-over smash to get the day started, essentially. You got to feel for Master a little bit as well, don't you, with the quarterfinal one being washed out. And they've been on the other side of that coin as well. They actually won the final in a European Cricket Series previously when it was a washed out game. So yeah, ultimately just didn't play well enough in the group stages to get in the top 2. Here's Sharma in the second over.
Goes a bit too short there, Sharma, and he's going to get pumped for a 6. Huge shot by Pushparajan.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too short from Amar. He's normally a pretty good off spinner. I think you're hoping to draw the batter forward, but not quite let him get to the pitch of the ball. But he's an experienced campaigner. Look, as far as the strategy here, obviously a 2-over power play. So this is the last over the power play. But as far as which bowler you choose to bowl twice, I'm a big fan of giving all your 5 bowlers an over and then kind of picking who you want to have that second one. And you'll have kind of 4 options then, because obviously you can't bowl the 5th and 6th. But that would be my strategy anyway. Because if you give a second over to someone, but then someone else has a really good over, obviously you can't bring them back. But it's going to be fast-paced, it's going to be frenetic, and it has been already, hasn't it, with the Strikers off to a flying start.
Just going to go back to the mark and get ready to bowl this third delivery again.
He got freaked out there, didn't he, by the movement from Encore Singh pre-delivery.
A bit of movement again, but he pushes it wide. A smart bowling by Sharma.
That's his length. That's the length that's, you know, it's unclear whether you should be going back or forward to that. He went back, but it was just a little bit too full to cut, really. Good bowling.
Oh, and he's going to present a catch to him. So Encore Singh, who's been in terrific form throughout this series, isn't going to hurt Mater Dei too much here. It's a rather soft dismissal. And well taken by Sharma. He's got a knack for getting a lot of cotton bolts.
Yeah, it just didn't time that at all. In fact, Sharma thought it was coming a lot quicker than it actually was, but he made a good late adjustment to wrap the hands around it. And so, you know, you're going to have to throw the bat. I don't mind that from Chamkor. You know, he's trying to get on with it, but he will become the first wicket to fall here in quarterfinal number 2.
Let's take another look at that wicket. It's popped up and taken well by Amar Sharma. And the new batter here is Raju, who's another terrific hitter for this Royal Strikers team. Sometimes you see him bat lower down the order, but you're not going to do that here in a 6-over bash. You got to get all your big hitters right up there.
Yeah, you don't want to die wondering. Still a couple to go in this power play. I think you've got to attack this from ball one.
Oh, and he's just looking to target that boundary behind square leg again. But Sharma's come back well since getting hit for a 6.
Yeah, it has. You know, and I expected him to as well. And this guy's played a lot of national team cricket as well. Can do a job for you with the bat as well. Spot a good over. Just 7 off this one, bringing things back for Malta today. Last ball of the second coming up. Last ball of the power play.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. This could be a catching chance. Where is it going to land?
Oh, no.
This is a real horrible mix-up. That was the keeper's catch, you feel. Sam Aquilina was waiting to gobble that one up. And if Raju had departed there as well, it would have been a really difficult position for the Royal Strikers.
It's a complete mess up. They both had eyes on the ball. I don't know what communication there was. It fell perfectly between them. I think if the keeper calls that, you've got to let him go for it. But maybe Sharma calls it as well, was unaware. He felt the ball was coming to him, so it was an easier catch for him. But that is an opportunity that goes down. So 36 for 1 off the first 2 overs. This is how Group A finished. Monday day with a 5-5 record in Group A. And we saw them on the park yesterday. In fact, they probably should have knocked over the Knights, really. Only some big late hitting from the Knights lower order. Took that game away from the Knights finishing top of the tree there. And of course, we've already seen Sweet United go through in quarterfinal number 1 by default because of the abandoned match. Now, here's a guy, he had a bit of a rough time yesterday, Hazim Abbasi. And one of his overs actually went for 39. And so he'll be hoping for a better first over of the day today. And he's bowling to the dangerous Brown. Pushparajan, of course, end of the power play. So 5 outfielders in place now for the 3rd over.
Where would his over rank among some of the worst in European cricket history?
I think it was equal 5th worst ever. But he really looked to be on for 40 plus hypersonic. We've only ever seen 2 of those.
Now, this is pushed away by Pushparajan. That second victory, which Alex Knights had yesterday, just maybe a small chance for overthrows here, but it's a good bit of backing up. That was a scary win, because if you can get rid of Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus pretty cheaply and still lose to the Alex Knights, I think that's that just makes them really hard to beat.
In a way, it was such a confidence booster for the Knights to show that depth in their batting.
Down the leg side, he's just going to get a bit of bat on it here, Raju. And does it going to trickle over the rope? Not quite. Well, they'll come back for a couple of runs.
Gets away with it, but that's been Abbasi's problem, hasn't it? That he's straight onto the leg stump. He just cannot afford to do that. It's a bit of a funny one, because you're right about that point boundary getting brought in just a little bit because of where a couple of those puddles are. And that's normally the line that you're bowling. You're trying to get the ball outside the off stump and just inside the tram line. But those guys, and you saw it from Pushparajan from ball 1 here, they can slice it over point. They've got a bit more insurance with that boundary a little bit shorter.
This one's just going to strike him just underneath the rib cage. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what he is trying to do if he's not going to go wide outside the off stump, is to try and crap. But he's not that quick. That's the thing, Azim Abbasi. It's the kind of ball, if you bowl at Pushparajan, he's likely to kind of whip you away.
This one's, he hasn't struck it cleanly, but does have enough to go over the rope. I think it might have taken a bounce. Actually, he's been given a 6, but we'll have a look at this replay to confirm.
Yeah, have a look at this one. Comes down and, well, where does it bounce? Oh, yeah, we're kind of obscured there. So you kind of got to go on what the bowler is saying there. Or not the bowler, what the fielders are saying there. And I think that in the end it's been given 6. So Maximo time. Pushparajan continues on his merry way to 37.
Another one that he's managed to strike really nicely here, Pushparajan. And it's going to end up for a 6 as well. This is some great hitting by him. You know, we've been talking about his form heading into this series quite a bit, but he's come out in the biggest game and he's giving it a good back.
It's exactly what I was saying would probably happen if you bowled that kind of a ball to Pushparajan. You're not really going to be quick enough to stop him getting his hands out in front, and he put that one away. This is authoritative stuff. In fact, the 50 has come up here in just the 3rd over.
430 strike rate. This is incredible by Pushparajan to start off.
Yeah, new balls, please. And Bussy, I think it's fairly safe to say this will be his last ball of his quarter-final. He's had a bit of a rough time. And yeah, okay, they have used 3 different bowlers. At the moment, they're on for something 100 plus here in a 6-over game.
Oh, this one's a really poor delivery. It's going to be given a no ball as well, and it's going to go the distance, so it's 7 up.
Oh, no. Well, I said it would be his last ball. It isn't, because it is. It's a clear full toss. Even with him a step out of his crease, you've got to call that. And Pushparaj whacks away, moves to 49. He's got a free hit. And the wheels are off Mudday here in quarterfinal number 2. Pushparaj can bring up his 50 here.
And he's going to take advantage of this free hit as well. It's another huge hit. And what a way to bring up your half century. 55 of just 12 deliveries. He raises the bat, but he won't be pleased until he secures his side this victory.
Well, I mean, it's crazy stuff, really. It's the end of the 3rd over. 64 for 1 off 3. And I know this is insane to say, but if he does what he just did again, he could actually make 100 in a 6-over match, which is something we never would have seen before. Right now, I think he's just happy that the strikers are in complete control. It's 64 for 1 after 3.
Incredible eye-popping run rate of 21.3, all thanks to Pushparaj. Look at those skyscrapers he's constructed in overs 1 and 3. Almost get 2 supersonic overs. There's so much pressure here now on Mudday. How can they pull this one back? It's going to be Suraj Roy bowling this over. A little bit surprised they held him back till the 4th over. So their leading wicket taker so far this series had an economy rate under 8.5.
Yeah, so again, it's always a bit of a gamble. It's a gamble worth taking. Suraj Roy, you mentioned him, I know, Nish, before the start of this contest. I like him. He's something different. You probably need to throw something different at the moment. Raju, if he's smart, he'll just get out of the way and hand back to the double P.
This one's gone up in the air. Should be a fairly comfortable catch for the bowler, and he will take it.
Well, the stumps, the collateral damage here. I don't think Pushparaj is too happy about this, to be honest, because there's a little bit of a nothing shot from Raju. And yeah, I get it. It's a 6-over game, but that's a ball you can just knock down into the offside. He almost does himself a disservice there, the way he interacted with the stumps, but it will be a scoreless delivery. A delivery that is the end of Raju for 2. It's 64 for 2.
Roy makes an immediate impact and brings up his 10th wicket of this ECS here in Malta. We'll take another look at that. Just hits that damp patch on the pitch. And as he's going back, he holds on to the catch well. And this is a good thing. Just keep Pushparaj at the other end as long as they can. That'll be enough to lower this run rate. Although Babu, we've seen him play 1 big innings throughout this series. That great 63 he had a few days ago. Other than that, he's a struggle to make runs.
Okay, yeah, Babu. And what's his approach here? Is he happy just to kind of give up the strike? It's not that you're not trying to find a boundary here, but I think your priority is to get down a ball with Pushparaj and so hot at the other end.
And this one is going to take an outside edge. Is it going to go away for a 4? No, it isn't. Good bit of fielding by Michael Das, and the important thing is a danger man is back on strike.
And the thing with Mudday winning the toss and selecting the ball, I think when you are quite reliant on one batter, and let's be honest, they kind of are with Das. Obviously, they've got some other options there like Srijay Patel and the like, but you'd like to know how many you need. So if they were batting first, then maybe he would be unsure about how many risks he needs to take or not take. Whereas now he's batting second, he'll kind of know how aggressive he has to be and whether those risks are worth taking or not. I think sometimes when you do have like a real big fish, you're batting first, if they throw the wicket away being over-aggressive, and then in hindsight they didn't need to, you always feel a bit frustrated. So I don't mind that toss decision from Mudday, but right now they've got their back against the wall.
Oh, a little too much width over here by Roy. That's one of the poorer deliveries. He's bowled this over, and Pushparaj punishes him.
Yeah, and I think the key here with Roy, he wants to kind of draw Pushparaj forward, but not let him quite get to it on the full of the half volley. Just gives him a bit too much width there. And Pushparaj, he's hitting the ball so sweetly today. He's not too worried about the conditions at all.
Wouldn't you say, though, with these conditions, bowling first would be a fairly obvious choice anyway?
Well, I mean, it's not going to change too much. That's the thing. Probably what's the innings going to be? About half an hour, 30, 40 minutes. I mean, I think it's quite strategic, but I get what you're saying as well. The outfield probably will quicken up a little bit as the day goes on, as the game goes on.
Oh, a bit too much width on offer here again. Is that got enough to go over the rope? The umpire will initially signal this a 4, but we'll have a look to confirm.
Yeah, again, just too much width. It's a pretty line ball, isn't it? It is, yeah, just inside. Good call by the umps. All the Royal Strikers had a pretty good view of that as well. Last ball for Roy coming up.
This is just pushed away towards cover by Pushparajan. Not a bad outcome as he gets to keep strike. And those 2 late boundaries just spoiled Roy's over a little bit. The strikers are 76 for 2 at the end of 4 overs.
Yeah, Pushparajan. I remember you used to have to bat all day to make 64. Here he is, he's done it in about 15 minutes, hasn't he? And the Royal Strikers really all the way from that first over it went magical. They've been in complete control here. But look, it's the thing about shorter games. If you can get a couple of decent overs. So imagine here, you get Pushparajan out, you keep it to, let's say 5 and 5, 86 in 6. Well, suddenly that is achievable with someone like Michael Duss. So don't write off the Malta Day side just yet. And I like the going back to Sharma here because he was quite effective in bringing things back in the second over. He will be the one that'll bowl out. And he's going to bowl here in the 5th.
He plays this one out towards long on Pushparajan. The important thing is he gets him off strike now. Let's see how he bowls to Babu.
And so that means that they'll have to go to another bowler in the last over. I wonder who they'll go for. They do have Renzi Jacob in the side. I noticed that. You've got other spin options like Nazir potentially.
This one's gone up in the air. Does it have enough to go over the rope? No, it doesn't. But once again, there's a coming together, and they put down a couple of opportunities like this. The communication hasn't been the best. That one is Azima Basi and Surad Roy.
Well, you wouldn't read about it really. It's the second time that fielders have sport each other, and it's only a 6-over match. A case of too many cooks here for Malta Day at the moment. Maybe they are from the hospital, so maybe it's too many doctors in the surgery. But right now, they're losing the patient, and some of it is self-inflicted. Some of it, of course, just great batting from Pushparajan. And he gets back on strike. Yeah, the little things matter here because if that was caught, again, it would have brought the new batter on strike. Instead, Pushparajan, he's the guy on 65 and he's going at more than 4 a ball at the moment. Can Sharma remove the threat here?
Fine margins determine the outcome of these games, especially when you got even fewer overs. This is, it's played straight to Nazir, who's going to put down a big chance. You can't afford to drop Pushparajan. And he got a feel for Sharma here. He's created 2 opportunities in a row.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I thought it was a catch. It wasn't a bump ball, was it? Yeah, that was a catch. It was flat, and there you saw it was actually really clever bowling from Sharma. But, it's not an easy one, obviously in these conditions as well, but it was a chance to get rid of Priyan, and they drop it.
Just managed to sneak that one inside the tram line.
Highly entertaining stuff so far. But Sharma, he's kind of doing what they wanted. He's gone 1-1-1 dot. Talked about 5 and 5, keeping it within the realms of possibility.
Another huge one here. Has Babu got the distance on this shot? No, he doesn't. But it's going to be put down again. The ball's like a bar of soap for Malta Day right now. Nothing is sticking.
Manuel Anthony that time out there on the deep square leg boundary. Again, another opportunity. Oh, so what's that? 4 catches that have gone down.
3 in this over alone.
Yeah, you're right about that. Crazy stuff, really.
And this is a great delivery by Sharma to end the over. Another quiet over by him. He's bowled a really terrific spell.
Brilliant over. I mean, only 5 off that. You mentioned the 3 drop catches. This is where we are on quarterfinals day. You can see this is quarterfinal number 2. Sweet United already qualifying basically by being the higher ranked team. You can see they were second in Group A. That first quarterfinal was washed out, but we are playing a 6-over second quarterfinal. Still, we got the top dogs to come, don't we, with the edX Knights taking on the Blasters in the 3rd quarterfinal. And then the defending champions goes to Zalmi in a rematch of the ECS final in the year against Southern Crusaders in the 4th quarterfinal. So hopefully we don't have any more rain and we'll get back to 10-over cricket in the second half of the day. But it's been a bit of a frustrating one, of course. You've got to feel for Marsa. They're a team that have a couple of ECS titles, but they won't get the chance to add another one to the trophy cabinet this week. Renzi Jacob is going to bowl the last over now. This becomes huge. Like I said, get Pushparajin out the way maybe, to keep him at the other end if you can't get him out. Maybe you can keep it to about 90, and that basically is equivalent of 15 and over. And with Michael Das there, who's to say they can't do it? So here we go, strap yourselves in. It's last overtime.
He's going for that leg stump Yorker. Doesn't quite get it right, but Pushparaj has missed it. It's come off the outside edge of his bat.
Yeah, it's a proper toe job, really. That is a big slice of luck for Mudda Day. They don't really have any toes left. They've blown them all off by shooting themselves in the foot. But just misjudging the pace of the first ball of Jacob. Can Pushparajin double down here?
This is one other one that's popped up in the air. Someone going to hold on to this. Yes, they will. So a catch has been taken at last. This is a Srijay Patel who holds on to it. And this is the over you said they really needed. Pushparajin departs, and it's a couple of dot balls to start the final over.
Yeah, Priyan just loses his shape there a little bit, loses his front shoulder. And you can see Srijay, he's fired up. And I think we'll be seeing him open the batting in the second half of this game. So you're likely going to have Michael Das and Srijay Patel. That's basically putting all your chips in the middle of the table and saying, look, we're gonna roll the dice. We're going to go for this. And Pushparajin, he's the reason that the Strikers are in control of this game, but still a contest on. Don't judge it too early. He's the third wicket to fall, 81 for 3, and finally, Mudda Day hold a catch.
They put down 4 catches so far this morning. And of course, there's a look at one of our favorite cats of this ground. He got some great felines around here.
You know, when people leave property to their cats, I think the cat owns the ground. I'm pretty sure. But they have a good time here, the cats. They got the little cat house. You've seen that in the car park?
No, I haven't seen it, but we do have a great ginger cat, though.
It's not a kennel, is it? But it's like a kennel for cats. Is there a word for a cat kennel?
Cat kennel is a great bit of alliteration.
All right, here we go. 4 to come. Siddhasan to bat.
This one's gone up in the air, and where is this going to land? It's another catch. It's going to be spilled.
And he'll
pushed
it
over the boundary rope.
Oh, no. Oh, well. Navdeep down there. It was basically a regulation chance. And what's worse, if he just left it alone the second time, at least it wouldn't have been 4. See how it drops? It wasn't going anywhere, but then he fumbles and he knocks it backwards. Like I know in rugby, you have a knock on. That's kind of like a knock back, and it just, you see there, just kisses the rope. Now the next ball is going to be hit. It doesn't beat the infield. Chance of a run out. One is actually cleanly held, but one has been a chaos first 6 overs of the game. Of course, we had the classic match on earlier, Nish, the Romania-Malta eliminator. This one has the same feel, really. Every ball seems like something's happening that's affecting the result.
No, it's been a highly entertaining 6 overs in this first innings. Another outside edge, and it's going to sail over the fielder's head and go away for a 4. You just feel like these little moments keep going modern days, beg your pardon, the Royal Strikers way.
Yeah, it seems that way. But like I said, the way things were going, if you'd offered them 90, probably with their batting, they would have taken it because things were just spiraling out of control when Pushparajin was there. I mean, they were 64 after 3 overs. They were 76 off 4. So at that stage, if you said, okay, it's going to be like low 90s, you'd take it. At least you've got a shot. Jacobs bowled a pretty good last over at the moment. 9 off it with a wicket. Here's the last ball of the first innings of quarterfinal 2.
That's going to be a wide, but can still get run out on the wide. And what's happened here? This is a little bit of miscommunication between Modern Day, and they'll pinch another couple of runs. So.
Super smart running. Really good heads-up play. To be honest, Aquilina, he should have just eaten it. Didn't have to throw this because there's no one backing up. I don't even think it would have been out, to be honest. It was clearly had to be thrown to the bowler, and they turn a 1 into a 3. That's very, very smart cricket from the Strikers. So it'll be 93 with a ball to go. Maximo will set 100.
I don't think this is enough to go over the rope. Let's see if they'll hold on to a catch here. No, it doesn't. It's gone all the way. Huge 6. And it's a target of 100 at the end of 6 overs.
Well, poor Renzi. I mean, he'd been pretty good through the stretch there. But one slot ball too many. And just remember that they kind of got that overthrow, and that was able to change the strike pack. So Babu pumps the last one. Strikers 99 for 3 off the 6 overs. But do not count out Mudda Day. And don't forget Michael Das. I remember I was here with you, Nish. He started the series with a century. And well, if he could do something similarly large, maybe he can keep Mudda Day in the competition. But it's going to be advantage Strikers as they set 100 for Mudda Day to stay alive.
Now, as long as Michael Das is there, you feel Mater Dei have a chance. Here's a look back at some of these drop catches by Mater Dei. They really struggled in the field. We obviously saw the overthrow in that final over, but they put down 5 catches during that innings. It was one of their poorer fielding performances during this series, and it came at the worst possible time. Here's one of the few catches they actually managed to hold on to. Good work there by Surin Roy. There was an enormous amount of miscommunication between the Mater Dei fielders. And this was an important catch taken that final over. Good one by Srijay Patel. That was an absolutely disastrous moment from Mater Dei's point of view. Not only is the catch put down, but it's also pushed over the rope. And the innings would end with a big 6. In the end, the Royal Strikers managed to get 99 runs in 6 overs. So that's a run rate of 16.5. So if you put that out for 10 overs, that means you're chasing about 165. So let's see if Mater Dei are up to this task. It's certainly going to be a very steep one, largely thanks to that man, Priyan Pushparajan. He hadn't made a 50 all ECS, and then he comes up in the first knockout match for the Royal Strikers and plays a big innings. Full credit to him, and he'll be delighted the way he's set up his team in this first innings. Here's a bowling card for Mater Dei. Amar Sharma had figures of 1 for 12, but in all honesty, he deserved way more than that. 3 catches were put down in his bowling. Absolutely stunning. Well, we'll be back in just about a few minutes with our second innings when Mater Dei have to pull off a chase of 100. Let's see if they can do it.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our second quarter final of the day. Fortunately, the first one was washed out, but we've got some great action in QF2. This has been a very exciting match so far. That first innings was incredibly eventful, and the Royal Strikers managed to post 99 runs on the board. You'd say they're well ahead, but that man there, Michael Das, the leading run getter in this European Cricket Series, could easily turn this game on its head. He has been on an absolute tear throughout this series, making 496 runs in the 10 innings he's batted in, an average of 55 and a strike rate of 238. He's been the biggest run getter in this team, way ahead of everyone. You know, just to emphasize how much better he's been than the rest of his teammates, he's made 305 more runs than the second highest run getter in this team. It's been the Michael Das show for modern day, and that's why you feel this team are a bit of a dark horse, because if he can get on a heater for 3 straight games, well, the sky's the limit for them. They might go on and win this entire thing. Of course, I'm Nish Bhatt, and I've got Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, joining me in the commentary box for what should be an exciting second inning.
Well, 100 to win. They're going to have to be pretty good. Here we go.
Starts off with a wide here, Thomas.
Yeah, look, it's a big mountain to climb, but if you had to have 2 mountaineers, probably Michael Das and Sri J Patel, not bad to have. And you just feel strikers, they're in control here, but a couple of big overs, might see the nerve set in. Can Das get on a heater?
Yeah, he's just going to get a bit of a top edge and go away for a 4. So Michael Das starts off his innings with a boundary.
Yeah, and it's a smart shot. Third was up in the circle. Plenty of bat on it. Bit unlucky he didn't get it better and get it for 6. But yeah, to get that, essentially you're chasing something that's in the high 160s if you're going to go on kind of 10 over pace. So you're looking at that kind of 17 and over. Probably like a few more in the power play. Probably maybe like to be around the 35-40 mark after 2. 2 over power play, of course. But really, you know, if Das and Patel both click, then this could be on for Mother Day. Loser, they're done in the tournament.
It's win or go home. We're at that stage of the tournament. Keep in mind, we don't have any eliminators like we had back in February. It's a one match to decide it all for these teams.
Yeah, and look, Das has occasionally lost his form, just kind of his technique, and that's one of those shots. I think he's trying a bit too hard. See if he can get back on track.
And that's how you get back on track, with a big hit. That goes the distance for 6.
Yeah, that's absolutely pounded by Das, and this time it is kind of pullable. It's a bit more towards his body, a bit closer to the stumps, and he turns on it. So, well, Mickey D hoping to climb the mountain. That's a pretty decent first couple of steps there with a 4 and a 6 in the first half of the first over.
If this is the way you make a statement of intent to start off, a big first over would really get modern day going. Keep in mind the strikers started off with a 28-run over. It's a big swing over there, and Savio Thomas gets a dot ball.
That's the one, you know, because they have brought the point boundary in about 2 to 3 meters because of how wet it is over there. And that's where that should go. He's even got a little bit more insurance, but he's just playing the wrong shot to that ball. Need to step across and hit it over the offside. Good comeback by Thomas.
And he was targeting the offside boundary here, made a little bit of room, but it's a couple of dot balls.
But there's a bit of premeditation in it. That's the thing. And he doesn't have to do that. Nego, that's drivable. That's probably one to get forward and hit over cover. Instead, he's backing away. His kind of, his energy is going the wrong way in that shot for where he's trying to hit it. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up. Boundary to stay on track.
This is not the best shot. He's looking for a wide to bail him out, but it won't come. That was not wide. A good first over for Savio Thomas. And maybe you just feel that Michael Das, because of how high this run rate is, you know, he's trying a bit too hard.
Yeah, well, I mean, we said he'd know how many he needs to get. So, I mean, it has to be aggressive, but just a few kind of little judgment errors, I think, in what shot to play. Hey, 237 matches since the Golden Ball, Nish. You broke the streak last time. We've got a couple of days together. So we've got, 3 more quarterfinals here today and 3 finals tomorrow to try and snap it. I think it'd be nice to end the barren streak here in Malta, where we had 5 golden balls earlier this year, including one on Elimination Day, which is kind of the equivalent of quarterfinal day. Could we have one here to do so? Mother Day, they're going to have to get on a big roll. It looks like Siddharthan's going to bowl the second over, which of course is the last over of the power play.
We've come close to a golden ball a few times throughout this series. We've had a number of games deciding the final over. We had a 1-run victory for Sweet United not too long ago.
That was a good game.
Oh, that's a no ball to start off.
Yeah, so this is off the pitch, but I actually think it bounced after the stumps, unless it's over the shoulder. So actually that should just be a wide, and I think they will make the change. You see it there. Same as natural instinct, no ball for off the pitch, but the actual law says that if it pitches after the line of the stumps, then it'll just be a wide. It means it's not a free hit. Das looks confused. He'll have it explained to him. Tim Wheeler standing in the position, gets it spot on in the end. So Patel makes his first legal ball. It's not a free hit.
It's going to be a wide over here. I think it's just kiss the tram line along the way.
Yeah, get some good late movement, maybe too much. Yeah, maybe just getting a fraction of the paint there as it went past the crease. Yeah, Patel, he's a kind of Jekyll and Hyde last couple of days. Can he turn it on when his team needs him the most? That's what good players do.
This has sort of come off the toe end of the bat. It's up in the air, but it's going to clear the rope. So it's a 6 for Patel.
Yeah, and when he's on, he is really, really good with those wrists. You see how he just snapped him at the right moment. He knew from the moment that left the bat, that was out of here.
Yeah, he has an undefeated 82 this series. So we know he's capable of striking. It's batting outside his crease here against Siddharthan. Oh, there's a targets the leg side again. You know, this is where they just need to be a little bit smart. We know they've pulled that boundary on the offside in a couple of meters. You mentioned that, and you know they'd be better served maybe trying to cut deliveries like that. I think Michael Das and Patel will just have a word with each other.
Yeah. So, yeah, you don't really want to fall behind. There's a lot to try and catch up, isn't it? So, at the moment, it's 17 and over or so required. You're basically hoping to be about, let's say, 34 after 2 overs. It does seem achievable.
This is struck down the ground, but it's going to be a very comfortable catch for Chamkor Singh. Just didn't get a hold of that one, Patel. And the first wicket falls for Mater Day. It's a really good start for the Royal Strikers.
Yeah, really good start. And again, just tries that shot again, but this time he's a fraction late on it. And he knows straight away he's gone. In fact, pretty good field position there. Chamkor was very straight, wasn't he? And he takes it easy as you like. That's one thing that Mater Day struggled with, was holding catches. So that'll be the first one down. 19 for 1 in the second.
Yeah, how much do you think his timing was affected by the fact that he had targeted that damp spot?
Yeah, maybe. You know, it's hard to say. But yeah, ultimately, yeah, maybe just skidded on a bit. You're right. It's a bit unusual. I do think that's drying out all the time. You mentioned earlier that it might have been a factor in Mater Day's decision to bowl first, or one of them at least. You can see still there are some of those darker spots where there's a bit more moisture. Gill comes out at first drop.
Oh, it's gone up in the air again. This is a catching opportunity. Is he going to hold on to this? Oh, he attempts an acrobatic catch, but
Great catch.
it was going to be very difficult. Unfortunately, it goes over the rope, and it's a 6.
He's already stepped over at the moment. Ball hits his hand, so he can't really manufacture anything. He kind of sees it, maybe feels the rope under his foot. It's actually a very good catch there. You can see he's hoping to do something fancy, but the moment had already passed, and Gill gets off the mark with the backsimo.
He's just trying to throw it back inside the rope, or maybe toss it to his teammate. That's a 6 to start off for Gill. This just comes off the bottom edge of the bat. Direct hit, he's in trouble, but that direct hit doesn't come.
It's 17 and over. Yeah, 3 boundaries and over is kind of what you're looking for.
No, he's running the long way over there, Gil. Taking the longest possible path to the other end. Got one ball to come in this over. Need a boundary here, Mater Dei. That's an edge, and it's gone! Huge moment, absolutely pivotal moment in this match. The danger man, Michael Dawes, departs. And is this the moment that the Royal Strikers will feel they've taken a big step towards the semi-final?
Well, holding your catches. You know, they win matches. You could see there, Sudasan, he's a guy. He's very solid behind the stumps. He's slightly wrong-footed. See that left foot moving to his left. But what he does well, he doesn't just kind of throw one-handed. He's well balanced enough to get two to it. And it's just a larger surfaced area to take the catch. And Mater Dei, a crippling blow for them. And it ends the second over. Siddharthan with 2 wickets in that over as well. 26 for 2.
Let's have a look at this. Outside edge. And a great catch there by Sudarshan. You know, catching might well prove to be the difference between these two teams. We saw Mater Dei put down 5 in the first innings, but no mistakes so far from the Strikers. Here's a look at the standings for Group B. The Royal Strikers were just 2 points behind Gozo Zalmi, and they finished in second place, which is why they're facing Mater Dei, who are third in Group A.
Coming up next, we'll see the Blasters actually in quarterfinal 3. They finished 4th in Group B, but they'll be taking on Gozo Zalmi.
It's a Priyan Pushparajan coming into bowl. So he played a big innings in the first innings, but really his bowling has been the trademark for him throughout this series.
Pardon me, I meant they're playing the Knights, not Zalmi, because they're in the same group. Anyway, here we go with the start of a new over, and it's going to start with another wicket. So it's 2 on the spin, and Mater Dei, they are falling apart really, aren't they now? Pushparajan, what a game he's having. Delivered with the bat, first ball. It's quite clever. You know, he's not trying to bowl too fast. He's just rocking in, putting it in good channels. Chamkor with his second catch, and you feel like it. Here's a mountain that's going to be too hard to climb now for the men from the hospital. That is 26 for 3 in the third.
They're in dire straits now, Mater Dei. It's very hard to see them pull this one off from here. Let's have a look at this. It's a good catch by Chamkor Singh. It was well inside the rope. Mater Dei now 26 for 3. I need to find a way to get 74 runs and just 23 deliveries. This middle order, who've, in all honesty, struggled for form for much of this series.
Yeah, you can see Pushparajan here, what his strategy is. Just saying, look, going to rock in and bowl pretty straight. And Sharma comes out. I mean, yeah, he's very capable of hitting some boundaries. You're going to have to hit a lot of them. He's just going to start with a long single. Nazir, the captain, to face up for the first time.
Michael Naziri, someone capable of getting on a heater. Saw him make a good undefeated 39 back in the second week of this series. Going to need a similar performance from him here in one of the biggest stages for Mater Dei, facing elimination. Outside edge, no, it's a great attempt at that catch, but it's going to just fall short of the boundary rope. Or has it? Maybe he's just brushed the rope along the way. We'll have to have a closer look at that.
I think he makes the stop. But I tell you what, this would have been an incredible catch. He's prowling for something just like this. You can see there, he had a reach a bit longer than the end of his trousers there, didn't he? Jamshid Kunancharakal. But yeah, just pulled back, I think, in time. But really, every time the ball stays on the field of play, it's a big win for the Strikers at the moment.
Yeah, singles won't hurt Strikers whatsoever. Gonna have to find a way to start clearing the boundary rope here. Mater Dei. Pushparajan, though, he's been so difficult to get away throughout this series. And this is struck towards cover. He's actually bowling a fair bit slower today.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, than he usually does. Usually he bowls off a couple of steps and just rushes it in.
I think partly he knows, you know, he's not going to get his normal run up here. He won't feel as comfortable, even though you do have that kind of extended area. He's just happy bowling these kind of hybrids and it's working. He's just missing, and I've got to say the umpire's been really good. Those LBWs, Priyan begrudgingly agrees, flashes the pearly whites as we get to the end of the third over. And we're halfway through this chase, and Strikers in complete control. Mater Dei, 31 for 3.
You'd feel the captain would come back for the second over. We'll have a look at this comparison. As you can see, Mater Dei, they're a good 33 runs behind where the Royal Strikers were at this stage.
Yeah, and look, they had a very, well, we basically need 20 and over, don't you, from here? Probably more than that. Probably 22 and over, 23 and over. Basically, you need a big over. Now, what's going on here? Maybe Nazir needs to just fix up a glove, or maybe he's been hitting their fingers or something like that. But really, right now, it's looking like the strikers are going to do the job here. And yeah, the winner of this match, well, maybe Andy Nowdy just using it for a bit of deodorant. Unusual use of the magic spray. But they'll actually play the winner of the next match, which is the Knights versus the Blasters, whoever wins this match on finals day tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow we just have time for the 3-match finals day, so it's a straight semi-final, and then final coming up. That'll end our 3-week Malta experience. Clinto Paul to bowl the penultimate over. In fact, it isn't. It's just the 4th over. 3 to come now in the second innings of quarterfinal 2.
Yeah, Clint starts off with just a single, comes off the toe in the bat. Of course, many of you recognize who brought the magic spray on. That's Anita Santosh from the Maltese women's team. She had a great weekend, bowled terrifically against Estonia. Good to see some of the girls turning up here to watch some of the men's action.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really great series last weekend. I enjoyed those matches. First time we'd seen Estonia on the network.
Walks across here, Nazir trying to bash one towards the leg side. It's a good idea in all honesty. Gets the top edge, which goes for a 6.
Yeah, well, been a couple of these. Trying to be proactive. And look, that's the only way this rate's going to come down at the moment. The ball leaving the park. 24 and over required. It's 4 a ball.
You need a boundary pretty much every ball, Mother Day. Walks across his stumps again, and it's a dot ball. And with each dot ball, you just feel the life is sucked out of this Mother Day side.
Yeah, it seems so, doesn't it? And Nazir, hope that lightning would strike twice and maybe gets the top edge for 6 again. But I mean, it's not a bad run rate they're going at the moment, to be honest. But it's just the required rate is so high. Well,
will lightning strike twice? Yes, it will. It's another 6 off that edge over third man.
I don't know if you can practice this, but Nazir, he has got 2 of them out of here, hasn't he? So maybe that's the key. Hoping for a lot of luck, but Nazir, I've not really known for hitting a lot of 6s. But yeah, you can see maybe why Pushparajan kind of slowed things down a bit, because actually the pace of the ball working against the bowlers a little bit in these conditions. Definitely would have a fielder down there though now.
Looks to advance and gives a catch straight to Clinto Paul. Maybe he should have stuck with what was working and stayed nice and still in his crease.
Yeah.
But a bit of nice comeback here for Paul.
He's penalised for getting more bat on it, really. Nazir, it's not timed well at all, but he's off straight away. And you got to respect Michael Nazir as well, the way he leads this team. Obviously, Mudda Day, they've been up, they've been down the European Cricket Series, but you know he's always an enthusiastic captain and participant here in the ECS Malta, and he does the right thing. He's throwing the bat at pretty much everything here. But Clinto Paul, he has the last laugh, doesn't he? And Mudda Day, 44 for 4, brings Sam Aquilina out to the crease. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of Sam. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's been brilliant behind the stumps when he's been on the park for Mudda Day in this series. And well, let's see if he can provide a few highlights here before their campaign comes to an end. Facing the last ball to 4th from Clinto Paul.
He's just going to drop and run over here. So it's a single to start off his innings. As at the end of the 4th over, Mudda Day are 45 for 4. Just having a look at the chat right now. Love this line by Helix. The boys from the hospital are on life support right now. And they talk about an accurate assessment. There's an enormous amount of trouble here for Mudda Day.
Yeah, so, I mean, when we saw an over go for 39 yesterday, that was actually Mudda Day that conceded it. Look, it's a tough one, isn't it? Missed opportunities. I think they look at this, and the fielding is important. I've got to say, the fielding is one of the most improved aspects across the whole of European cricket because of how important it is. Pushparajan is going to be the bowler to bowl his second here. Of course, only one bowler gets to do that. He's in bowl the 5th.
Starts off with a really good Yorker here.
A lot of people asking, how do you keep batters quiet, bowling those kind of deliveries? I mean, Corey's searching for answers, and we were talking about this yesterday, but it doesn't have to be quick, but practice those Yorkers, you know, or close to, and I just think that's the way to limit batters' scoring opportunities. Occasionally they might kind of fluke a boundary off an edge, like a French cut or something like that. You don't see too many guys ramping, which at a higher level of cricket, you probably would see that as a strategy a bit more. But yeah, it's that kind of a ball, just how you're going to get the middle of the bat on it, how you're going to elevate it, you basically can't.
That's what Gozo Zalmi did so well a couple of days ago. They had Rahman out there, was just nailing Yorkers off every delivery. And you can now see that that's required as it crept up to over 36. So even a 6 off every delivery won't do the trick for Mater Dei.
Yeah, so yeah, Pushparaj, I don't think he's got his name set in the player of the match voting at the moment. A couple of balls to go.
This is played out towards long on. I think in retrospect, Mater Dei will look back at this campaign and be pretty pleased with themselves. You know, keep in mind they won just 3 of their 18 games last time around, just snuck in to the elimination round because of those 2-0 results.
Yeah.
So when they come back, you know, go 5-5, you know, not end up with a losing record, and they come up here to the quarterfinals, is going to be a pretty satisfying tournament for them.
Yeah, Pushparaj really showing how to do it. You know, we've seen some really high scores this year. I've actually said a lot of it is the bowlers not getting it right. I think it's up the balls in the bowler's court as far as that goes. And Pushparaj, yeah, he bowled a really good over there. Good spell. So this one's pretty much in the books. Knights coming up. Edix Knights taking on the Bajuba Blasters. Perfect 10 for the Knights. The hero yesterday, Jai Christian Shrambikal, who's listed at 11 there. I don't think he'll stay there for too long the way he batted yesterday. Chasing down 140s against Mater Dei to keep that unbeaten streak alive. Bajuba Blasters 5-5, finishing 4th in their group. A lot of responsibility on Danish Siddiqui in there. Maithani, I think, the captain. You got Narendra Negi, who is a guy we've seen even playing some cricket for the national team during this 3-week adventure as well. But for the Knights, again, they got the big fish at the top, don't they? Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus, which I think... Well, there's going to be a run out here as Aquilina is going to be the next man to go. This one's all academic at the moment. Kudan Chiraka getting a ball. Aquilina thinks there might be a run there. Doesn't really get the response he was hoping for from his partner, Amar Sharma. So that'll be a run out. The 5th wicket down, 47 for 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a Muthu Komaran coming out for Mater Dei. Clearly a very popular player. Got a big round of applause as he came on, so it's going to be a nice moment for him to just get to face a few deliveries at the end of what's been a very interesting campaign for Mater Dei.
Yeah, let's hope so, because they call Muthu the GOAT, the greatest of all time, for various reasons. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet on the European Cricket Tour. He's at the non-strikers end right now.
This is played out towards long off. It's going to be a single for Sharma, and finally, Muthu Komaran is going to get to face the ball, and that Mater Dei dugout will erupt.
Yeah, it's Muthu time, baby. Let's see if he can finish things with a bang, even though they're going down. I'd like to see how many 6s Muthu's hit in his career. I think it's a non-zero amount. I would like to see him add to it here. Oh, he won't there. But I can tell you that Muthu, he has hit 3 6s. That's right. He was on a bit of a barren streak a couple of years, and he did hit a couple earlier in the year. So, all right, come on, Muthu. Over to the GOAT. And he's caught behind.
Unfortunately, there's going to be a little thin edge there.
It's a shame. But, well, Muthu, you still got to love the guy. Even though Mater Dei are going to go down here. We've enjoyed the way they've played their cricket. And Kudan Chiraka will cash in. We might get Derek's first appearance because it is good weather for Ducks.
Oh, don't tell us we're going to Derek the GOAT. And
yeah, you're right. He probably should have a GOAT to follow him off the field. Derek's obviously just having a little break. Or maybe he's going to come out here. That's the way it goes. But Muthu, looking forward to seeing you again soon. That's the way the cookie crumbles here. Mater Dei, like I said, they kind of made their own bed, didn't they? With those missed opportunities in the first half.
Just got a couple more balls left until the World Strikers officially advance to the semi-finals. Yeah, this is going to be very big for them. Of course, the Strikers, they had a great campaign in the group stages last year, but came up short in the semifinals. Let's see if this time around they can actually take that step and make it to the final. They'll, of course, be facing the winner of, I believe, is it the next match? Or
Yeah, the next match. So it'll be either the Knights or the Blasters. Right now, this one's done, and they'll get exactly halfway to where they wanted to go. It's 50, the final score for Malta off the 6 overs. And yeah, you could just see, when those openers went, it kind of killed the contest a little bit, didn't it? But credit to the Royal Strikers. Sometimes when you finish higher, you might get a bit freaked out with a shortened match, thinking that it might be evening the contest a little bit. But they went out there and really, from the start, they had an air of authority about this quarterfinal. And, credit to Malta once again, but they are going to go out at the quarterfinal stage in this series. And the Strikers, they will continue. And like I said, they will play the winner of the Knights and the Blasters tomorrow in their semi-final. But that's 2 quarterfinals now where we have had the qualifiers decided, 2 still to come, and the Knights versus the Blasters, they'll be on the park in 20 minutes' time. So yeah, you can see there, that's how tomorrow's shaping up. The Strikers will be playing the first semi-final tomorrow.
Certainly looking forward to that. But before we move on to the next match, let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. We saw Michael Dost hit a couple of boundaries early, but unfortunately just wasn't quite able to go at the rate he needed to. Patel, who played a big innings yesterday, would depart for just 6 runs here, and that was that edge, that key edge, which just, you feel, took this game away from Malta.
Big difference was they held their catches. Okay, they had slightly different types of catching opportunities, but Malta, they looked like guys running around with saucepans on their head, bumping into each other at times, didn't they? A couple of times. And really, with the big wicket of Das, any realistic hope kind of walked off, I think, with him. Muthu, he made the long walk out to the middle of the Mars International Cricket Ground and back again without scoring. But yeah, Malta again, mixed series for them, 5-5, and just not quite good enough to knock off the Strikers in this quarterfinal. 15 for Nazir turned out to be the top score, but 2 of those were back Samoas that I don't think he really meant. Dust with 10. That was all he was able to get. Patel, although he cracked 1-6, wasn't able to do too much more. Just a bit more disciplined, I think, as well with the ball, and also in the field, the Strikers only gave up 3 wides, and they held almost all the opportunities. I think one tough one just getting away. As far as the bowling, Pushparajin, he had a brilliant game as well with the bat, including that 1 for 7 with the ball.
Yeah, player of the match performance by Pushparajin. Figures of 1 for 7. He's been an incredible all-round cricketer throughout this series. As in the end, the Royal Strikers will advance to the semi-finals. They take this one by 49 runs. A really, really impressive margin when you consider this was a 6-over match.
Yeah, it's a big score to put up, and Sanathan, a couple of wickets in the second over, kind of putting things to bed. Kanan Chiraku finishing well as well. We'll take a break, and we should be back on schedule with some 10-over cricket coming your way back in about 15 minutes. The next game, we'll see the undefeated NX Knights take on the Pajuba Blasters. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on quarterfinals day with Nishay Butt. We'll see you after this short break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back, and it is quarterfinals day here in Malta. Coming up next, we have quarterfinal number 3. So in this one, we are going to see the EDX Knights. They're undefeated, a perfect 10 out of 10 in the group stage, and they're going to take on the Bajiba Blasters. They finished 4th in their group. Of course, coin toss also important, and it is Stefan Gooch with the 2 teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in quarterfinal number 3.
Bajiba to call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Good luck. All the best. Good luck. Bajiba Blasters won the toss. They are bowling. Back over to you guys in the com box.
Thanks, Stefan Gooch. And yeah, it is the Blasters won the toss, elected to bowl, and so the Knights going to bat first. When he's down here, Mr. Maximo in the central commentary position with Nish Butt. And Nish, look, the Knights, they've gone flawless so far, 10-0. An 11th win would get them into finals day.
They certainly would, and the Blasters, they're a really, really strong side. Don't let that 5-5 record make you think they're weak. I think they're one of the best 4th place sides you're going to see in a European cricket series. And we've talked a lot about the 2 key men for the EDX Knights. They're right there at the top of your screen. Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus. But yesterday, we saw the lower order come to the party as well.
Yeah, they did. And how about Trumpicao? I mean, that innings got them across the line yesterday. But, you know, it was a test of their depth. It's a test that they passed. But, I mean, as we've seen many more times, and well, many times in the past, and we will see many more. Group form is one thing, and obviously it's a good thing to have in the bank, but this is knockout cricket, and you know the Blasters, if they can turn it on with some of their key players today, who knows, maybe they can end the Knights' run. And it reminds me a little bit of, you know, Massa going down in a quarter after winning plenty of group matches before here in Malta. But the Knights, they have never won a European cricket series here in Malta. They've gone pretty close a couple of times, 72% favourites here. They will open the batting here. So, look, no surprises who we're going to see out there. It'll be Stanislaus and Basil George to get going. Looks like Stanislaus is going to face up, so something a bit different. Normally Basil faces up, but probably not too bothered about it. Let's see if the Blasters can get these key wickets, because you feel that that really does hold the key to this contest.
Absolutely. They've got to strike early, and they're very lucky. They've got a couple of bowlers who've been in great form taking wickets. Obviously, Narendra Negi, he's been very impressive. But Amar Sharma as well, 28 wickets between the 2 of them. They're the top 2 wicket takers in this ECS, and they both play for the Blasters.
Yeah, so the Blasters, they're one of the most improved teams in Malta, really. Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, you got Surya behind the stumps there, ready to go. Maitani, their captain, he's a good cricketer. This guy, Narendra Negi, he's just a genuine match winner. So I don't think the Blasters will be too intimidated with the prospect. They'll be happy, look, that they're here. Obviously, 4th, not the greatest result in the group stage. We're probably a better team than that. Anyway, here we go with the start of quarterfinal number 3.
That's going down the leg side. It's going to be wide to start off for Negi, so a little bit of a loosener.
Interesting, you might notice that the non-strikers actually on the same side as the bowlers bowling, and that is permissible with the permission of the umpires. Maybe it's one of those issues that side is slightly easier to run on. So as long as they're wide enough, I don't see too much of a problem with that. We actually saw it at the ECL a couple of times when the field became a little bit damp in places.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, because we noticed that in the first match as well, where batter was up on the same side as the bowler. Still waiting for our first legal delivery of this innings.
I mean, the Knights would be a boil over if they were to lose this, but it's a bit of a banana peel game, isn't it, against the Blasters? They've got nothing to lose here, really. Both these teams sporting some pretty snazzy new kits in this tournament as well.
Yeah, 2 beautiful kits for this team. Goes a bit too straight there, Negi, and he's going to get punished for it. Stanislaus off the mark with a boundary. Yeah,
and that'll do. It's just a little bit too straight, isn't it? Stanislaus, he's looked really good. He could have scored even more runs, you know. Sometimes he's made starts and found a way to get himself out. And Samuel, I remember when I first saw him in European Cricket Series cricket back in late 2020. He was dominant. He's a guy we did see as part of the Malta squad in the ECC as well. Of course, we were watching some of that earlier on today, weren't we? When we had that rain delay at the start of the day.
He's going to go for the big shot here again, Stanislaus, but it's going to be fielded in the deep by Rocky Dianish, so it's just a single.
Yeah, I want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. James Stewart watching from Estonia. Of course, it's great to see the Estonian women's team last weekend in the ECIs. Hello to Steve McVeigh in Portugal, to Kroom in the UK, to Nico Fernando, who's watching from Italy as well. Plays his cricket for Kent Lanka there in the Italian competition. Hello, Nico. Always great to see you. And yeah, not too far away from the final, believe it or not, of this tournament. Only about 24 hours away. Maybe 25 hours away.
Russell George was just to push this towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a tight single, but they'll get there on time.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight one. You don't see these two playing small ball too often. I had a feeling if that hits, he would have been gone, and he would have been gone.
There's a huge over here. Nagy can get rid of one of these too early. They could have a huge, huge impact for the Blasters. Oh, goes for the big heave over there. Stanislaus, and that's where he's going to get his opportunities, Nagy.
That's so close to castling Stanislaus. He just loses his form here. Suri was kind of sent the wrong way a little bit. Close call for Samuel. And Sadhu Ratnaka in the chat saying, yeah, for the Blasters to win today, they need early wickets.
This one's going to be a bit too wide. You can see Stanislaus tried to chase it. You can just see that pitch is starting to dry out a little bit. It was very moist this morning, but just starting to see some of the little bit of moisture is leaving it. It should be a good batting wicket. This one goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah, just lost his control a few times here, Nagy. Nagy's a bit of a back-end specialist as well with the bat. But the big question is, how many will the Knights get? How many will these two get? I suppose batting first, the Knights won't be too bothered if they chase or if they don't chase, but the Blasters will have a bit of an advantage, I suppose, of knowing exactly kind of the risks they might need to take. And they've got some good players as well. Probably Siddiqui to open up. He's a guy who's delivered in big games before. Islam listed to open as well with him. Matani, the captain, at 3. Nagy at 4.
Goes for the big heave here. I'd have Nagy opening the batting right up front. I mean, he's a big game player. He's been good throughout the series. I think Islam, you know, there have been times he's been a touch too slow throughout this series.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Or maybe, I mean, like Matani as well. He's going to want to push him to the front as well. But anyway, 9 off his first over. Can the Knights finish it with a bang?
And this might be the bang they needed to finish the over. It goes the distance. Stanislaus hits his first maximum of the innings. And it's a nice way to end the first over. 15 off it.
Yeah, Stanislaus, he just kind of lost his shape with some of those deliveries a couple of times. Going a bit too square, but yeah, that one he certainly nailed. End of the first over. 24 days, which basically equates to 3.5 weeks until the ECCW. Now, there was some breaking news that we revealed yesterday that France will not be competing in the ECCW. There's a bit going on with cricket in France at the moment. So, yeah, the England 11 will take their place. So, yeah, great opportunity for maybe some of our viewers from the UK if you want to come and support the English girls. They will be there. And, of course, 23 matches in that tournament. And, yeah, we've had a lot more women's cricket on ECN. It's been one of our objectives to really try and show the women's game as much as we can and develop it. And I think it's been a really successful year. And hopefully more to come in 2024. Here's Anish Siddiqui for over number 2.
Oh, terrific delivery there by Siddiqui. And, you know, whenever George just tries to play these little nudges around the corner, he actually struggles with them. He's a lot better when he looks to play the big shots.
Yeah, I mean, Basil probably knows it's a big game as well. So maybe not batting with the freedom that we've seen in some of the group games where the pressure wasn't on as much. Not that the pressure will bother him too much. It's just a slight mindset thing. Obviously want to have a look at Siddiqui first, but he almost gets a little touch on that one.
Yeah, but going back to the ECCW, I think England 11 getting introduced there suddenly gives Netherlands a really stiff challenge. This is a terrific shot by Basil George. Clears the boundary rope with ease. Flat 6.
Boom, boom, Basil. He is ready for business. And yeah, I mean, just gets the width there, doesn't he? The ball that beat him was a bit straighter. And Dinesh, he's a good cricketer. I remember he was fairly new to the island. He was searching for a side. He found that the Blasters were a good fit for him, and he's certainly delivered for his club. And he's got the big job here, bowling to Basil George. But what a shot that was. Cracked over point for 6.
He's going to go towards the offside again. It's got enough to go to the rope. Basil George with back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, a bit streaky this one as well. Basil was anxious when it came off the bat. I mean, the Knights, a team that are very, very good, but they haven't won an ECS title. They're kind of always the bridesmaids here, going down to Master a couple of times. Once it was the weather that cost them, in fact, with the final unable to be completed. So you can just tell this is something that they want to tick off their bucket list. It's just maybe a bit more tension than usual with these opening pair.
Oh, that's a good delivery there by Siddiqui. It's a nice comeback. It's a little bit of variation by him, and Basil George, he's just trying to push at it.
I mean, looking at the Blasters, they are known for like pulling off the odd big chase. Now they have been able to do kind of chases in the 130s, a bit more than other teams have. Saw the Knights pull off a pretty good chase of their own yesterday against Malta Day.
Oh, this could be tight, but it's probably pitching outside the leg stump, which is just going to spare Basil George's blushes.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Again, just this has been the channel where he hasn't really made a definite decision to whip. That's the kind of ball that we would often see him trying to turn over mid-wicket, but I agree with you there. Just pitching outside the leg stump. Umpires have been excellent on LBWs. And people are really quick to hang criticism on umpires if they don't agree with the decision. I've got to say that the officials have done a really, really good job during this tournament.
Oh, he goes for the Yorker here, but Basil George, with his wonderful bottom hand, manages it to elevate it over long off for a 6.
Yeah, and that's such a good shot because it's an attempted Yorker and he only just misses. But how about the hand speed of Basil to kind of break the wrists, to lift it up and out of the ground. And that's the end of the second over. Looking at where the Knights finished up, 10-0, but they had a pretty close call against Malta Day last night. It was Joe Christian and Strambickel that pulled it out of the fire, so a perfect 10 for them. But I mean, I remember Sweet United, they finished 7-3, but earlier in the season they finished 18-0, and they went down in the final, the semi-final it was at that stage. And so, yeah, group performance is something that's great to have behind you, but doesn't necessarily guarantee you the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about how you perform over these couple of days. Oh, what an incredible shot by Stanislaus. Picks that one up and deposits it over the boundary rope. Incredible hit.
Yeah, and well, these two just settling a bit, I think. Blasters have been pretty close to grabbing a wicket or two, but they haven't been able to break through, and the longer these two stay there, I think it spells even more trouble for the Bajiba Blasters.
You got a question coming in here from Julian Dawson. He's asking whether we know how the team for the England 11, the ECCW, will be selected.
Yeah, I mean, my information is it'll happen the same way as the men's. So it's kind of an all-star team from the NCCA, which is the National Counties competition. That is what I've heard. I suppose, the England Cricket Board, England Ways Cricket Board can pick it however they like from eligible players. That's typically how it's done.
This one is just going to take a few bounces, and it's a good bit of fielding by Jade Islam. We're going to have a look at just to confirm if that's a clean bit of fielding, but he might have saved us on a couple of runs.
This is close because I'm looking at the last step. Look at Jahid, this step here. See? Does he get... Yeah. To me, he's... technically, he might be all right because if you step on the rope, you have to re-establish yourself in the field of play. I actually think technically that's okay because because the foot's off the rope by the time he touches it. So genuinely, I think my initial reaction was it was 4, but on closer look, I think it's not 4. And benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder as well. But he actually steps on the rope twice, but look at his toe. His toe's back in the field of play, and it's not touching the rope anymore. So I actually think that's a real technical one. It'll be interesting to see what the umpires think. But I think it's not a 4. Let's see if I'm right. I'm not 100% with getting these right in agreement. But yeah, let me show you. He touches the rope twice, but by the time that he touches it, his toe's in the field and it's not touching the rope. See, look, his heel's up now. He hasn't grounded the other foot yet, so I actually think that's a good stop. But they're taking their time. See, now it lands, but it's a clean stop. And yeah, it's a strange one. But
Yeah, I think the on-field decision is that it's well, decision I should say from the third umpire is that
Just
it's
a
a clean
two.
bit of fielding.
yeah, they get it right. That's a super technical one. But basically, you're allowed to go outside the field to play. But if you are going to your first contact of the ball, you need to have re-established yourself in the field to play, which you did in a way by lifting that heel off the ground. So that's actually very, very good officiating there to get that right.
This is a good ball here by Nagy. Back of a ledge, just zips through to the keeper.
You see everything in the European Cricket Series, don't you? That was a very interesting one. But think about it like basketball. Basketball, you can't jump from the field outside. You have to get back on the court, and essentially he does that just in time.
That goes a bit too straight there, Nagy, and he's going to get punished by Stanislaus. Another great hit by him behind square leg.
Yeah. Well, might have stopped one boundary, but it's not going to stop more happening. Nagy has been pretty expensive here, despite having some bright spots with the ball, but he's gone for 28 off 10.
The overpitch delivery, it's going to beat mid-off and go away for a 4. Stanislaus continues to attack Nagy, 17 off this over so far.
Yeah, this is a better shot. I think sometimes he's been getting a little bit lazy, Samuel, trying to hit things leg side that don't need to go that way. I mean, there are some that did deserve to go that way, but I think that's more his technique, straight bat to balls that are fairly straight, and maybe a little bit inside out. That's good batting.
So a couple more runs here, and they'll get their 50 inside the power play. It's been a great power hitting display to start off this innings. Just gonna go back here, Nagy, and re-roll this one.
Yeah, Steve McVeigh continuing the discussion about the women's side for the England 11. Yeah, I suppose. But, we'll see how that takes place over the next couple of weeks. I have to actually name the squad pretty soon, so we might be able to have some names that we can see where they're playing their cricket. Anyway, there will be an amateur team, I know that, as we get to the end of the third over. And it's 49 without loss at the end of the power play.
This is an ECC sort of start, isn't it, by the Knights? I think a lot of teams during the ECC were targeting 50 runs inside the power play. They get to 49 to start off this quarterfinals. You can see those nice tall towers they're building to start off this innings, and there's a lot of pressure now, and the Blasters will be playing catch-up for the rest of this innings.
Stairway to heaven, isn't it? At the moment, 15, 16, 18. But this is a youngster. He's impressed me a lot. Jahidul Islam. He's the man that made that kind of unusual stop on the boundary in the last over. And now he's going to bowl over number 4. And this guy is built for pace bowling, isn't he, Nish?
He certainly is a big, tall bowler. Gets a lot of bounce and carry. We'll just take a look at his really good bit of fielding out in the deep. I believe he's played some youth cricket in Bangladesh as well. And he's got an incredible amount of pace. Let's see if he's going to bowl at a full pelt over here. I think for him it's just about whether he will not overdo it with the short ball at times. Oh, it's an outside edge, but there's a protection in the deep, so it's just going to be one run.
Yeah, you've got to turn this innings around. You can't be chasing 160 or something like that, I think, with the Knights bowling. And they have been pretty good with their bowling as well, bowling one side of the wicket, not bowling as many bad balls as other sides. And I think you're hoping you can keep it maybe 120 from here. I think to do something like that, you are going to have to get these guys in the first half of the innings or close to.
Let's go around the wicket here to Basil George. Bowls a nasty slower ball. This, beg your pardon, shorter ball. Islam's got a good bouncer, but sometimes he just overdoes it a bit and starts bowling extras because of it. Let's see if he can use it effectively as a weapon in this innings. Goes for that wide Yorker here. He's certain there's an edge, but the umpire's going to signal this a wide.
Yeah. Andy Nowdy, experienced official now. This one, I don't think comes back enough. It's definitely a big wide. It might have heard a noise, but might have been the bat hitting the ground there. Seemed like a good decision.
This is going to be good to watch. Jahidul Islam bowling at full pace. Basil George, one of the finer cricketers in this country.
Knights up to 82%. So you need to do something in quick. You see Knights bringing up their 50. The 50 partnership as well coming up at the start of the fourth over.
It's gone up in the air. He hasn't timed it as nicely as he would like, but it's still going to go the distance. That's how good Basil George is. You can just see a little bit of a wry smile there by Islam. He knew he almost had Basil.
Yeah, and you can see Basil was a bit anxious when that came off the bat. But I mean, that's the thing about good players. They seem to be able to miss hit sixes in this format. We see it with guys like Nabi from France. Drew, his club winning the ECC, or the ECL, I should say, earlier in the year, the Champions League European cricket. Basil's another one of those players that has unnatural power.
Now this is a brilliant shot. Where is it going to end up, though? It's going to clear the rope. And the fielder's going to take the catch outside the boundary, so it's another six, back-to-back sixes for Basil George.
Good catching practice. I mean, this is where the rope's been brought in about 2 or 3 metres. And it'd be interesting to see if it was back. It's kind of in the corner of where it was brought in, so I'm not sure if it would have landed in the field of play, the boundary we had yesterday, but that's because of the rain that we've had. We've had something like 25 mils of rain in the last 24 hours, so quite incredible how this field's been able to suck it up, because I know it hasn't actually rained for a fair while in Malta before yesterday.
Just trying to get one to go across Basil George, going over the wicket. And he gets the line wrong, and it's going to be signaled to wide.
Got to say, that's good pace from Islam. That really whistled through. And he's hoping maybe George can get a little feather on one of these away from his body. We know Basil, he's not huge on footwork. I mean, he does have some good footwork, but he's more one of these kind of keep their head still, they play with a fairly correct shape kind of players. And so if you can draw it away from his body a little bit, yeah, it might go for 6 if he middles it, but you might just be able to pick him up as well.
Oh, good ball here by Islam, right on the money. I think he's a lot better off going over the wicket to Basil George, just because when he was going around, you know, it helps Basil George target that shorter boundary.
I think it's a good strategy to the left-hander, just to use that natural angle to your advantage. Yeah, but Islam, he's a guy, he's a wicket taker. You can see he's built to take wickets. Be pretty good, I think, in the longer form of the game as well. Bowls a heavy ball. Stanislaus, 29 off 12. He's off to a flyer as well. Let's see how he deals with what Jahidul is delivering. And he goes to the bouncer. That's a spicy delivery. We called it wide. And you see Islam. If he was an emoji, it'd be the eye roll emoji here, because I think it was a pretty good bouncer. Check it out here on the replay. Probably a good call from the officials.
Yeah, that's the thing with Jahidul Islam. He's got a good bouncer in his arsenal, but just needs to make sure he doesn't overdo it and start leaking extras. Lee Tuck in the chat here from Malta Cricket saying that is the pitch playing a bit flatter? Carry seems a bit lower than usual. And this is going to be struck towards long off. It's going to take a few bounces before a bit of foot fielding by Nagy is going to prevent a boundary.
Yeah, he will. Improvisational stuff. I mean, when Jahid's bowling, it's looking like it's carrying through okay. Maybe it's been a bit skiddy because of that rain that we've had. It was pretty well covered, but you could see there were some kind of spots where the moisture, because of the quantity of it, did kind of get onto the surface. So, yeah, maybe a bit skiddy, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's been a lot slower than usual or a lot lower than usual. Last ball of the fourth over coming up.
Basil George goes for that big swing towards the leg side, but because of his angle going across, he's not quite able to get a hold of it. The Knights are 67 for no loss at the end of 4 overs.
Yeah, so Islam has his moments where he looks dangerous, but even he goes for 18 in that over, and it just has been consistently heavy scoring from the undefeated Knights so far. They do look like a team on a mission, don't they? And will the Blasters maybe go for a change of pace here? I need to do something, because the longer Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus are out there, you know the boundary's going to come. Going for Maithani now. I think this is a good move in the 5th over.
Yeah, the captain coming in here to take charge of the situation. Oh, it was a little too short and wide But he's lucky there's some protection out on the deep, so it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, they'll take that. And so now over to Basil. The other thing about these two, left-hand, right-hand combination, you're always kind of forcing the bowlers to adjust their lines. Maitani needs to be brave against Basil George.
And Basil George is going to strike it away for a 4. He's just bowling it a touch too short here, Maithani, for his speed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here, it's, to be honest, I don't think it was a bad ball at all. But Basil George, he just timed that exquisitely. And yeah, it's not like a big forward movement to the ball. Just kind of holds his weight and then launches the right moment. Again, you see here, uncorks the hands. And, well, it's going to be a little bit of a double touch here. Beats the offside trap. They'll scramble back and they'll get 2 in the end. But yeah, George looking very, very good. And more drama out there on the deep cover boundary.
I always find it interesting when Siddiqui and Doble are fielding together on that side because they both do plenty of foot fielding. There was a moment a few days ago when they were passing the ball to each other and knocking about.
That's good bowling. It's a little bit slower, I think. You know, I do think you have to just kind of dial up and down your speed a bit. You don't want to get too one-paced. It was kind of maybe about 10% slower. It wasn't a huge variation, but yeah, just little variations can maybe throw him out a bit.
Yeah, this is going to go for 4. You could just see he was going for glory there, Maithani. He was trying to hit the leg stumps, but he's got it all wrong, and it's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, I don't mind the strategy to go at the stumps because maybe he can get him out. He showed you all 3 there, but Maithani overdoes it, puts it down the leg side, allows Basil to free his arms. You see there, I think it would have been a lot tougher if that actually had been on the stumps. It would have been tough for him to catch up with, but Basil, off to the races, 40 or 15.
Incredible start by Stanislaus and Basil George. They're just continuing that terrific form they had throughout the group stages. Oh, great comeback here by Maithani. That's exactly where he needs to be bowling it. 12 runs off the over.
Yeah, so it'll be 79 with that loss after 5. But yeah, that little bit of swing, sideways movement, that's how you can get good players in trouble as well. And so it's a chance for us to have a look at how we're tracking in quarterfinals day. And yeah, Malta, unfortunately for them, weren't able to get on the park in the first quarterfinal. So Sweet United will make it to the semis this time around. And Raw Strikers, in a 6-over contest, were able to take care of Mudda Day, ending their title hopes. Knights Blasters watching right now. Goes to Zalmi. They're waiting in the wings, top of Group B, to take on the Southern Crusaders. And that is a rematch of the ECS final from earlier this year. So yeah, looking forward to that one immensely.
Here's Doble coming into ball for the Blasters. And what an incredible hit by Basil George. You could just hear the thud off the pavilion. This is an impressive shot.
And he's so quick to pick up the length here. And you see, it's not really a huge kind of back foot movement, but it's very well struck.
Oh, and is there an edge here? Yes, there is. Doble responds to the 6 by getting a wicket off the next ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge moment in the game, isn't it? I mean, we had a ball that crashed into the clubhouse, but now it's Basil George heading back to the clubhouse. Can that be the start of something more? Can the Blasters parlay that into some momentum? This guy, he's so dangerous. But again, it's a ball that's in a good spot that gets him, isn't it? Suresh Dabal is the man. Yet a little bit of seam away, and if anything, can scratch the bottom of the bat from Basil George, and he's quick to go. First wicket falls. The opening partnership is broken, 85 for 1.
I could sense the frustration. Basil George has slammed the bat onto his pads. Falls 3 runs away from a half century, but that was a very impressive innings by him. Gets his side off to a great start. Now goes too short and wide here, Doble, and he's gonna get punished by Manu, who hits a 4. Every run being cheered by the Knights.
Yeah, why wouldn't they as well? They're a side, they've been heartbroken in finals time and time and time again. And although it's a good start, it's only a start. And now out of Manu. It's been a no ball, and I bet this is for too many outfielders. I think with the right-hander coming in, they've just been dozy. And Manu spotted it, and he said, hey, look at that. And the umpire said, yeah, you're right. That's no ball. And so here comes a free hit. Manu gets 4 off the first ball that won't even count as legal delivery. Free hit time.
And where is this one going to land? It's just in front of the fielder at square leg. It's a single off the free hit.
Yeah, Dobal, though. Huge moment in the game. And can still pull this back. They're going to have to be good, though.
It's going for that wide Yorker, but it's just gone over the tram line. And it's going to give up a wide here, Dobal.
Good umpiring again. It was straight over the tram line. And once again, I'll keep saying it, but they deserve some recognition. The umpires, they're put to the test in this format of the game. It's so frenetic.
And he goes for the big shot here. This one is skied. It's up in the air. And it's a good attempt by the fielder to take the catch, but unfortunately, he's going to push it over the boundary rope. And they continue to score runs at an alarming rate.
Yeah, and that's a real opportunity. This is why you hang a ball out there. Would have been a wide, but Samuel went over it. 2 hands to it. That's him on Islam. And what's worse, it gets across the rope for 4. So a missed opportunity. Stanislaus dropped on 31.
This is another gorgeous shot. It's going to go through the fielder's hands. It was always going to be a tough attempt for Siddiqui. And it's gone the distance for a 6. 23 runs off this over so far.
And how quick things can change. Stanislaus might have been gone, and since the moment the ball banged off the hands of him on Islam, he's put 10 more on the board. Hundreds up for the Knights. Last ball, the 6th.
Oh, he's going to cut this away, and it's going to be a 4. Stanislaus continuing some of the good work we saw from Basil George earlier.
Yeah, it's good placement that time. That was just hit so hard. End of the over. Trouble at the old mill for the Blasters, who are getting blasted at the moment. 106 for 1 after 6.
27 runs off that over. Absolutely incredible from the Knights' point of view. We'll have a look at the scorecard. And once again, it's the Stanislaus George show. George, of course, getting dismissed in that previous over, but 27 runs came off it. And, well, right now, the sky's the limit for the EDX Knights. Where are they going to end up? I think 170s, 180s, certainly on the cards. This one's popped up in the air. And there's going to be a couple of fielders underneath it, but they're going to run into each other. And this could be nasty. I hope Siddiqui's all right. Nagy went charging to catch that one, but he's run into Siddiqui. It's gone for 6 as well. But I think the big concern here is, are those 2 fielders all right?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. Siddiqui's a key player. Glad to see him get up off his own steam. But we seen plenty of this today. We saw Muddy Day crashing into each other twice. You talked about the fact that the players haven't really been communicating, just a kind of glancing blow, the trailing shoulder there. Siddiqui goes down, the ball goes down. Another boundary. Blasters compounding their issues here in quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, other Manu, he's just come in, and in 3 balls, he's hit a 6 and a 4, just continuing the good work the 2 openers have done for the Knights.
Yeah, tough one to swallow, but again, you just got to keep playing the ball in front of you. Can you get these guys out? Can you keep it to something chaseable, maybe 140s, 150s if you bat perfectly? Manu has other ideas. He's going to whack this one away leg side, and the carnage continues for the Knights, putting the ball out of the park consistently, this time on the bounce.
Good looking swivel there by Manu. He strikes a boundary, and you would have thought that once George was dismissed that maybe this run rate would just start to trend downwards, but it's not been the case at all. Manu has come in. He is batting terrifically. Stanislaus has picked up his strike rate as well. And it's just been an incredible display of hitting by the Knights. The alarm bells are ringing right now for the Blasters. This has gone up in the air, and by the sound of it, it's also going to go over the rope. It's another 6 for Yadav Manu. He moves on to 21 of just 6 deliveries.
And he's a guy, he's looked dangerous when he's been out there. Sometimes he's been a quiet achiever, but there's a reason he's batting in the top 3. They think he's the guy that can kind of keep up the standards set by the openers. And at the moment, he's made a magical start. Knights sent in, and that's the ball getting sent most of the time at the moment. Good shot.
Oh, this is another really impressive shot by Manu. It's another 6, his third 6 this over, and make that 3 consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of slot, isn't it, from Maitani? Good shape. He hits it fairly straight, resists the urge to go too square with it. Good shot selection. His decision-making's been spot on so far, Manu. He looks like he's on.
And Manu is just going to play this one out towards long on, where Siddiqui will be there to field. It's a single to end the over. Absolutely incredible. 50 runs of these last 2 overs for the edX Knights. The Blasters, well, they'll feel like they've woken up on the wrong side of bed. Here are the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll be done here in Malta tomorrow. We've got a big finals day coming up, but then we'll close out our season in Spain. We'll head over to Spain for an great weekend of international action. Of course, the Spanish cricket team will be playing Portugal and Romania. And then we have our final ECS of the year in Barcelona as well, before we head back down south to Cardama for our curtain closer, the ECCW.
Yeah, and so it's going to be great to be back in Spain. Of course, last time we had some ECN cricket there was the European Cricket Championship for men back in September and October. Barcelona to host the first internationals ever in that city on the weekend. Anyway, Islam, I like this move because Manu's on a heater, but he hasn't really had to deal with too much of Islam, who is a guy who could get him. That was a good first ball, well located.
Just a little bit of movement away off the pitch there by Jahid Islam. This is going to be an important over. They need this one to be a quiet one just to keep things manageable for them in the second innings.
Yeah, without doubt. Islam trying to break this partnership, which is off to a rollicking start.
Straying onto the pads, but just got enough pace where Manu doesn't quite hit it as cleanly as he'd like, and it's going to be a single.
Stanislaus actually hasn't had too much of the strike in this innings, but when he has had it, he's looked pretty good. Probably had I won't say nervy start, but he just had a start where he wasn't quite as tight as he would have liked with his technique, but it's looked pretty good since then. You can see the pitch drying out as well. You know, that fullish or good length patch has seemed almost completely drying out.
Yeah, this is going to get better and better to bat on. That might be the only sign of encouragement for the Blasters. And Stanislaus is going to depart over here. A good catch taken by Siddiqui. We saw him just run into his teammate earlier, which prevented him from taking the catch. No problem here whatsoever. Stanislaus falls 5 runs short of his half century.
Good to see him back up and about. Yeah, that's good signs, isn't it? But yeah, Stanislaus, I think, was just over-muscled there by Jahid. He tried to get on the pull, but was a little bit late on it, presented an opportunity. And so that's an important piece of the puzzle for the Blasters, trying to work their way back into this contest. But yeah, still a pretty good innings that from Samuel as he departs 130 for 2.
It's Mohammed who has come out here for the Knights. Saw him play a really good innings yesterday. Nias Mohammed made 23 of 10 in that impressive comeback win for the Knights against Mater Dei. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, it's just straining to the new batter, Nias Mohammed. But yeah, like I said, you can still potentially, it's not easy, but maybe keep this into the 140s if you can really get on top of Nias early, if you can get Manu. And look, it's a lot to get, but you know what you have to do. And like I said, they've got some firepower of their own. Players like Negi, for example. And we talked a bit about the captain, Maitani, as well. Siddiqui as well.
Jahid Islam, once again, he goes for that shorter ball. It's probably a bit too short. Just have a look at the umpire's decision.
Oh, it's a very ambitious extra run. Yeah, this actually just takes off. I don't even know if it's above the shoulders. Maybe it's around the shoulders when it goes past the batter, but it just keeps on climbing. Have a look. Here it is. Yeah, it's probably, it is just over the shoulder, maybe shoulder high. But then the keeper couldn't deal with it. But they really made a decision here to go for a second based on the fact that there was just no one covering the stumps. He says, look, I'm going to go for it. And yeah, even saw the throw wasn't going to hit the stumps. And so that's really good scramble from the Knights, who are still hungry despite the fact the score is looking healthy at the moment.
All right, he's going for the short one again. I think here is it underneath shoulder height?
Yeah, probably. I think it is just maybe around chest height. Of course, yeah, he spent his bounce already. You only get one per over.
If that was shoulder height, it would have been a no ball.
You don't need that right now either. 170 pace at the moment for the Knights.
Yeah, 4 runs off this over so far. Can he close it out strong, Islam? This is going to be played out towards mid-wicket. Just going to be a single. So 5 runs off that over in the end. We said that they need 1 quad over the Blasters just to try to keep this total manageable. A little bit of a damage limitation there by Jahidul Islam, as the Knights are 134 for 2 and still have a couple of overs left.
Yeah, he's a good young player, Islam. I hope we see more of him. He's a guy that I think, if he lives here long enough and stays here long enough and qualifies for the national team, I could see him troubling good players and higher ranked countries, batters from higher ranked countries. I just think he's got the mechanics there. He's got the size. He's pretty accurate as well. This probably isn't his most preferred form of the game. Here's Dobal coming back for the next over.
There's an edge there, and he'll be gone. So it's a wicket for Dobal, his second one of this innings.
Yeah, it's pretty healthy edge and well held by Surya behind the stumps. Just a flash outside the off stump from Niaz Mohammed. Again, it's not rocket science really. If you can put the ball where you want it, at least you give yourself a chance, don't you? There's the ceremonial bat swap. As Niaz, his stay is a little bit too brief for his liking. He goes for just the single, and in the 9th over, it's 134 for 3.
Just 1 run for Mohammed off the 4 balls he faced. And here's Tulsidaran, who played a brilliant cameo yesterday, made 25 of 8, struck 4 sixes during his brief stint at the crease. Well, that was a very, very effective innings for his side. Can he pull out something similar here today? This one has gone up in the air. This could be a catching chance. Is the fielder getting underneath it? He is. And Jahid Hassan will take that. So Dobal is on a hat trick. And this has been some really good stuff these last 7 balls by the Blasters. They've just started to put some pressure back on the Knights.
Yeah, Vishnu Thulasidaran, he's actually a pretty good striker himself, but he got completely, I won't say carried away, because I suppose there's that time, isn't it, where it takes bravery to go from ball 1, but he skies. I think the keeper wanted that originally, Surya, but then basically Islam saying, no, that's straight down my throat. Just let me stand here and catch it. And he made no mistake. So 2 wickets fall on 2 balls, 134 for 4. And Dobal, well, he's got 3 victims now as Strambikal, yesterday's hero, comes out with 10 balls to go. Hey, look at this as well, the time. Just realised that. They won't get an extra minute for that either. They've got to hustle through this. Hat-trick ball.
Yeah, you only get an extra minute if 5 wickets have fallen.
Honestly, I think that's a tough call, and it might cost him more than just the 1 here, Nish. Let's have a look at it. It seems back a bit, but that means he's going to have to re-bowl it. I think that's curtains. I think we're going to see 5 penalty runs for the first time in a while.
That's another dot ball there. Dobal just going to sprint back to his mark and get ready to bowl this one, but 3 balls in just about 30 seconds is going to be quite challenging.
This is why, to be honest, I'd love to see the conditions change. So we just say, look, every wicket in the second half after 5 overs, we'll give a minute, because that wicket's basically going to cost them 5 runs, I think, unless there's a miracle here.
Oh, what an incredible shot by Strambikal, and that big 6 is pretty much going to take away any chances the Blasters might have had to bowl their 9 overs within the allotted time portion.
Well, score heading for heaven. I think that one's an 11 because you're going to get a 6. I mean, they stopped the clock at 18 seconds, but well, look, let's see what happens here. Maybe a dot there, a chance to get it back.
It's another great one here. Stromikal just digs it out. The fielder makes a big attempt out at point to try to catch that one, but he's just going to help it over the rope for a 6.
Tell you what, they're doing me a few favours with the clock here with some of these ball retrievals. Maybe giving him a shot. There's that wide that, I suppose. All right, if there's still time on the clock, it means this just has to be legal. All right, here we go. Last ball of the ninth.
Oh, goes down the leg side, and he's going to get punished for it. And it's actually going to fall just short.
Yeah, they'll get 2. And we'll keep an eye on the umpires here as we hit the end of the ninth over. And the score is 149 for 4.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the umpire signal over here. Is he going to make the 5 penalty run signal? We haven't seen this much throughout this series here in Malta. Saw it once during the ECI weekend, but otherwise teams have been brilliant with their over rates during our time in Malta.
Well, I'm not seeing anything. So I guess they might have just made it. They might have given him a bit of an allowance. Maybe feeling that was the right thing to do. Although, when they're on the walkie-talkie, it's stressful. No, I think they're going to just sneak in. Okay. All right. So Siddiqui to bowl the 10th over. There's one short in there as well, by the way. A few balls ago. Anyway, here's the 10th over. And it's going to start with the skied ball. Good luck. It's up in the clouds. It falls safely. Surya tries to kind of nutmeg his fielder. In the end, again, the stumps are unattended. That'll bring up the 150 for the Knights. And still 5 balls to go.
Very, very good innings by the EDX Knights. They've set themselves up really well. 5 balls left. Siddiqui's first over was quite expensive. And they've got 2 dangerous players out there, both who faced quite a few balls, so it's the perfect situation for the Knights. A good slower ball there by Siddiqui. But there's not going to be a fielder to cut it out. That was really, really odd. Tripathi just wasn't able to get to it quickly enough. It's going to go away for a 4.
Well, it was really a battle of 2 fairly slow-moving objects, wasn't it? The ball just trickling towards the line. Tripathi just wasn't able to gain ground in time. Manu, I won't say he's the forgotten man, but he hasn't had too much to do in the last couple of minutes. But he's still there, and with 4 balls to go, he's the man that they want on strike.
Goes for the slower ball against Siddiqui. It's not been cleanly struck by Manu, and he's found the fielder Doble, who has not been able to handle it.
Yeah, that's
a
one
weird performance for Doble. He's put down 2 catches, but he has taken 1.
He just kind of overcomplicates this in, he slides in like he's just scored the winner at Wembley towards the corner flag and probably could have just taken a bit more orthodox fashion. Anyway, Stromikal gets the strike back. 3 to come.
Oh, what an incredible shot by Stromikal. 1 bounce over the rope. It's going to go for 4.
Well, I had this guy listed at 11 yesterday, and someone actually had a look at him bat and said, you know what? I think you need to go a bit higher. Won the game from yesterday right now. Knights out of sight. 159. Although, look, let's be honest. We saw, I think it was 169, 168 game the other day. And we are seeing these chases pulled off, or at least being contested closely more often than ever this year. Right now, Stromikal wants to put the cherry on the icing on the cake.
This one has gone high up in the air, and it's going to go beyond both the fielders and come back quickly for the second run. And the Knights will finish on 161. Like, pardon, there's still a ball to come.
Yeah, not over yet. And so, Jai Krishna and Stromikal, 18 off 6. Another good cameo from him. Look at him, 2 feet deep in his crease. Looking to get under something here. Does he go on the charge? Like did last time. Last ball coming up of the 10.
It's a rather tame shot to end the innings. It'll end with a single, so 161 in the end for the EDX Knights.
Good bowling, actually. Slow ball. Brave bowling from Siddiqui. So he gets a small win, but it's only a small win, isn't it? And at the end of 10 overs, the Knights 161 for 4, trying to make it 11 in a row in the series, trying to lock in a date with the Royal Strikers tomorrow in semi-final number 1. Having said that, the Blasters, well, they got nothing to lose here, really. They're the lower-ranked team anyway. Let's see what they go for. You got the Blasters with a pretty good record of pulling off some large chases. Well, this is pretty large against the Knights side that motors through the first half of quarterfinal number 3.
I'll have a look at the highlights of this inning. That was a terrific fielding effort by Jahid Islam. Unfortunately, it couldn't do much to slow down the two danger men, Stanislaus and Basil George. George would depart on 47 of 18. A good catch there by Surya. Yes, a lot of big dives by the Blasters players to try to prevent some boundaries, but they really couldn't do much. I think they struggled out in the field, put down quite a few catches, and they're really going to regret some of those drops. So it was a great strike by Samuel Stanislaus. He was eventually, of course, dismissed for 45 of 18. Danish Siddiqui would take the catch out at long on. And another good catch there by Jahid Islam. That would get rid of Tulsi Dharan, who would depart for a duck. And in the end, the Knights end up with 161 runs. Let's have a look at the scorecard of the first innings of our third quarter final. Stanislaus and George set up the Knights perfectly. Those two managed to make 85 runs in just 5.2 overs. And then the middle order, you have to say, stepped up. Yadav Manu with 36 of 13. Strombikal with 19 of 7. That just allowed the Knights to propel themselves to 161. We'll have a look at the bowling card. And Islam, he'll be very impressed with his bowling effort. He managed to have figures of 1 for 21. Dobal, he didn't manage to get 3 wickets, but he went for 41 runs over his 2 overs. He won't be too pleased with that. And it was a difficult day at the office for the Blasters bowlers. Let's see if the batters have a better time around in the second innings. They have to try chase down a target of 162. Join us in a few moments when we'll bring you the second inning.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings. It's a big task at hand here for the Blasters. They've got to try to chase down a target of 162. That was a typical Knights performance, wasn't it? You had Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus tearing apart the opening attack in the power play, and then a few players stepped up in the middle order just to help the Knights get to a really, really good score of 161. Tall task ahead for the Blasters, but this team has plenty of batting themselves, so don't rule them out of this game just yet. They've been involved in some really, really entertaining matchups throughout this series. That man right there, Gaurav Maithani, he's hit plenty of runs throughout this series. He's going to be opening alongside Danish Siddiqui. You'd expect that the number 3 would be Nagy. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't him. Personally, I'd have him opening the batting, but still got 2 quality hitters there in Siddiqui and Maithani. His first over is going to be bowled by the captain, Jace Matthews, a really good T10 bowler. Just mix things up very nicely. And he's going to get his field set here. Yeah, you expect him to just pitch this outside the off stump. Look to try to get them hitting it towards the offside. A lot of players are very leg side oriented in ECS cricket, but let's see how they fare here. Goes for the wide Yorker, and that's a brilliant shot by Siddiqui. He just missed his length slightly, and he sent him over the rope for a 6. Forget about bringing the rope in a couple of meters. This one's cleared the rope by quite a lot. It's just outside the pavilion. A massive, massive 6. They've been given just a 6% chance here, the Blasters, by Intelligent Cricket. But maybe they've got a little more of a chance. Oh, another great shot. And it's going to beat the fielder. You know, they have protection on that offside for exactly this kind of a stroke, but it was struck so firmly that it raced away for a 4. And this is just the start the Blasters needed. Danish Siddiqui's made 234 runs so far this series, with a strike rate of 193. Just a few changes in the field here for the Knights. Oh, this one is up in the air. Has it got enough to clear the fielders? Oh, it was a good attempt, but he's also going to help it over the rope. Oh, we saw quite a bit of this by the Blasters in their innings, but now it's the Knights' turn to return the favor. He didn't quite get a hold of that one, Siddiqui, but have a look at this. It goes over the fielder's head. He doesn't realize what it is, and as he's backpedaling, he just helps it over the rope. That's really unfortunate. He's going to go throw the kitchen sink at this one as well, but it's going to be taken out in the deep. Great, great catch by Sujith Sukumaran. Oh, you just saw this was going to sail over his head for a moment, but he shows a good bit of balance. And I think just for this to keep this game entertaining, we probably needed that one to go over Sukumaran's head, but he holds his nerve and holds on to the catch. Siddiqui plays a little cameo to start things off, but unfortunately he can't keep going. And it's going to be Nagy coming out, so I like this by the Blasters. They put their 3 biggest hitters at the top of the order. You know, there have been times you've seen Nagy batting as low as 4 and 5, but not here. He's out at number 3. He's in for the first over. Him and Maithani, they're going to have to play big innings here, the two of them. to try to get their side close to this target. Oh, good slower ball there by Matthew. And it's going to be a dot ball, so a couple of dot balls if you include the wicket. Goes for the wide Yorker again, Matthew, but Nagy strikes it straight to the fielder at point. And it's going to be a single. Methani just trying to make sure that ball doesn't strike him when it's been thrown to the keeper. 15 runs off the first over. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. Unfortunately, it's been 238 matches since we last had a golden ball. We've had a couple of droughts this year, and we're hoping to end this one as soon as we can. Last golden ball we had was all the way back in Rome during our ECI there in September, in a very entertaining match between Italy and Austria. Here's Shaju. He's going to bowl the second over. Still got that slip in place. You like to see the Knights attacking, despite the fact that they have a really, really formidable target on the board at the moment. Just plays the wrong line there, Nagy. It's a dot ball to start off the over. Joining me for this third quarter final is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be back. And a bit of luck, I suppose, in one way for the Blasters with an accidental kick across the boundary ball that was never going to go for four otherwise. But they do lose Siddiqui. I mean, he was looking good, wasn't he? That first shot was sparkling. Someone else has to get moving. I feel like this is such a key partnership. Judge is a good bowler, though. This is up in the air, though. It's not going too far. Fielder comes around and he pouches it. So Shaju gets his man pretty quickly, and Narendra Nagy will only get one in this one. Blasters on the back foot and a long way behind, 15 for 2.
They needed a big performance and a big game from Nagy. Unfortunately, they won't get it. He departs having made just one run, and these 2 wickets have really sucked the life out of this Blasters team. You feel they're in all sorts of trouble now, and the Knights are well ahead, and they almost feel like they have 1 foot in the semi-final.
Nothing to lose, though, here. You might as well just keep throwing the bat and hope that someone comes off him. Matani's that kind of a player, isn't he? But, yeah, it's a long way back. The Knights just continue to impress. They kind of look good from any situation on the chase. Even when they have been tested, they've normally had the answers. They've shown good depth with the bat and the ball. This is Gautam Singh coming out at number 4.
I think they're just bringing on Gautam Singh because a couple days ago he played a little late cameo. Usually it's the Iman Islam coming into bat at this stage, but probably been a bit too slow at times during this series. They need power hitting right now, the Blasters. They desperately need it.
And they do. Otherwise, you feel this could be a bit of a tough one to watch. But like I said, they've got players there that are capable. One thing that's really impressed me, though, with the Knights, I mean, they steal the headlines, I suppose, when you've got Boom Boom Baz, you've got Samuel Stanislaus at the top, and guys like Manu batting so well. But they're bowling. They have bowled the least bad balls, I think, of any side. Again, you see there, it's that offside channel having to work really hard just to get one.
You know, they keep things simple. They've got a plan. They bowl to their plan. You love to see that by the Knights. And there's a reason why they're sitting 10-0. You know, obviously, George and Stanislaus get most of the plaudits, but the rest of the team is constructed so well around them. You feel like this could be the year they finally pull off something special and get that elusive ECS Malta trophy. Push towards point. It's going to be another single. Methani gets off the mark.
Yeah, so Justin Shaju, I think he's a really good bowler. You know, he's a guy when we've seen him playing for Malta as well. You know, he holds his own against stiff competition. Did have a bit of an injury hassle in the T20 Nationals here, the Medina Cup, which I was here covering earlier in the year. And he's kind of still not quite, I think, 100%, but his experience has been invaluable. Again, you know, you look at these guys, he's not trying to bowl 100% of his pace. He's just kind of making sure he gets it where he wants it. He's doing a good job.
A little bit of bat on there as well. And that's going to be another single. Terrific over by Shaju. Just 3 runs come off it. And in the end, the Blasters are just 18 for 2 at the end of 2 overs.
Yeah, so when you start at needing 16.2, it's quickly gone up to 3 a ball. And problem is you've lost a couple of your key strikers as well. Speaking of the strikers, we know that they're through to finals day. I know the Malta aren't. And yeah, so far Sweet United qualifying through the first game. Strikers through the second. I mean, it looks like the Knights are going to do the business here. Pretty interesting game coming up to finish the quarterfinals as well, between Gozo Zalmi and the Southern Crusaders, rematch of the decider earlier in the year. But both of those teams in that series, they weren't in the top 2 either. So having to play underdog. Nitin Babu, he's bowled well this series. He's going to bowl the 3rd.
This is played out towards mid-wicket for single, and this runs the wrong way, the long way around, I should say. There, Gautam Singh.
Yeah, that would have been out if it had hit. Yeah, Siddiqui, the way he started, I thought he actually played a brilliant shot off Jace Matthew to get it going. Because Matthew, he's a very good bowler, but he is pretty predictable with what he's going to do. He's going to shake the ball out. He's going to go near the tram line, and Dinesh was ready for it. Fortunately, he couldn't stick around long enough. Now it's left to the likes of Maitani to keep them in this game.
There's another dot ball. Good bounce and carry there for Babu.
Yeah, it's kind of a very, very difficult ball to play because you're kind of in 2 minds. You want to kind of lean back and try and carve it over point or backward point, or do you want to try and drive it? But then with the bounce that Babu gets, that's a difficult shot as well. Babu just knows this game so well. I'm going to let him get away with that, kicking the ball over the boundary earlier. He's making up for it now.
Is this going to beat the fielder mid-off? No, it won't. It'll go straight to him. That's a comfortable catch for Justin Shaju as the 3rd wicket falls here. And this innings is falling apart in the power play.
Yeah, and that pressure of the run rate required telling on Maitani. And this is what I was saying. He's a tough guy to drive because the ball, because that kind of gets big on you. What I mean by that is it kind of bounces more than you'd expect. And you see here, you can see it's probably high up on the bat. It's not near the middle. It's higher than that. And Shaju takes the easiest of catches, and so the Blasters, well, the way things are going, you feel like this will be their swan song in this European Cricket Series now, 19 for 3.
Yeah, you just feel like he can never quite middle it against Shaju. This is a well-taken catch. Should say Babu.
Kohad, he's a guy that has provided quite a few highlights. Let's see what he can do here with the stick.
Good shorter delivery there by Babu to greet Kohad. And Kohad, you know, he's capable of making some runs. We've seen him play a few handy innings, but just one of those batters who you feel is better suited to the longer format of the game. Usually struggles to bat at a strike rate above 130 or 140.
Yeah, but yeah, Babu, he's just dealing again. The Knights, they're the team to beat, I think. And I know that some other teams playing some good cricket. Zalmi, of course, top of the other group. But, I mean, Knights have been pretty much flawless, haven't they?
This is nicely struck by Kohad. He's going to pick out the gap. There's a good bit of fielding. He's actually going to try to pull it back, but he ends up pulling it over the rope. Not the first time we've seen that during our time here in Malta.
Great effort from Jace Matthew, but he gets too much of it, doesn't he? And he can't get the hand off the ball when he wanted it. In the end, he's looking one way. He knows it's gone another. Another assisted boundary. If you want to keep count at home, that's one kicked and one kind of slung over the boundary. But, man, the Knights, they can afford it, can't they? They've got a mountain of runs on the board.
Oh, he gets that one badly wrong. It's going to be 5 runs there, 5 needless runs. Just slips out of his hand. And they'll take that bonus, the Blasters. Having a look at this.
Yeah, that's just completely sipped out. For a guy who's so accurate, we've just been talking about it. That's the only explanation. Good effort on the boundary, but that'll be 5 for free and a free hit to come to Kohad.
Yeah, you can see all smiles right now for the EDX Knights. They've got enough runs on the board where they won't be too bothered by the odd mistake. I'll see if Kohad can take advantage of this free hit.
Yeah, Babu just needs to relax and get back to his normal game. Kohad just needed some minor attention there, maybe for the fright. Anyway, here we go. Last ball of the power play and a free hit. So anyway, you can really get out. Here's a run out of this delivery.
This is just going to beat the fielder at mid-on.
Well, if that had got knocked over the boundary as well, been interesting. They say things happen in threes. Anyway, that is the end of over number 3. And Babu, even with the minimo there, he only concedes 7. And at the end of 3, it's 29 for 3.
Yeah, at the moment, the Blasters are going at the sort of rate you would go at to try to chase down a target of 90. It's just not been a good start for them. You feel they've kind of lost their way in this innings, right in these first 3 overs. And they've got a huge, huge mountain to climb.
I will say, by the way, that Babu goes for 7, but there were those 4 buys that he kind of created with that beamer. So I think he'd be found criminally responsible for those 4 buys as well in a court of law. Anyway, still a decent over and way less than what's required for the Blasters. Time for the man of the moment, JK, Jack Christian Srambikal to bowl. And he bowled and batted really well in that win yesterday. And of course, everyone will remember his batting at the end. But before that, he came up with the kind of momentum swinging over. He was 2 for 8 he took in his first. So he's a really good addition to the Knights as well, who are already a strong team. But these are the kind of players that make them even stronger. I mean, the Knights, they're a team that they should be having their sights on maybe qualifying for the ECL in 2025. They're going to have a big 12 months, but they certainly have the personnel to give it a good shake.
Goes for the slower ball, Srambikal, as Kohad got hold of it. He hasn't, but it's been spilt by Nithin Babu. We've seen quite a few catches go down.
Well, Babu can't
the
believe
2 quarterfinals been able to watch.
He cannot believe he's dropped this at all. I mean, that is a Class A goober. He almost got on the way down as well. I suppose you're going to make these kind of mistakes. Now's a good time, but it's not a good habit to get into because if the Knights are heading for finals day, that's exactly the kind of drop that could cost them the trophy.
And this one looks like it might have the distance. No, it doesn't. It's actually been taken in the deep by Babu. And he will take the catch second time around, and the 4th wicket falls for the Blasters.
Well, life doesn't always give you second chances. This time it does. Gautam, well, he watched Babu drop one. Probably felt fairly safe when he hit this one straight to him, but yeah, he's going to have to go. Gautam Singh and the Blasters, unfortunately, they've just been played off the park here in quarterfinal 3. Things going to form as Gautam heads back for 3. It's 30 for 4.
Comes off the bottom end of the bat. Wasn't quite able to middle it, and 4 wickets have been lost here by the Blasters. It's as you can see, Intelligent Cricket has pretty much ruled out any chance for the Blasters to take it from here.
Yeah, this is one I think we can safely say won't be a golden ball. We'll be ticking that one over. That just means we'll only have 4 more chances, Nish. You're the man. Surya gets a hit here at 6.
Goes a bit too straight there. Srambikal and Surya will just play it out towards a fine leg. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people looking forward to finals day tomorrow. And, of course, then we'll be off to Barcelona. And we actually have some international cricket this weekend. Spain, Portugal and Romania in a tri-series in a men's ECI before we head into the domestic ECS. And some new teams there in Barcelona, but some of the familiar faces.
This is struck away, and there was another chance they've spilled there. Putting down a lot of catches here, the Knights. They got to make sure they don't get into a few bad habits. That one went right through Niaz Mohammed, and it's also going to go away for a 6.
Niaz has been so solid down there as well. Maybe a bit distracted with Babu galloping in from his left. And he tips it over. So how many boundaries is that? It's 3 boundaries. I said things happen in 3s. 3 have been assisted over the line. 2 4s and a 6. Drummer Carl, not impressed. Last ball is over though. The Knights, like I said, if they're going to do it, this is the game to do it, but they won't want to have those kind of jitters tomorrow.
This is struck very nicely out towards cover, but it's only going to be a single for Kohad, as the Blasters are 38 for 4 at the end of their 4th over. We'll have a look at
these 3 teams. Had a brief look at it there, but probably have another look now. Yeah. So we talked about Spain and Portugal yesterday. I'm going to talk about Romania. So the big news there is there's no Ramesh Sathisen in their side. I think it's probably just a rotation thing or an availability thing, but he has a bit of a rough time with the yellow shirt on this year for Romania. But they'll be led by the experienced Taranjit Singh. Of course, I know you were in Romania for the Continental Cup earlier this year. Gohan Manan, again, he's a guy, he'd like to prove himself at the next level. Gaurav Mishra's back for them. Some good youngsters, native youngsters, Luca Petre and Marian Gerasim in there as well. And also, the Fernandos are in from Giamata.
Yeah, the Fernandos coming in is...
They played for Romania A when you were at the Continental Cup, right?
Absolutely. Incredible players. Some great spin options, I think. It'll be important for Romania in future ECIs and other series they'll be involved in to have those spinners. I feel the sort of main Romanian national team in the past hasn't had enough spin options, so now that the Fernandos are probably getting closer to meeting their eligibility criteria, it'll be great to see them come through.
But just kind of looking at the Romanian squad, especially with no Sathisen, and they lose a lot of experience and batting with him out of the side. I will say it's going to be a challenge for them against Spain and Portugal.
They also know Vasu Sani, that's the big thing.
Yeah, that's a huge out as well.
Vasu Sani, in many ways, he's left aside with both the bat and ball in hand. Back in the Continental Cup, he was doing the bulk of the run scoring. That's going to be quite interesting, of course. Corey was talking a fair bit about the Spanish squad, and they look like they'll be doing quite a bit of rotation, giving plenty of players a chance to have a bit of fun over this weekend. The pressure is off, and hopefully we'll see a number of players make a name for themselves over this coming weekend.
So Kamaran to continue. Yeah, of course, we saw the Romanian team this morning, didn't we, when we were showing the Romania-Malta eliminator from Group E, which was an ECN Classic match. But yeah, so slightly new look side, but it's going to be challenging. And I have heard, actually, in Barcelona, it is a new pitch there. So it's an unofficial pitch still. But the previous pitch there was kind of a wooden base, pretty thin as well. And we saw... That was kind of, we talked about it yesterday, I talked about it with Corey. It's kind of the start of the new era where we started to see some really big scores. We saw that 229, we saw 45 off and over there, and we found it really tough going for bowlers. And that's been a trend that's continued through season 2023. It was November 22 into December when we were there last time for European Cricket Series. Let's see if that continues or whether the bowlers have a few more answers.
This is a really, really nicely stroked away by Kohad. He's going to hit a 6. And Sukumaran won't enjoy that, but a little bit of joy here for the Blasters.
Yeah, nice shot. He's picked it up off a length. Be a consolation boundary, I think. Sukumaran, again, chance for him to kind of develop his skills here and try and execute. He's a guy I'm sure would like to contribute with the ball tomorrow. And yeah, so Knights, assuming they win this, look like they play Royal Strikers.
Now that's going to go the distance as well. It's a really good hit there by Kohad. Back-to-back 6s for the first time this innings.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good shot. Flat bat this. It's no half volley. Sukumaran, get out of the park. Couple of balls in a row. 50 comes up for the Blasters. With well over 100 still to get. It's out of sight at the moment. Still chance for Kohad to make an impression with the bat. 25 off 12.
Yeah, this one's popped up in the air. Here's a catching chance. And oh, it's a good thing they haven't clattered into each other. I thought that would be the wicketkeeper's catch, but in the end, it's been taken by Adil Latif.
Oh, how's Latif pinched the ball out of the keeper's gloves there? I mean, kind of agree with Dulasidran, who's the keeper, and he's got a good pair of hands. He wants it. And, well, selective hearing from his teammates as everyone comes together. Not easy to take it barehanded. There's a brief conversation. Some sort of resolution, but it will be the end of Kohad for a fighting 25. But he's the 5th wicket to fall, 50 for 5.
All's well that ends well. It's another wicket for the Knights, who continue to get closer and closer to the victory. And you were speaking about the run rates earlier, and even here in Malta, I think there's been a big jump in run rate since the series in February as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I don't think conditions are a lot different, to be honest. Yeah, maybe a bit drier for longer this time.
This is just knocked away by Islam for a single. He'll get off the mark to start his innings.
Yeah, I wonder what Basil George was saying at the end of that little passage of play when the keeper and the thief came together. Anyway, into the fifth, 51 for 5. Yeah, so this is how finals day is shaping up. Just the 3 matches tomorrow because the amount of daylight we've got to work with. We won't have a bronze final. That will be awarded based on kind of who had the better record out of the losing semi-finalists there. So, yeah, Raw Strikers will take on the Knights, looks like, in first semi-final, and then the winner of Gozo Zalmi and Southern Crusaders will take on Sweet United. So, I mean, these games, they're all brilliant contests, and it's coming your way same time tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Nias looks like he's going to get a bowl here in over number 6.
That first semi-final is mouth-watering. Basil George against Pushparajan.
Yeah.
That is, you talk about big personalities playing in big games. I can't wait to dig into that match when we're here tomorrow. This one is just going to be nudged away for a single by Islam.
Yeah, they're all good games, aren't they? And look, it's wide open. That's why you want it. It's a sign that cricket in Malta has come a long way, even in the, I suppose, relatively brief time at the ECN era. Coming up to kind of 3 years since we were first here in Malta. You're seeing new players emerging, new teams. You're seeing, just quantity growing, the quality growing. Obviously, they've got a really good facility here at Marsa to show what they can do. Surya faces up.
Just trying to run that one down towards a third man. Surya will fail to get it. It's incredible for a very small country, the amount of clubs they have. Of course, there's a lot of population density here with about 500,000 people, but there's an enormous amount of cricket clubs here. That's a great bit of fielding.
Yeah, that was acrobatic stuff, wasn't it?
Played out towards mid-wicket for another single. We'll have a look at that acrobatic fielding effort by Mohammed once again.
Maybe we'll be able to have a look at it. Yeah, one hand, one bounce. Nias maybe overcompensating for dropping one over the ropes earlier, but that was a good bit of work.
This is going to be played behind point for a single. Islam knocks another run away.
Yeah, that was pretty well fielded by George out there. It's not an easy part of the ground to field. That area out at, I suppose, to the left of your screen now, it does tend to get a bit more waterlogged than the other side of the field.
So it's also going to be played away. So this is another single. So they're keeping things very quiet over here. The Essex Knights, the Blasters, failing to get any way to the boundary, as they're going to be 55 for 5 at the end of the 6th over.
And 4 overs to go on this one. Siddiqui started with a bang, but he couldn't make it out of the first over. Kohad, 25. I liked his attitude. But just have a look. No wides in this innings. There's one no ball, and that slipped out. There's a genuine slip out from Babu. And so they've been disciplined. And that's, I suppose, what creates winning teams out of just skillful teams. That discipline. Okay, what hasn't been disciplined is the fielding in this innings, but they've allowed themselves the ability to be less than perfect that way. Strambikal to bowl his second.
This is straight down the ground, a 6. A very good shot there by Surya, and it's been quite a while since we've seen a 6.
Yeah, it has, but it's Nias's last over was boundaryless, so you have to go all the way back about 10 balls to find one. That's a nice shot by Surya, though. Chance for him to show what he can do with the bat.
Played out towards the mid-wicket. It's going to be a dot ball. So the Blasters, they went to have a run off overthrows here as well. So we can tack on another run for the Blasters. So it's been an interesting campaign for the Bujiva Blasters. Of course, last time around they had a losing record, going 7-9-2 for the 2-0 results over their 18 games. Come around this time, they went 5-5. Managed to pick up some wins against some of the big boys in the group as well, but unlike last time, they're not going to win an elimination round. So it's I don't know how they're going to look back at this season. I think they've shown a lot of bright spots, but they're too inconsistent as a team.
That's probably the word. It's a very good word to describe. But, I mean, they are exciting to watch. I mean, some teams just kind of know they don't have it, but they got it. They're not always showing it.
This is very nicely played by Islam. It's going to go away for a 6, so he's got that quick bowler's ability where if he middles one, you know it's going to travel quite a distance.
Yeah, Imran Islam just got down, swept that one away, and that was very well played. It was a slow ball. Strumbico bowls that one really well, but picked. And Imran, who, okay, he's batting a bit lower than maybe where he would have liked to have batted, but he's showing that he can clear the ropes.
Oh, really, really good shot. Lovely 6 through extra cover. It's always gorgeous when you see a shot through that region.
I'll tell you what, if Islam keeps unloading a few more of these, if we get something supersonic, maybe he can hit them back into the contest. As Corey would say, it's probably more likely that the world will stop and start spinning the other way, but still, he's going to need more 6s, and there's 2 in a row.
Yeah, it's a good comeback by Strumbico after getting hit for a couple of 6s. The 7th over comes to an end. The Blasters are 74 for 5.
Coming up, we have a rematch of the last ECS final here, and it will be Gozo Zalmi versus Crusaders. Crusaders, well, they've decided that they want to send in Zalmi and basically give them the opportunity to set the pace. Sishan Khan like to open up with Lala, a.k.a. Mehboob Ali. They've also got some players there that are very, very classy, like Varun Prasath. You got Fazil Rahman in there, Wazim Abbas, so plenty of big name players. But so do the Crusaders. I mean, you got Afi Khan behind the stumps. You've got Ryan Bastians. You've got a team that have certainly challenged. And but if you go back to last year's final, they kept Gozo's Army to, I think, 74. Oh, I think that's probably a wide, yeah, even though he switches up. Scary for the keeper, Stanislaus, with some slow stuff here in the 8th. Yeah, so they're basically hoping to reproduce what they did in the final back in early February. Well, it's a fall down a heave, and it's going to be caught off the field. Well, that had a bit of everything. But the result, maximal 6 runs for the Blasters.
Yeah, this is an incredible hit, isn't it? He's falling to one side, and it's a really good catch taken at the dugout. Stanislaus just coming in to have a little bit of a bowl. Now that the result in this game looks pretty certain. Yeah, that was an incredible bowling performance by Gozo Zalmi in that final. And the thing that impresses me so much about the Zalmi is that they can win games in multiple ways. Even when they have the odd off day with the bat, bowlers can step up and take them over the finishing line as well.
Yeah, and to kind of illustrate that, just have a look at the final earlier this year. And that was quite the contest. Yeah, 74 to 68. And yeah, 74 doesn't win too many ball games, especially in a final. You know, you're not playing a bunny when you're playing in the final, but they just got on top and pulled it out of the fire. Goes this Army on the way to their first ever silverware. Fairly new club as well, but some big names playing for them.
Yeah, we saw them pull off an incredible bowling performance against this very Blasters side a couple of days ago. We saw Raymond steaming in, just hitting these Yorkers repeatedly. It was a very impressive bowling performance. You could just see Surya coming for a huge heave, but he barely gets hold of it.
Yeah, Stanislaus, a little bit of medium pace or whatever this is. He's a good cricketer. He's kind of more off spin than he's bowling at the moment. So they certainly have a lot of options, don't they?
That one just stays a little low. And it's going to be another single. End of the over. The Blasters, well, they need 77 of the last couple of overs, so they're going to have to send everything over the boundary rope.
Yeah, so 2 overs to go in this one. Yeah, so you talked about Romania a little bit earlier, but I think Spain, they've got to be the big favourites there. Okay, still without the service of their regular captain, Christian Munoz Mills, who's making his way back from a serious injury. But some new names there. Sebastian Hughes-Pinnant, guy in the Durham setup. Still very young player. Good chance for him to get a go. You've got the player of the series of the ECC, Hamza Slim Dar in there. Portugal, interested to see who leads the side there. You've got a few candidates. Shazad did the job in the previous series. You got Faf Stoneman, who I think is a very good young player, continues to improve at a good rate. You've got Sean Gomsch, who's a guy who's played a lot of top-class cricket in the Netherlands, and he was actually instrumental in Portugal, beating the Netherlands 11 in the ECC 21 to keep their series alive back then. Juan Henry, another kind of external player that comes into the side, who's based in the UK. So, yeah, that'll be I think that'll be a high-scoring series, Nish.
And it's going to be a very fun series. Just have a look at this ball. It's another good delivery by Mohammed. Really looking forward to seeing someone like Snehit Reddy. So there's no DDC there, so that means a lot of other batters get an opportunity to make a few runs. Reddy just didn't get much of an opportunity at the ECC because of all the quality hitters Spain had. This one's popped up in the air. It's a good catch, very well taken. Just might have hurt himself trying to take that. Those Grizzlies can certainly bite.
Yeah, it's Sukumaran out there. Well, he holds on in the end. That's the main thing. We know their fielding hasn't quite been up to their own high standards at X-Knights here. And I wouldn't say that was right in the middle. It's a bit of an end of the finger job. Pops up and has a quick count. They're all there. And the Grizzly ball as well. As Iman plays some really nice shots there. He's going to have to go for 17. So again, he's a player, isn't he? And yeah, he's a good hitter of the ball. No, it didn't always work out for him in this series, but nice for him to get a couple away in this final match for the Blasters. They're 85 for 6. Yeah, interesting. Corey was saying, it's been a real effort to get as many Barcelona-based kind of players there for this series, because they do have some depth, Spain, a lot of teams. I think the amount of teams in total, well, the amount of cricketers in the Barcelona-Catalonia region is in the several hundreds. So you're kind of talking 700, 800, maybe almost 1,000 cricketers there. So, there is intense competition for spots. And this is the first time there's ever been international cricket in Barcelona. As we get to the end of the over in this one, just one to go, 85 for 6. So it's the first opportunity for a lot of these players' families to come watch them play international cricket. I mean, except for ones that might have been able to get to Malaga. It's a pretty big distance. You've got to fly there. We don't have to, but it helps. It's probably 8 or 9 hours if you're going to drive it. So this is a chance for them to play in their own backyard. A lot of those Catalonia-based players getting an opportunity, some that we have seen, some that we haven't seen too much of in the international arena. But yeah, I'm expecting a really charged atmosphere this weekend. Basil getting a bowl at the end. Looks like he's going to turn his hand to some off spin as well. Basil actually is a good bowler. He's a guy we have seen bowling medium pace in the ECC and doing a pretty solid job. In this Knights team, they've got so much bowling, he barely has to do it. He just plays as a bat.
You can just hear all the Knights faithful have come in to watch. They're just having a great time, cheering every ball. And why not? It's been such a dominant performance by him. He's not going to be pleased with that bit of fielding. You can see he's just having a little bit of fun with the fielder. I think that's all in a bit in jest.
Around 24 hours, they might not be smiling at these kind of efforts. And lurches forward like an old man getting out of a rocking chair there. And it didn't get down to ground level. He didn't bend at the knees, but Basil could have had a wicket. Instead, he goes for a boundary. That's been kind of par for the course this innings.
This will be struck away by Sirius, just a single. So, the question has to be, how do you beat this Knights side? They're 11-0. They've not had too many close games, in all honesty. Maybe just been involved in a couple. They look absolutely invincible right now.
Well, the how is a tough question, obviously. It was Basil. This one gets away from him. But, I mean, you look at the Sweet United. They won 18 on the spin and lost. All teams can have a bad game. And I've seen it happen with the Knights as well before in the past. I mean, you are relying on your team playing very well and them playing a bit below. But the key is kind of multi-pronged. You're going to have to bat well, and you're going to have to get their key players out. And I'm going to say their top 3. I'll throw Manu in there as well as Boom Boom and Samuel Stanislaus. That's how you can do it. And I suppose if you are getting to the top 4, you've been playing some pretty good cricket yourself. So, far from a fait accompli for the Knights. Basil's going to finish things off here, and it will be the Knights going through. They'll probably finish with a wicket. This is up. It's in the air. It won't be a wicket. For once, they don't kick the ball over the boundary. And Surya, they'll finish with, fighting 24. And the margin's going to be 68 runs. Final score, 161 to the Knights, 93 to the Blasters. The Knights just keep on trucking. 11 in a row in ECS. They are headed for the Final 4.
You got to say they deserve it. They've been absolutely impressive throughout this series. And they put on a dominant showing. in this third quarter final. They'll walk off this field very pleased. The captain, Jace Matthew, will be delighted. This match went just about perfectly for them. So we confirm our first semi-final tomorrow. It's the Edix Knights against the Royal Strikers. It's Basil George against Pushparaj, and it's going to be a real battle of superstars. We can't wait for that one. The second semi-final, of course, will be coming up in just about 22 minutes. That should be a very exciting affair.
Yes.
The winner of that will face Sweet United.
Yeah, and that rematch of the final earlier in the year, it was a low-scoring thriller. Will it be that way again? Crusaders winning the toss, sending in Gozo Zalmi. So, yeah, join us for that. The final quarter-final coming your way right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's go back. And what started with promise, didn't it? As we saw Dinesh Siddiqui whacking one up and out of the ground. And then there's a few time to pause for circus music here. There were some good catches taken, a few bloopers. Their Knights, probably their fielding, their catching in particular, the only thing that let them down. But then once again, and some of them were quite comical, they had the runs, they could afford to do it. And once again, their bowling unit, I think, with some notable exceptions, they were pretty tight. One side of the wicket, that was the only one that kind of slipped out. But, you know, obviously, even winning teams have room to improve. The fielding, for me, is one particular aspect. But no Blasters, you've got to take your hat off to them as well. They do make it to the quarters. I think it's just outplayed by a side that is having the time of their life right now.
Yeah, we're thoroughly outplayed in this match. I don't think they'll be too impressed with some of their batting. I just couldn't quite get it going once Siddiqui started. I think Maithani, Nagy, you're really looking for them to have a big innings today, but unfortunately, the two of them could only make one run apiece. We'll have a look at the scorecard, and you look at that top order, we're really looking at those players at the top to try to lead their side to a victory, but unfortunately, you know, the pressure of that big total got to them, and they couldn't quite make the runs. Kohad played a pretty decent innings right in the middle of the order, making 25 of 13. Surya with 24 of 16. Iman Islam chipped in with 17 runs as well. We'll have a look at that bowling card for the Knights. Once they knew the result was in the bag, they decided to experiment with a few bowlers. We saw Basil George roll his arm at the end as well. Niaz Mohammed, pick of the bowlers, figures a 1 for 4 over his 2 overs.
Including a maiden as well, which slipped under the net. 6 individual wicket takers there, so they throw the ball around. Knights playing with confidence. Looking forward to seeing them on Finals Day. Blasters, unfortunately for them, it's the end of the road. We'll take a break. Back in about 15 minutes with the fourth and final quarterfinal here on Quarterfinals Thursday. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. Enjoy the break, then join us. Random question time as well. Maybe a bit of food chat as well. We'll see you shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the final quarter-final here on quarterfinals Thursday. Quarterfinal number 4 sees Gozo Zalmi. They top their group. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders. Looking forward to this one. Stefan Gooch has the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Southern Crusaders to call.
Tails,
Tails is called. It is tails.
and we're going to go first.
Good luck. Have a good game, guys. All the best.
Thank you.
Southern Crusaders have won the toss and they're bowling.
So it is the Southern Crusaders. They've won the toss and elected to bowl here in quarter-final 4. And that means we'll see the strong Gozo Zalmi batting lineup unleashed here. Of course, Zishan Khan likely to open them with Lala, a.k.a. Mehboob Ali. And, well, I mean, Gozo Zalmi, they are the team that won the earlier ECS this year. And who did they beat in the final? It was the Southern Crusaders. So these two won't be in the final this time around because there's only room for one of them in finals day. Now, Southern Crusaders certainly hasn't really gone to plan for them, but they've done this before. They've come from kind of lower down and kind of, I won't say weaseled their way, but they've kind of snuck their way into finals day, and they got pretty close to the title this last time around. This time looks not going to be easy. Gozo Zalmi, they've got to go in as favourites. They are a team playing with some confidence. Well, they had the odd off game during their group stage. Let's see what happens in this one. Looking forward to it, Nish, and we'll take you to the first ball. News from the toss in quarterfinal number 4 is that the Southern Crusaders, they've won the toss. They'll bowl first.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. We'll just have a look at this beautiful cricket ground here in Marsa, where we will be playing our game. Let's just zoom down and give you a look at the pitch. It's great conditions out there. We've had the sun out these last few hours, and it's dried things up significantly. And let's hope it stays nice and sunny. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Gozo Zalmi and the Southern Crusaders. Look at that top 4 for Gozo Zalmi. That is a really powerful top 4. Some incredible hitters there. But the Crusaders, they've got no shortage of talent themselves. You got Afi Khan and Ryan Bastians opening the batting, and then Gopal Thakur, who was in a bit of good form coming off that big performance against Sweet United. And then Zishan Yusuf, he's an incredible closer in that middle order. And then, of course, the skipper himself, Michael Gunatilaka. The win predictor says Gozo Zalmi are 70% favorites heading into this match. You would say that's pretty fair considering the form Gozo Zalmi have been in. They've bowled terrifically throughout this series. They've also batted exceptionally. We're just moments away from the first ball. It's Zishan Khan getting ready to face. We got Mehboob Ali at the non-striker's end. Karyawasam bowling this first over. Just having a look at the field setting for the Southern Crusaders. Protection behind point. So he'll be looking to bowl this on a good length just outside the off stump here, Karyawasam. It's important that they get rid of these two quite early, because if they hang around for any length of time, they'll have really begun to start blasting this Crusaders bowling attack. So early wickets is what the Southern Crusaders will be looking for. Here we go. First ball coming up. That's a pitch on a good length. That's a nice delivery to start off. No, a little bit of width on offer there, and it's going to pierce the gap and go away for a boundary. Just went a bit too wide there, unfortunately, Karyawasam. And with his pace, anything like that is going to get punished. He should just bowl a little tighter. And I think I just heard a nasty rumble in the distance. Oh, that's not great news. Attempts the Yorker here, but it's going to go through the gap and away for 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Zishan Khan, who is roaring the loudest right now. Kari wasn't just slightly missed his length there, and he got punished by Zishan Khan, who's got a very strong bottom hand. Yeah, the umpire just expecting the ball over here. And I wonder if he's just going to request a change. That's Mac Eldos Matthews. He's joined by Subhas Roy, who's at square leg. I'm just going to fetch a new ball. Don't think the bowling side is too pleased with it. Now, this is going to be a very interesting game. Of course, Gozo Zalmi coming in with a very impressive record. Just the 2 losses for them. A couple of off days early in the series, but they have been clicking and in incredible form. I think the great thing about them is they found multiple ways to win games. They've even won a few low-scoring matches, and they've also been involved in plenty of high-scoring games. Well, this is a very complete team, a very well-built team. That one just sneaking inside the tram line. So it's going to be a dot ball. It's going to have a slight pause in the game over here. The umpire just informing him the batter wasn't quite ready. Oh, he's just going to stick a foot out. You better be careful if he does that when Zishan Khan is batting, because he's going to wake up with a massive bruise. That goes away for the 3rd boundary of this over. Yeah, it's a reflex action. It's just instinctive to try to stick your leg out. But boy, if you get hit by one by Zishan Khan, you're going to be limping for quite a while. Last ball of the first over coming up. And he's just managed to sneak this one inside as well. And Akari Wasam, he's just getting a touch of movement away from the right-hander. Oh, that's a tight call. That's a tight call, but the bowler gets the decision, and we have 12 runs off the first over. We got 24 days to go until the Euros of women's cricket. History is going to unfold on the European Cricket Network this December, as we're proud to announce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship. The 17th to the 22nd of December, 5 nations are going to battle it out in an incredible showcase. Of course, the big news is that the England 11 are going to replace France at the ECCW. Enormous news. Can't wait to watch the English girls heading over to Cardamom. Should be a really, really fun tournament. An excellent way to round out another terrific year on the European Cricket Network. Here's Rahman coming into ball. He's a terrific leg spinner. This is struck away, and it's, I think it's taking a bounce in front of the rope. Yes, it has. The umpire gives it a 4. We'll have another look at it to confirm. A bit of a loosener to start off by Rahman. Usually such a tight and accurate bowler. And yeah, right there in front of the rope. It's going to be a 4. The Rahman, we were talking quite a bit about him and how he might potentially be an interesting option for the national team as well, considering Malta probably aren't blessed with as many spin options as they would like. This one is going to just go over 3rd man, and it's going to be a single. I think he's bowled superbly throughout this series for the Southern Crusaders. He's a left arm spinner as well, so just provides a little bit something a little bit different as well. He can bowl a bit of wrist spin too. We've seen him do that throughout this series. So not something too many batters in Malta have to face, as this time he goes too short, too wide, and gets punished. We've been singing his praises these last 3 balls, but in all honesty, the bowling's been pretty loose. It's not quite the start he would have wanted. Yeah, very unlike Rahman this start. He's usually on the money right from the get-go. Bit surprised he's also come in during the power play. Usually you bring in the spinner once fielding restrictions have been lifted. And he's got that extra bit of protection. Sneaks in a dot ball after that boundary. Oh, over pitch delivery. It's going to get punished. Hit away for 4. Really good shot by Zishan Khan. He's got such quick hands. Look at how quickly he strikes that. Great bat speed. And it's going to be another 4. 3 boundaries this over. 13 runs off it so far. Is he going to inflict more pain on Rahman? Oh, that's a much better ball there. Just an inside edge onto the pads, and that's what we're used to seeing from Rahman. I think he was just a touch too low that over. Let's take a look at this. Was there a chance for the keeper to take this one? It's chopped onto the pads. Well, it would have been quite a special catch if he'd been able to hold on to that. As we, of course, have a look at the standings for Group A, the Southern Crusaders probably be a bit disappointed with their performance during the group stages, but it doesn't matter. They're in the party, and it's 1 win. That's all that's going to matter. So if they can knock off Gozo Zalmi here, then those last 10 games won't matter too much. And Isanta Karyawasam coming back for the final over the power play. It's a good chance to introduce Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, back into the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Nish. Good to be back. And Kerry Wassam, yeah, he's going to continue here, and he's going to get hit hard from Lala, who's going to get 4. Well, that's a classic shot, isn't it? All the way along the carpet. There's no half volley either, but he's just so kind of imposing, isn't he? He's just bludgeoned that. Safe shot, effective shot, 4 runs.
Very good shot there by Mehboob Ali.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, these two very, very powerful players, obviously. And we saw them both taking part in the ECI last weekend. But also, you know, Gozo Zalmi have shown sometimes they can kind of fold if you can get into the middle order and beyond. But Lala, well, showing no signs at the moment. He goes straight, he goes long, he goes strong. Maximo! And Lala, who did actually hold the most Maximos in an innings record for 26s in his 140 earlier in the season. That was eventually surpassed during the season by Les Deploy in the ECC for Hungary, but still, in ECS match, no one's hit more Maximos in an innings. He even has time for a chat with Afi Khan behind the stumps. It was a funny one last ball, the second over, that Zishan got a thick edge onto his leg and kind of looped up, but Afi was looking the wrong way. It was a bit unsighted, and he was a bit frustrated. He didn't see it early, and maybe could have made a play on that. Karyawasam, we have to do something different here. Can't just keep bowling the slot to Mehboob Ali. That one just has a little bit of a way tail, which beats the bat. So, look, it's a good start for Gozo Zalmi, but it's only a start at the moment. Remember, these two played a very close thriller in the final in the previous European Cricket Series this year here in Malta.
He's getting some lovely away swing here, Karyawasam. Let's see if he brings the outside edge into play.
Again, it's going to be an outswinger, and Mehboob will be ready for it. Puts it into the stands. Maximo! Zalmi motoring through the power play.
He misses the wide Yorker, unfortunately, here. It's another overpitch delivery, and it's going to get the treatment. Sends that one into the stands, where a couple of fans are just waiting to get a hold of that one. Got a lot of people in today for these quarterfinals. Love to see it. Had a good atmosphere around the ground.
And this time he gets a thick edge. He's going to get lucky here. He's going to get 4. So that slice of luck happening as well at the moment as the 50 comes up. And you know, right now, looking very, very solid. I said the 50 comes up a bit ahead of my time because it's only 45, but I have a feeling that it might not be far away, the way these two are going.
Yeah, they get a boundary here. This would be a incredible start to the innings. Anytime you get 50 within the power play, I think you just set yourself up so well for the rest of the innings.
Karyawasam has kind of challenged the outside edge of the bat this over. Tries again, gets another one, and you betcha. Well, death taxes and outside edges for outswing bowlers. Gary Wassam will go for 36 in his spell in the end, and a 3. And Gozo Zalmi up and away after being sent in here in the fourth quarterfinal. 49 for none.
A couple of outside edges going away for a boundary in that over. Got a feel for Cardio Wassam, got a little bit unlucky there. And you can see this is a terrific start for Gozo Zalmi. An ECC start, getting almost 49 runs in this power play. So almost 50, and well, fielding restrictions have been lifted now, so let's see if this run rate slows down a little bit.
Now, I think with Lala, one place you got to have a catcher is that deep third position, because I think he swings hard, and it's one shot that he won't be in control of, and you've already seen quite a few head down in that region. Okay, I understand also you're trying to protect other boundaries in the power play. You've only got 2 outfielders, but I think you've got to have one down there. I think he's a catcher, and that's one way you can get him out on that false shot. Zishan Khan, he's certainly been productive as well during the power play. He's 20 off 10, and they are going to go back to Mahabub Rahman. So they're sticking with the spin, and ultimately they're bowling out their openers, which means we'll see 2 fresh bowlers coming up in overs 5 and 6. Zishan stands and delivers, can't get under it, but he will get a single.
I don't mind this move. You know, Rahman's been their most effective bowler throughout this series, and got to get him out there now and hope he can get rid of one of these 2 players.
Lala. No. He goes bigger, he goes home. And once again, a fast-paced drive, which wasn't that far from the fielder. Again, this is a bit more of a half volley, so yeah, what's good there is the placement, slightly inside out. Rahman would like to just pull the length back on that a touch and maybe force a false shot out of Lala, but we're on Lala time now, 33 off 9. 50 has come up during this over. Now he goes a bit shorter, but Lala's got the ansats. Adios Pelota as it's over the leg side and out of here. 6 more to Gozo Zalmi.
Rahman's out of the economy rate of 7.6 throughout this series, but he doesn't look like that kind of a bowler when he's coming up against this dangerous top order of Gozo Zalmi. He's getting carted all over the place.
It's actually a really good shot. I don't think it was that bad a ball. It was certainly significantly quicker, but he picked it. Now it takes the pace off again, and he hits it hard. And when you're hitting it that hard, I mean, it's only a metre or 2 from the fielder, but he had no hope at all. It's Michael Gunatilaka at point. It's raining boundaries here at the Marseille International Cricket Ground right now.
Oh, good bit of fielding there by the Blue Crews' Ravi Panchal. Ali already, he's just 7 runs away from a half century. He's racing away. Strike rate of 391.
All right, this time it is not going to quite carry it. Zishan Yusuf thought that was the one that might just make it to the fielder on the full, and it'll be a single. Zishan will get to face the last ball from Mahbub Rahman. Now Zishan wants to get on the act, and he will. So this one's put halfway up the fence. Maximo Zalmi out of sight in the first 4. Walking stick, 77 for none.
He's picked that one up, which is so wide outside the off stump really well, and smashed it over square leg. A great hit there by Zishan Khan. Well, have a look at this run rate for Gozo Zalmi. 46 runs of these last 2 overs. Yeah, they're showing no signs of slowing down. Just getting better and better as the innings progresses.
Yeah, interesting that they did elect to bring their openers back. The first over went for 12, the second went for 13. So, I mean, probably wouldn't normally get another over if you went for that many. And they went for even more. 3rd and 4th, going for 24 and 22. Time for a change. And now this is a shocker from Zishan Yusuf first up. Almost takes Safi Khan's head off. That'll be a no ball with Big Lala ready to cash in the free hit. So Crusaders right now, I mean, remember they kept Gozo Zalmi to 74 in the final. Well, that's a distant memory at this stage as they're 72 after 4 completed overs. Oh, Lala decides it's a good time to pull out the party tricks. Probably a sign of overconfidence, if anything, Nish.
No, it certainly is a sign of maybe a little bit of overconfidence.
I suppose if you've always wanted to play a shot and you've never really had the courage or sense to bat sense to use it, and that's the time. But now here we go. It's a false shot. It's up in the air and it's gone. Well, we said that was one area, 1/4 of the ground where you might be able to get him. It's a fairly square deep third, a bit more of a deep backward point that the catch lands. and it lands safely in the hands of Mithila Avishka. So Lala time is over for today, kids. He goes for 44, and Zalmi lose their first 72 for 1.
This innings is resembling a lot from what we saw from the Edix Knights in the previous match, where the two openers really got them off to a terrific start. But let's see if this middle order can continue that good work. Not going to be a problem for them, though, because look who's striding out there. Varun Prashath. You know, this is a player who constantly threatens that parking lot, which is a cow corner for him.
Everyone move your cars. Yeah, look, Zalmi, unlike the Knights, they did lose a couple of games. In fact, they lost them on the spin in matches 23 and 24 to the Royal Strikers, including last ball finished. In fact, they're both pretty close games. But apart from that, they didn't drop a game. So 8-2 their record. Varun Prasath, a player that is always grabbing the headlines here in Malta. Having said that, you know, for a guy that scores a lot of runs, he does look vulnerable in certain areas. I think often he's got a little bit of a blind spot around the leg stump. You know, he's certainly one bowler that you could try to bowl there. But he's also a guy that scores a lot of runs, and he gets this one just away from the fielder. Get off the mark with 4. It was certainly entertaining, the fielder in the circle, wasn't it, Nish? But he wasn't quite able to climb the ladder, and the result's 4.
He gets enough bat on it to elevate it over the fielder. Good cricket there by Varun Prashath.
It's one of those shots that if he hits straight to the fielder and he's out, everyone will say, oh, that's such a soft dismissal. Why would you get out that way? You know, what you're trying to do there is get enough bat on it to get it over the fielder. It's not a big swinging kind of shot because you cramp for room, but it does get the result. And that's the spot. That's where I'd be targeting, kind of full and at the stumps, even middle and leg. He's one player that I think you can kind of go leg stump a bit. And he kind of gets out a lot. The balls that bounce off his pads and onto the stumps even. So, yeah, cramming him for room I think is pretty key. And this time he goes high. This is miles in the air, and it will come down eventually, but the wrong side of the border for the Crusaders. Probably not one to break your finger on, Ryan. Anyway, that's Maximo time as Prasath finishes the 5th with a bang. Yusuf bowled a pretty good over, but it ends with a 6. He goes for 11 in the 5th, and it's 82 for 1 at the halfway point of quarterfinal 4. It goes as Zalmi will be part of the European Cricket League in 2024. So any player that's played for them in the last 12 months, or the 12 months preceding their entry to the tournament in 2024, they're eligible. So just think about the kind of team they can put on the park, like Prasath, players like Lala, obviously Zishan, and lots of national team players like Wazim Abbas, for example. But also they'll get the opportunity to have 2 wildcards play for them under the rules for ECL qualification. So you mentioned someone like
Michael Das has also played for them at some point in the last 12 months, or I'm mistaken.
Yeah, no, you're right. Michael Das would be eligible to play for them. That's all I'll say about that. Pushpa Rajan, that's one I think they're looking up for a wild card. All right, here we go with over number 6, and it's going to start with a square drive that's going to get over the line. I'm pretty sure that's gone for 6. We'll wait on the decision. This is Gulfaraz Masit, who's come out there, and he gives Zishan plenty of room. Where does this one land? Yep, that's 6. So the boundaries just keep on coming. And this is where they are so dangerous, really, because every single player now can bat with absolute freedom. You've got Adnan Anwar listed to come in next, and we know that he's a very, very aggressive batter. And just keep on coming here. Zalmi, mean business. Crusaders need a turning point. And this is in the end again. Teaser for the fielder. It'll just be a single. Zishan almost found the man in the circle.
He certainly did. I think it's just beating that fielder. But the big thing here is he's clutching his ankle. You know, that's Rahman, very important player for the Crusaders. And we're going to have to monitor this situation. You hope he isn't seriously hurt.
Definitely.
You see the umpire just walking out to him. Currently, he's stationed at about extra cover. Some magic spray is going to be sent out.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Yeah, the thing must have been, obviously, the landing. Well, I suppose could have been the taking off as well. I mean, he looks in discomfort, but this is where the magic spray comes into its own. Maybe not a bad time for them to have that kind of mini timeout to try and regather themselves. Yeah, so looking at that group that Gozo Zalmi are in, we've been talking about it a lot, and you said, and I agree with you, Nish, it's a bit of a group of death. You mentioned Group B and Group E as the groups that you'll be watching probably the most closely. With Forfeiture from Scotland, they was unbelievably solid in their group. Lost to Dreux on a memorable Saturday night in ECL 23. But they're back. VOC Rotterdam, I know that Corey says they might not quite be the team that they were in 2019, but I mean, the Dutch competition is super strong. They'll be there again. BSC Rehberger from Germany have some national representation in there. And here the Germans did bring it in the ECC, and I think that they'll play with an aggressive attitude. Stari Grad from Serbia, a bit of an unknown quantity, who will certainly have their hands full with some of their opponents in that group. Good group as well. It's a weekend group, so I think there'll be some of the biggest crowds there during that period, especially with Forfeiture. They bring a lot. And I'm sure Gozo Zalmi planning to bring a few of the Maltese faithful as well. Back on deck now, Prasath faces up. And yeah, you can see what I'm talking about here. And Prasath is a guy that, you know, he owns the field when he's on, but he's also sometimes a little bit vulnerable to those full straight deliveries.
Yeah, if you could just bowl that Yorker angling back into him, he struggles to play it. Then again, that is a pretty good delivery, which most batters would struggle to play.
This time heaves it leg side, and it should be stopped. It will be stopped out there. Mattila Vishka's been really good so far. Crusaders have an interesting bowling lineup, and they tend to have bowlers that like to bowl at the beginning and bowlers that like to bowl at the end. So that's why they're more likely to bowl out their openers, like you've seen here. But you've got guys like Avishka down the stretch maybe to do a job for you. Well, Zishan steps across, and the round the wicket maybe not so wise to the right-hander. In fact, this has gone all the way Maximo, but he knows he can't be LBW, so he just basically blocks the stumps with his pads, because any ball that hits him in line there, it's going to have pitched outside the leg stump, unless it's like a Yorker. So he feels really comfortable playing that shot, and he made good contact as well. He's 40 off 15.
Yeah, you can't be bowling the Zishan Khan there. He's so strong when he steps across, and then he can just open up his favored leg side.
Very bottom hand there, Zishan. You see, he likes to go around the wicket. He's going to stick to it. Last ball, the sixth. This one's a bit fuller, and it's not elevated. Zishan looking for a second, and he's going to get more than two. He'll get four. Well, you talked about the football antics out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. You saw it there. An own goal, basically, is scored. It's off one, it's off two, and gets through the goalie. And so Zishan gets more than he bargained for as the sixth over comes to an end. And the 100 comes up for Gozo Zalmi, the defending champions. 100 for one after six in this grand final rematch.
Yeah, it was the old defender trying to clear it off the line there, but it went through him. This is a look at the scorecard. Zishan Khan and Mehboob Ali once again getting their side off to a great start. The two of them making 44 in a very quick time. And now Varun Prashad's come out there. He's striking the ball very nicely too. So alarm bells will be ringing for the Southern Crusaders. Right now, the Gozo Zalmi, they're looking at a score in the 170s. It's certainly attainable when they got those two dangerous hitters out there, and plenty still to come.
All right, Zishan Yusuf, he's certainly doing his bit to try and slow things down. Well, this is well timed by Prasath, but he finds the fielder once again. Vishka, solid as a rock out there. Just a single. Now Zishan will face up with a chance to bring up his 50.
Yeah, Vishka's done a solid job patrolling that boundary. He's saved his side quite a few runs. Now Zishan just having a look at the field, trying to pick out an area where he can batter this ball. It's going to be a big chess match between him and Zishan Yusuf, two great thinking cricketers.
Again, round the wicket attack. Zishan, I think he's liking it. Zishan to Zishan action, but this is high, and I mean high. But it's also got the distance. Going, gone. Maximo, that one almost brought rain, didn't it? And Zishan brings up his 50 off 17 balls. And Gozo Zalmi, skipper. Again, big game, big player. Again, he loves that approach, I think. Thought just for a second it might have been an opportunity, but no chance at all for the Crusaders. Now Zishan not satisfied with that. He wants more, but the next one outside the off stump. You can't get any bat on it. Not good take by Afi Khan as well behind the stumps.
Thing with this tactic, though, is it leaves the bowler so little margin for error, because unless you hit a wide Yorker, you're always going to give Zishan a ball he really wants.
Yeah, and so even like this, it's just a strength of his. He finds the gap and he gets 4 more. So yeah, even if it's what you like to do, I think you've also got to factor in how much the batter's enjoying it. So he doesn't really have to move his feet here. He can take a little shuffle across if he wants and just horn it across the line. So if someone's, being dominant with that tactic, it's a matter of time till you've got to change it. But yeah, it's just a case, I think some bowlers really prefer bowling one side of the wicket or the other. Something to work on maybe for Zishan Yusuf. Well, now it has a change of length. That's a pretty good bouncer, actually. If he can't, knows how good a bouncer it was because he has to wear it. Good keeping, actually. And he's pretty close to actually being in front of the stumps there, but I think it's just okay.
The really close one there, I think, was touch and go for a wide as well.
Now, slightly slower ball, but there's nobody home over there. It's going to crash off the wall. And Gozo Zalmi just looking a force at the moment. It's looking a bit more like David versus Goliath every second, isn't it, as we get to the end of the 7th. 115 for 1. And, of course, one more spot in the semi-finals up for grabs already. We know that in the morning we'll see the Edix Knights taking on the Royal Strikers. So you already mentioned some of the interesting one-on-ones we'll have in that one, Nish. And Sweet United waiting to see the winner of this one. Regardless of who it is, I'm sure it'll be entertaining. And it's just 3 matches tomorrow because we're limited with the amount of sunlight we'll have. So the winners will play off in the final match 67, which will start at 12:45 GMT, 1:45 here in Central Europe, and 6:15 in India.
You got a feel for Marsa earlier this morning. They've had a couple of tough exits from the ECS these last 2 seasons. They lost in a golden ball in the ECS we had back in February, and then they get eliminated against Sui because of an eliminator. This one's a huge hit by Varun Prashath. It goes away for a 6. He loves that area, Prashath. You can't bowl to him there.
Again, you see it's the line that bothers him, but it's not the length that bothers him. When it's short, he can really lean back, and he's kind of stringy the way he's built. He has those fast twitch fibers. And Vishka gets it wrong, goes the journey. Now he's going to go around the wicket. I think this is the good tactic to the left-handed Prasad. He's 18 off 8. Better ball. Actually getting a bit of swing there with that fuller length. Crusaders. How many can they chase down here? I mean, you could hope that you're going to have a really good finish. Maybe get these 2 guys out. Maybe go for just 10s. And then you're probably chasing 140 something, 147, something like that. Still a lot of runs to get.
You certainly got a lot of good hitting the Southern Crusaders. We saw them come so close to chasing down 170 a few days ago.
Wasn't that a crazy game? All right, in the air once again. This one is flying, and it's flying out of the ground. Maximo! Zishan Khan swings his way into the 60s. And no end in sight at the moment. Yeah, that 169-168 game against Sweet United, one of the games of the tournament, it really, Crusaders seemed on target to pull off a very rare 170s chase. And weren't able to do it. That was the first game on a Monday morning. What's that one? From Perth, Australia, actually. It was a really nice afternoon treat. But the Crusaders kind of showing how those really big totals are hard to haul over, because even if you get in touch, you lose a couple of wickets. It's tough to get over the line. It's the full task and just misses. And he's almost caught this. Ryan Bastian's actually, I think his feet give way, but he still gets the hand on it, rolls up his arm, almost up into his sleeve. Prasad doesn't get this out of the middle, almost gone, but he will survive. Have a look at that. He's fallen to the ground, but had no real plan.
He's done a terrific job of preventing the boundary. There's been a number of times where you see catches put down and then the ball goes away for a 4 as well, but no mistakes there by Bastians. Full credit to him. Put his body on the line and he got a boundary. He's going to give it a little bit of magic spray as well for that area, which might have had a little bit of a burn. But yeah, going back to that Southern Crusaders game, I think one of the reasons the Southern Crusaders have lost 6 matches in the group stage is because on too many occasions they've not quite been able to find the right way to close out an innings.
Yeah.
And they needed just 7 runs in that final over. They had 2 set batters out there. They should have gone on to win it, but they completely misplayed the situation. And in the end, credit Sweet United, they stole that one.
Well, he's going to get more around the wicket stuff. Here's Ishan. He's licking his lips. And again, this one is going to be glanced away. It's more of a traditional shot this time. But again, you know, if you want to talk about the difference between some of the teams left in this competition, I mean, you just wouldn't see the Knights bowling this kind of stuff. You know, it's even if you're going to go around the wicket, that's not the line to try and bowl to a guy who's in. Zishan with 69 through the first 8 overs. It's 134 for 1.
Anytime you're bowling that far down the leg side, just a little bit of bat on it will ensure it goes away for a 4. I think the Crusaders, maybe the moment has been a bit too much for them. I think a lot of their bowlers look anxious. They're not bowling as well as they typically would. And they've given up 134 runs in these first 8 overs. You know, it's going to be a big dilemma here for the captain. Who's going to bowl these next few overs? He decides to go to Gunasekara because he doesn't trust Masi enough to come back for the penultimate over, who went for 18.
So yeah, Gunasekara is going to try and have a go here. Bowling the 9th. 134. So this is high 160s pace at the moment, but where the big finish goes, Azami might have their sights on even more. Oh, and well, Prasath, he deals, and he deals very strongly. That one's over everything. Maximo! Yeah, again, it's a length that might bother him on occasion. What's the line, I should say, but because he's got a chance to get under it, and he does. And also the thing with Varun, the longer he bats, the better he gets. That's what you're seeing as well.
Absolutely, that one was just over-pitched around his pads. You're going to miss that fuller delivery. You might want to go a bit too full rather than go a bit too short and allow him to get underneath it.
All right. Over to you, Dulunga. Yeah, better ball. Yeah, when you get to the point at the end of the tournament, little things make a big difference. Yeah, this ball was better located. It's a fraction fuller, more in the block hole. Let's see what Gunasekara's tactics are to Zishan. Looks like he's going to go over the wicket. I don't mind that. Zishan, he wants to drag leg side, especially once he's in. Strong bottom hand. Doesn't need to do that, but it's a bit of a habit. And it's been working for him.
I'd say go for the wide Yorker here.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good idea, though. Okay, we can see the wide. But yeah, get Zishan reaching for it. It's been a while since we've seen anything away from Zishan's body. And now he knocks him over. So, Gunasekara, well bowled. Maybe just took a little bit of pace of it as well. Zishan misses one. That castles him. But still, it's a powerful contribution from the Gozo Zalmi opener. A little bit of turn there as well through the gate. Zishan losing his shape and losing his stumps as Zalmi lose their skipper. It is 142 for 2.
Yeah, good change of pace there by Gunasekara. You could see Zishan was already halfway through the shot when it went past him, so he's castled him. It's been a good over by Gunasekara so far. I think it's just what they needed, the Southern Crusaders. You know, a couple of quiet overs at the end just to keep themselves in contention in this match.
And the difference here is Zishan knows he can't necessarily take that little shuffle because then if he blocks the stumps with his body, then he's a bit of an LBW candidate. So that's just the difference in the approach, going over the wicket versus around the wicket. Maybe some teams will take a bit of note of that, but one powerful hitter replaces another. Adnan Anwar, who have the gloves for Zalmi in this game, comes out with an over and a half remaining in the innings. Again, that's good bowling from Gunasekara, who I think offers a lot to this attack. But I suppose the issue here, they've gone at such a big rate throughout the innings. He's a guy you'd love to get 2 overs. He won't because he's bowling the 9th. He won't get a chance to get a second.
Yeah, I was a little bit puzzled they chose to bowl Gulfaraz Masi over him, especially because Gunasekara's actually been fairly consistent throughout this series. I think Masi has just been up and down with his performances, so I would have expected Gunasekara to be bowling instead of him.
Not just that, but also they bowled guys out early. They bowled them out, then boxing in the amount of people that they could bowl out. So maybe you give other bowlers one, then decide who gets a second. This is a clear wide, which is missed. So be thankful for small mercies, Crusaders, because I reckon that got a fair piece of the line. That's the way it goes, though. Puts a bit of pace on this one. So yeah, he's been really good at changing the velocity. Good fielding out there, keeping it to 1. Anwar's off the mark.
And
Will be the end of the over, 143 for 2. So Gunaseka on 1 for 9, but yeah, he'll have to put the cue in the rack because he won't get another chance to bowl. And this is the conundrum they've got. Well, who are you going to go to? Massey went for 18. Avishka went for 19. And just look at who you bowled out, especially the openers. I'm not saying they wouldn't potentially get 2, but they end up being pretty expensive.
He does go to Gulfraz Masi here for this final over. I was just wondering if they would introduce a 7th, which would obviously be a risk, or maybe even go to Avishka. But the captain's clearly got tons of faith in Gulfraz Masi. Let's see if it's repaid.
Michael Guntilaka can bowl a bit of off spin, but yeah, like I said, probably would have been a good idea to bowl Gunaseka and over early, especially with kind of how dominant they were being. Goes Azami. Anyway, this time, Anwar gets down the ground. You can actually see the different kind of tactics there. Someone like Abman Anwar compared to Azishan Khan, who certainly would have got in front of the stumps and tried to hoik that ball away. But, Masi, so far so good this over. But Prasath, he's in the mood to lift them up probably into the 160s if he can get going. 5 balls remaining. Yeah, and he's searching for that leg side, but Massey gets one to bounce straight over the stumps. A little bit of away movement there as well, I think.
Yeah, that one was just a little bit quicker by Masi than his usual pace, so it's going to beat Prasath.
All right, this time he does lift it away over the leg side, and it does have enough to get it over that boundary. It's in about 2 metres because of the very wet patches on that side of the field. And Prasath does enough to get the 6 runs. Maximo as Gozo Zalmi bring up the 150 and still half an over remaining.
Yeah, we're probably still going to clear the rope there despite the fact that it was brought in. Got to be very careful with Prasath. Can't miss your lengths that way.
Oh, wow. Well, where's this one, Varun? Probably happy that he's not facing a Brett Lee or something like that. And it still doesn't tickle.
Yeah, that was really good comeback there by Masi, and Prasath is going to give that a bit of a rub. Might wake up with a slight bruise tomorrow.
Be happy about a few little victories here. Masi has made Prasath angry. Poke the bear, and now the bear's going to bite back because that one is flying. And that is Car Park Central. Well, you hit me, I hit you. Call the insurers. Maximo goes Ozalmi 156. Last ball to come, if we can find it.
We were talking about how he always threatens the parking lot when he's batting. I don't think having a parking lot at Cow Corner for the left-hander is a good choice in a cricket ground.
That one's up to the actual car park. I'd like to know Prasath's career stats on this ground, how many cars he's hit, because it's double digits. Last ball coming up, hit down the field. Not really time. Probably should go for 2 here. Bastian's a little bit slow to get the ball back in. They'll get 2. Not really looking for more. So goes Ozalmi, 158 for 2. They jog off. Half the job done. 1 foot, I think, in finals day. Crusaders, though, well, they almost pulled off a remarkable victory in the final last time against Zalmi. They're going to have to do something pretty remarkable here. Their target to stay alive in this tournament is 159.
Yeah, big task ahead for the Southern Crusaders. We've seen their batting order pull off some remarkable chases before. And let's see if they can do it this time around. Here's a look at the highlights of the innings. It was Zishan Khan and Big Lala Mehboob Ali who opened the batting. The two of them put on a 72-run opening stand. They managed to make those 72 runs in just 26 deliveries. That was the partnership-breaking wicket as Zishan Yusuf would get rid of Ali. A good catch in the deep by Yasha Vikrama. We saw some comical fielding on display at times as well. We could see that neither of those are going to get called up by the Malta national football team anytime soon. Prashad hit some big sixes. This was that penultimate over by Gunaseka, one of the few good overs we saw during this innings, the only single digits over. And Prashad was struck around the torso in the third ball of the over. Then the very next one, he pumped for 6 and sent it to the parking lot. This is the final ball of the inning. We'll see them have a good bit of running between the wickets there by Anwar and Prashad. So 2 runs to end the innings. Gozo Zalmi end up on 158 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big one. I remember the old record for biggest chase, 159. That's what the Crusaders will need here. Heavy lifting done by the openers. Lala with 44 or 15. He was the first to go. Zishan Khan with 69 off 25. Struck the ball pretty sweetly. 5 Maximos, 9 4s on there, though he was helped out a little bit, I think, by the tactics. What about Prasath as well? The cat was out of the bag with him. He launched a couple late in the piece, 41 off 17. And the Crusaders, despite not really bowling a lot of extras, I think they bowled a few too many hit-me balls in there. Maybe, like I said, didn't have their tactics right in kind of what they were bowling and who they were bowling at times. 1 for 26, Yusuf picked up a wicket. And so did Gunasekara, but he could only bowl the one over because he bowled the 9th. They just went along. It's been a long time to go to the right arm offie. So we'll take a break. Last innings of the day to come. Can Gozo Zalmi seal their spot in the semi-finals? Or is there late drama? Crusaders will need to bat very, very well, but this is 2023, and we know that these kind of chases are being pulled off with an alarming regularity. Can you sound here, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Butt? We'll see you after this break for the final innings of quarterfinals day here in the European Cricket Series, Malta Encore.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day. It's been a terrific Thursday so far. We had some great quarterfinals, and we can't wait to dig into this final innings of the day. Gozo Zalmi have posted 158 runs on the board. They're up against the Southern Crusaders, who are trying to pull off a remarkable chase once again. You know, we saw them get so close to chasing down 170 a few days ago. So we know there's plenty of hitting there. They've got some really talented players at the top of their order. Bastians, Takor, Afi Khan. They are blessed with incredible hitting. Looks like they're going to go with a Hesh Abe Vikrama to open alongside Bastians. This is a very interesting move. You know, I thought it might have been Afi Khan opening alongside him, but I did remember hearing during the innings break that Afi Khan, well, he seemed to be a little bit hurt after some of the keeping, so I don't know whether he's just taking a few minutes to get a chance to recover, and we'll see him in at number 3. Regardless, here's the first ball. And he starts off with a wide down the leg side. Big Mehboob Ali. He gets lovely in-swing to the right-hander, so you'd expect this just to move away from Ryan Bastians. Very nicely played by Bastians. Just straying onto the pads there, Mehboob Ali, and he's going to get punished. Yeah, this is the beauty of having a left-hander. You know, Ali's used to mostly bowling to right-handers, so he's still got sort of a right-hander's line over here. And Bastians is punishing him for it. He's going to go around the wicket instead, Mehboob Ali. Too short, too wide, one bounce over the rope, goes for 4. Great hit there by Bastians. This is just the start the Southern Crusaders needed. It's a cutaway and goes for 4. A full toss. Has he got enough to get it over the rope? Not quite sure Gil is there to cut that one out. It's just going to be a single. He's missed out on that one, Bastians. He really has. He'll be feeling he should have sent that one 10 feet clear of the boundary rope. But Mehboob Ali gets away with a full toss there. And now it's Abe Vikrama, who's been given a rather surprising promotion up the order. Can he step up and play a big innings in one of the biggest of stages? And he's just beaten for pace there by Mehboob Ali. What excellent bounce and carry through to the keeper. That one just took off. Now Vikrama will just get a single here. That one, there's Nikhil Kaushal there to field that one. Usually see him fielding inside the ring around mid-wicket or cover. Goes to the big shot here, Bastians. And it's up in the air. It's probably taking a bounce in front of the rope. And that's what the umpire is going to signal. We'll have a look at it to confirm. Yup, well in front of the rope. It's going to be a 4. Good start here for the Southern Crusaders to get 17 off that first over. Here's a reminder that it's been 239 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. You hate to see that continue to tick up, but hopefully we'll break it before this series ends. We just got this match over here and then tomorrow to break it, so we're running out of time. Sharjil's going to bowl the second over. Just see they moved Zishan. I don't wonder if Zishan Khan's going to stay there. And they're going to have a slip early. He's getting his field setting spot on here. Zishan Khan is going to remain at slip. Yeah, starts off with a wide here, Sharjil. No, it's good to see Gozo Zalmi attack despite having a huge target. And he's actually just left the slip position, so right after that wide, he decides that instead he's better off plugging a gap on the leg side. He's just moved to mid-wicket here, Zishan Khan. So you talk about a short-lived tactic. That was pretty short-lived. And he goes for the big shot here, but instead he's just going to give a simple catch to Mehboob Ali. Takes that one, and the first wicket falls for the Southern Crusaders. Sharjil does a trick once again. And yeah, it was a bit surprising to see Abba Vikrama opening the batting, and in the end he just makes just one run of 3 balls. I thought that man right there, Afi Khan, would be opening the batting. We know what a destructive hitter he is. And this is a good catch by Mehboob Ali. Of course, I'm Nish Shebhat, and joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Nish. Good to be back. And yeah, I would say I'm a little bit surprised as well. I mean, no real harm done. 1 off 3. Burns half an over. Obviously, they had a feeling, they had some confidence that Abba Vikrama could maybe get them off to a flying start and basically have a bit of a free shot. Always the risk with that, though, is, if someone does eat up a lot of balls, he doesn't eat up a lot. 1 off 3 just didn't happen. Pretty easy catch for Lala. Someone said Sharjil. Sharjil with the wicket, and Afi Khan does come out at 3. Someone has to have a huge innings. I think if they're going to do this, Bastians, he's made a promising start. Afi Khan, can he take his side near to the finish line? Also some good players to come, like Goput Thakur. Here's Sharjil. And Afi Khan straight away almost paddles it straight to the fielder, and then he almost gets run out as well. No response from his partner, Ryan Bastians. Afi looking for that leg side boundary. Got hit high up on the bat and had to turn around pretty quickly. You mentioned he may be a little bit sore from the keeping. Understandable. Would have been pretty sore if he was out first ball as well.
Certainly would have been. Afi Khan, he's played some incredible innings throughout this series. He was an integral part of that remarkable chase attempt we saw from the Southern Crusaders a couple of days ago.
Well, it's no ball. That's a perfect start, really. It'll be a 7. Maximo and bullseye o'clock as that one's in the archery range. Sharjil, I think, searching for the Yorkie. Gets it very, very wrong. And Afi does the rest. Could that be a turning point for the Crusaders?
He got that one badly wrong, and he's going to be punished for it. It's a 7-up. It's just what they needed. And Sharjil, even though he gets wicket, he has a knack for going for a lot of runs.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a problem for Zalmi, hasn't it? Conceding more than a top team should. Free hit to come. Afi would love to turn that 7 into a 13. Off the ball. Oh, and he reaches for one. Won't matter if it's caught. In the end, he just got to try and keep in the field of play. Too many cooks. Probably would have been a wide, but he wasn't game to leave it and take that gamble. In the end, he'll scramble back for 2.
Couple of runs here off the free hit for the Southern Crusaders. Looking down their bowling options, they've got plenty of players there. Still got Fazil Rahman. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him bowl the 3rd over of this power play. He was so impressive a few days ago.
He's a good bowler, isn't he? Afi hoping to be the difference maker. Experienced campaigner. That's a good shot. That is a really good shot. It's going to go for 6. Maximo. Don't fight the movement. He knows it's a little bit going a bit away from him. And he just throws the hands at it, judges it well, gets 6. Afi's made a really good start. 14 off 4.
Lovely shot selection there by Afi Khan. Doesn't look to overhit the ball. And he elevates it over the rope for a 6. He's had an incredible series so far. 224 runs in the 10 innings he's batted in. And he's scoring at a strike rate of 211.
Long series here in Malta. Afi knows all about it. Faces up again. Oh, no, this one brought a little bit closer to him. It's a good little adjustment from Sharjeel. Hello to Dave B, who's in the chat. And hello to Jeffrey Mobbs as well. Hello to Martin. And he mentioned that first wicket was kind of tinky-winkled up to Lala. Tinky-winkied, I should say. Famous Teletubby. Who is your favourite Teletubby? Do you have one?
Never really saw it growing up.
Before
It
your
wasn't on the
time.
channel, yeah.
Sometimes you do remind me you were born in 1999, I think. I recall that show being on slightly before that. Oh, short. And this one will get over the fielder. And that'll be 4. So Afi gets another boundary. You just got to keep fighting here. 15's required. They've got players that can go at that pace. Too short from Sharjeel. He pays the price. And at the end of 2 overs, the Crusaders, for now at least, they're on target, 37 for 1.
They get the magical over they needed. I mean, Salman Sharjeel, even though he gets wickets quite regularly, you know, he just has this tendency of going for a lot of runs because he misses line and length a few too many times. Here is how Group B ended up finishing. Gozo Zalmi were right there at the top of the group. And that's why they're going to be facing the Southern Crusaders, who finished 4th in their group.
Yeah, good shot. Now, Ryan Bastians, he's the kind of guy that sometimes he's frustrating to watch because you feel like he should make a lot more runs because when he looks good, he looks really good. Can he turn it on here? In this must-win game, it is Fazil Rahman, who's going to bowl the 3rd. He's going to come around the wicket. Oh, and it's going to be called a no ball. It's a funny one, you know. Oh, and he's almost run out as well. Tell you why this is funny. It's been called, and I don't have a problem with the call, that if you look at where it hits him, it probably hits him just below the waist. So letter of the law, that's probably not. But the spirit of the rule is that you shouldn't be bowling high balls at someone's body. So, you know, even though you can see that probably wasn't quite waist high, I think as a cricket lover, I'm happy to see those balls go unrewarded. Funny one, though. And the other thing is the bowler can't really complain. I mean, you can, but it's not the spirit of the game to be bowling fast, high deliveries like that. Anyway, Afi Khan, he's going to face the free hit.
It's a big opportunity here for Afi Khan. Last person you want to give a free hit to.
Oh, gets a finger on this, goes past the stumps, and Afi almost gets run out again. Yeah, it's a weird one, the high full deliveries, because it's almost like for different paces there should be different heights. Like someone, Rahman's pace, really shouldn't be bowling anything above the top of the pads on the full, right? That's dangerous. But then someone that's just chucking up lollipops, I mean, it could be up to shoulder high. You should be smashing it. But it's very hard to regulate. That's why it's kind of a tough rule to get right. We do as well, I think, as most. Pretty solid drive here from Afi Khan, but he finds the fielder. That's Wazim Abbas. Yet see him with the ball. And he just keeps it to a single.
It's a good thing that, you know, the sun's come out. Everything's drying up a lot better. I think the big thing you might have noticed now is you're starting to see batters stand on the right side of the pitch as well. Back in the first innings, everybody was on the left because it was just too wet over there. So it's drying up nicely, and the playing field is really good right now.
Well, slight pause. We'll allow us to get back to Teletubbies chat in a second because Martin's brought that back up in the chat. Oh, it's good keeping, actually, even though he clangs it, but at least he gets there. And none. That'll be a wide. He's saying, yeah, you probably don't hear on Test Match Special who's your favourite Teletubby. If anyone is curious, mine is Poe. Something about the voice. Do you know what the Teletubbies are?
I know what they are, but I don't know who Poe
I'm
is.
just looking at me blankly, and so you should, I suppose, as a Gen Z or whatever you are now. This is timed pretty well. Bit of work for the fielder. They want to go for 2 here. They give it some serious consideration, but they turn it down. Poe's the red one. There's Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe. They've all got TV screens on their chest. They've got different kind of shaped antennae. But my question now, because I'm kind of on the cusp of Generation X and Generation Y, I get confused with the generations now because we've run out of the alphabet. Maybe you can enlighten me, Nish. As this is chopped into the ground high, and Back to Rahman, who's been hard to get away here. So I think Generation Z and millennials are the same thing.
No.
Is that not true?
Millennials would be sort of, I'm guessing, people above in their 30s right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it goes. So are millennials Generation Y? I remember millennials is the same as one letter to the internet.
I believe the current generation is Gen Alpha, so people sort of born post 2010. This is a very good shot by Ashby Khan. Lovely stroke along the carpet. Hits it through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, well, there's some alpha stuff from Afi Khan. He's been good on the drive. Got to be brave here. 16 and over is what you need. Look, they're pretty much on it at the moment. 48 would be on pace at the end of 3. Yeah, millennials are Generation Y. So Z is later. So are you Z?
Is that, yeah.
Wow, it's an honour to be sitting here with you. And then, so after Z comes Alpha.
I think
so that's what confused me. The millennials thing just threw me. So now I know. So Generation Y, I think it's around 1981 to maybe. Whoa, hold on a second. There's another full one. And it's going to be caught. And they're happy with it. Look, this to me it seemed like it was probably just okay. They're going to have to look at it. To me, it was dipping just enough. Oh, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe it's a no-y. It is a no-y. And that's another one. You got to be consistent. Slightly bent leg, I know. But any doubt has to go to the batter. And so that's going to be a long single.
Yeah, that absolutely. That one was a no ball, but I don't believe it's a single because they didn't even run.
Did they not?
That's what surprised me
okay.
initially was that why did they not run? I mean, there's too many batters I've seen in Malta who love to admire their shot or just assume someone's going to catch it at the boundary. You've got to run.
He probably thought he was out, but it went so quickly. Well, at least he wasn't run out. All right. This has been an interesting over, to say the least. That's a second and final warning for Rahman. They don't want him barred from the attack. If he bowls another one of those, waist high or above. And, yeah, he's on his second and final warning. One of my favourite expressions as far as the generations. I'm probably going to wait for the free hit in the end of the over to say, but Martin said in the chat that anyone younger than you is wrong. That's all you need to know. I wish I could rely on that. Free hit. Missed. Frustration. Although they are at the pace at the moment. 47 for 1 after 3. So this is a bit of a philosophical thing, Nish. Every generation thinks that they are smarter than the one that came before them, but wiser than the one that comes after them. So think about, I know that was maybe confusing. So you normally think you're smarter than your parents because they don't know how to do certain things technologically, and so you think, you know, you're kind of a bit more advanced than them. But then you think you are wiser than younger people than you because of your life experience. And every generation feels this way in history. And I can kind of relate to that a little bit.
Oh, I'm glad that's not just a Zoomer delusion.
Yeah. So even what you said then, I didn't really understand it, but that's just because you're a bit more advanced than me.
No, it's a Gen Z. Zoomer would be another way of saying Gen Z.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
the Zoomer. See, look, thank you. You're enlightening me. Let's all learn from each other. Intergenerational commentary team here. Scary as that is. Anyway, time for some left arm spin. And Nicole Karshal comes on. First ball maybe could have been put away. Bastians can't get under it, just gets a single.
These 2 overs by Nicole Koshal could potentially be the match-determining overs because he's probably been the pick of the bowlers in this ECS. Extremely economical, consistently gets wicket. If they can get him away for even 12 and over, that's going to be a huge win. And then they can target the rest of them because Koshal's often got the ability of just winning matches for his team. You can see at this stage, the Zalmi were just 2 runs ahead of what Crusaders are right now, so it's neck and neck.
Look, they're on their pace, but it's a cracking pace to keep up. Can't afford to lose wickets either. This is punched away to deep point. Wasim is out there, and he's still to bowl his allotment. Yeah, so you get different age brackets, but the one I'm looking at right now says Gen Z is kind of late 90s to 2010. I'm 81, so I'm kind of maybe late Gen X, early Gen Y. It's up in the air, not really going too far. Off the bat of Bastians, we'll just get away with a single here. 50's up for Southern Crusaders.
50 comes up for them. They just have to keep motoring along, these 2. There's a lot of pressure on them to try to get their side closer to this target. You feel they have to at least bat another 3 or 4 overs. Keep in mind the Crusaders aren't blessed with the same amount of depth as Gozo Zalmi. So a lot of it comes down to these top 3 or 4 hitters.
It's pretty well bowled as well by Kaushal. Really makes Afi reach for that. And Zishan, he likes that deep mid-wicket slot. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, also, I'm just reading a bit more about the generation years. Different places around the world, there's a bit of, well, I don't say disagreement, but they have slightly different brackets. So just, because there's no real standard. And these things are gradual, right? They're a spectrum. So there's no obvious kind of what's a generation. Some people have kids older, some people have kids younger, depending on where you are in the world. As this is short and pulled away into the gap. That'll be 4. So Bastians needs to get hot. He needs to get hot quick right now. Crusaders, now the boundary keeps them in the hunt.
Very rare mistake by Nikhil Kaushal. Usually he lands it on a sixpence every single time, but he goes a bit too short there, which just allows Bastians to hit it in front of square leg, which is that little gap on the leg side. Got one more ball to come in this over. If he hits Kaushal for another boundary, this is a huge win for the Crusaders.
Town's a good matchup once again, though. Just gets onto a bit quicker than he was expecting there, Bastians. He'll have to settle for a single. So good over from Kaushal under the circumstances. Just goes for 9, and at the end of 4, it's 56 for 1. Well, Nish, you've taught me something today. You've taught me that we don't just have boomers as a generation. We've got zoomers. That makes sense. Wonder how the Zoom stock price is going. It certainly must have got a boost through the 2020 cycle. Did you know that? Ravi's here. Ravi, there's actually, the Generation Z can be known as Zoomers. You heard of the boomers, right? We'll just have our own conversations here, and feel free to get involved in the chat in text form, ECN European Cricket Network. Sadhu saying, yeah, left-hander has to take on the left-arm spinner. He was trying, wasn't he, Bastians? But Kaushal's a clever bowler, like you mentioned. He only goes for single digits there in the 4th. Here's Wasim. Too cool for a number. He'll be coming on in the 5th. National team player and proven performer. Took a hat-trick in the T20 series here in the middle of the year. He's going to be bowling to Ryan Bastians. That'll do. Yeah. First one's lifted up and out of here. Maximo. And a pretty good bit of timing from Ryan Ricky Bastians first up.
Over pitches it, straying onto the pads, and this one gets battered away. This is a rough introduction into the game for Abbas. And how long can Bastians and Khan keep going? That's going to be so important for the Crusaders.
Good start. Abbas needs to get outside the off stump. And quick. Does. Orthodox looking drive this time. Beats the fielder eventually. Misfield from Fazal Rahman, who's not having the best 10 minutes of his life. But it'll just be a single. Well, Dave B asking, what's 1954? That's baby boomer territory. Post-World War II, everyone was pretty excited. The fact that they were less likely to be in physical danger due to the kind of global politics. And they celebrated by having a lot of babies. And so Dave, one of those baby boomers.
Rahman's had an absolute nightmare in the field these last 3 days. You know, they had him out at cover a couple of days ago, and everything just kept slipping through his hands. You know, I thought they might try to hide him at fine leg or something, but yeah, he just seems to be a magnet for the ball right now.
Certified ball magnet, isn't he? Fazil. Abbas searching for the wicket. Oh, reaches for this, and he gets enough. Maximo! Well, Afi had to get out the cue extender for that one. Probably would have been a wide. This is all about where it hits on the bat. It's close enough to the middle. Kind of checks his shot slightly. And that one going to Afi Khan and the Crusaders, and Wasim doesn't look happy about it.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about generations, but the evolution of bat technology, how much has it changed? He just gets a little bit of bat on it, and it sails over the fielder's head. Incredible shot there by Afi Khan.
Now he gets one that he can turn on, and he will get 6 more. Hits the pole. Maximo! Well, if the Southern Crusaders were a Bee Gees song around 1980, they would be staying alive, and it's thanks to Afi Khan at the moment.
They're certainly staying alive. This is an incredible display of hitting by Afi Khan. It's not easy to walk down the wicket and try to smack that away, but he's somehow done it. Incredible stroke by Afi Khan. You know, he's hitting a quality bowler in Wasim Abbas all over the place.
And this one will be a wide. Goes after it, but they got the right approach at the moment. Not sitting on their hands, Crusaders. There's no more second chances. No good kind of just trying to limit the margin of victory and get the respectability. You might as well gamble. You got to go for it now. Don't die wondering if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. And certainly now it feels like it's Gozo Zalmi that are under pressure in this phase of the game. This one kind of wobbles around a little bit. And Afi this time can't judge it, but it'll be the end. Oh, in fact, it won't be yet. We've got one ball to go, but this one's gone magical. Don't think it's been the worst over, to be honest.
You can see these two teams were identical at this stage. This game is could be a real nail biter.
Yeah, he's searching for that kind of wide hole, isn't he? Maybe hoping that Afi will chase it. It might present opportunity. It's a hard shot to generate pace off. So he's willing to kind of give away one maybe to get a wicket, or maybe to keep it to a single or a dot. But last ball of the fifth over coming up. Good game. And to be on pace, they'd want to be 79 after 5. Well, he has got this wrong, and someone's going to have to catch it. Keeper and bowler come together. Bowler takes it, and he holds on. So it was Afi Khan that won a couple of battles, but Wasim Abbas wins the war in the end. The fifth goes magical, but does end on a high note for Gozo Zalmi. Afi Khan tried bravely, but you can see what Wasim was trying to do. Get him reaching. That was away from his eye line. It went straight up in the air. Keeper had visions of it, but Wasim said, no, leave it to me. Takes the catch. So Afi goes for 37 and walking six, 77 for 2 after 5. Don't forget, Nish, we've got the ECCW coming up. The big news during the week was that England 11 are in, and we're still to work out exactly how they will pick their team, but it's such an exciting opportunity for some of their emerging cricketers to grab some attention, grab some spotlight. And of course, first ever ECCW will start on the 17th of December, which isn't that far away, just 3.5 weeks away.
This is going to be an incredible tournament. Of course, Netherlands and the England 11 going in as the two big favorites. But, you've got Italy coming up as a squad. They're certainly going to be very strong. We know the huge amount of development in Spanish cricket as well. And Austria, they've done so many good things these last few years that continue to impress me. We're halfway through this innings. The Crusaders are 77 for 2, and they're going to bring back Mehboob Ali here. I think they just recognize this is an important phase in the game, so they're not going to save him for the death overs.
Yeah, and Lala just he's sharper than you think. And he's a big, strong man. And even that one rushes Bastians. He can't get it away.
A big spot here. I think they want Mehboob Ali to try to get rid of Bastians here, because if he gets this wicket, it's going to be a huge swing in favor of Gozo Zalmi.
Yeah, well bowled. Lala shutting the gate here. Full straight. Keep it uncomplicated. That was good work.
They're required now. It's just around 18. And once it gets past that 18 mark, you've often said it's probably past the point of no return. So this can't be a quiet over for the Crusaders.
Now just cramps him for room. So pretty good captaincy, I think, to bring back one of your spearheads just to settle things down a bit. I also think a little bit nervous to keep bowling Kaushal, even though he has bowled very well, but just with the left-hander at the crease, they think it's a chance, get Lala back on, try and push the ball across the left-handed Ryan Bastians. Working pretty well for him at the moment.
You're very good thinking by Zishan, just recognizing matchups are king. It's another dot ball. This has been an incredible over by Mehboob Ali. 4 consecutive dot balls is such a crucial part of the match. And this is where you're talking about how Bastians can be a little bit frustrating at times. He's batting superbly, and now he plays out 4 straight dot balls.
Yeah, and once again in two minds there. Bastians doesn't know really what to do with that. Couldn't free his arms. This is really the over where Zalmi, I think, are getting a long way ahead in the game. You can see that by the second, the Crusaders' chances are dwindling.
Are we going to see a maiden? We've got 1 ball to come in this over.
Well, that is a brilliant over. 6 dots. And that's 10% of the innings. That gets Crusaders no closer to the target. Brilliant stuff from Lala under pressure. He stops things in their tracks, 77 for 2.
Absolutely brilliant. A maiden over during a high-octane chase. We couldn't have seen that one coming right after a 21 run over. Keep in mind, maybe Welly's first over went for 17. I think this is where Ryan Bastian's can be a little bit frustrating sometimes. But now, Gopal Thakur, this is a man who's fallen out of favor in the national team. Wasn't selected for the ECIs because of a poor run of form domestically. But can he play a special innings, a really magnificent innings, and can kick down that national team door and put himself back in the squad? He's going to be going against Nikhil Kaushal.
All right, so Thakur. Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah, he actually has impressed me when he's been picked in the national team. I think he made his debut in the T20 Nationals during the year and looked at home. But it's a tough situation. They're kind of past the point of no return now. Needing 20 plus and over, you're going to have to do something pretty ridiculous to get out of this.
Just one run on the wicket of the last 8 balls. You can't have that during a chase like this. That requires a 21. You know, there's very little hope left here for the Southern Crusaders. Maybe just a glimmer.
Turns back and is hit straight to Azim Abbas. He takes it and he shakes it off like Taylor Swift, but it'll be the end of Bastians, who was going nowhere fast. Now he's just going. And so Crusaders lose their third. I think they've lost the fight, if I'm honest. 78 for 3.
Well, if you're talking about the door just being ajar a few moments ago, it's probably been slammed shut with that wicket. It was a great fight, those first 5 overs by the Southern Crusaders, but the maiden over, the wicket over here, and you just feel that this might be too tall a mountain to climb for the Southern Crusaders. It's just so hard to sustain that incredible run rate for 10 overs.
Yeah, it's been a brave fight, really. I mean, they've stayed on the rate as long as they could, but yeah, it's been too big of a task for Southern Crusaders. We're hoping they could get one back on Zalmi that resigned them to runners-up status in the last series. Now, it's a pretty good shot from Zishan Yusuf. He's like, don't forget about me. So here's Zishan. We know he's a good hitter. He's still got 2 guys there. I suppose they can go at a very good rate. It's just the fact that it's so much at this stage. Kind of 22 and over required. Makes it highly unlikely. You need a big over. You need one super quick.
He's a big boundary hitter, Zishan Yusuf. His strike rate's above 210 for this series. So we know he's capable of hitting plenty of big ones. The thing is, it's come down to almost under 2.5 a ball to win it from here. Where is this one going to end up? It's a really good catch. It's well taken by Waqar Mahmood. He's going to set off and make a big celebration here. I don't know what he's trying to do.
I actually think he's put his finger out. I think that's what it is. Have a look. He's, I don't know, just seen a bit more pain in this. He might have just had a slight dislocation. But we'll say that Waqar, of course, he splits his time between Malta and Hungary, and it gives me an opportunity to say hello to Harsh Mandian, who I know is watching the broadcast, former Hungary player and Royal Tigers player. Hello to Harsh. And also Abhitesh Prashar, the Hungarian international. He actually gets married today. So Abhitesh, wishing you all the best. Abhitesh has had a lot of success at the ECC. Very good all-rounder. And I don't think all's well here with Waqar. He's counting his fingers. They're all straight enough to continue. But yeah, hello to Harsh and hello to Abhitesh. And yeah, see you around the traps, hopefully at some point. Michael Guntillik is going to come out. And again, he's had a couple of good knocks in this innings, but what can he do here? Have to play the innings of his life. Well, he just might. Well, he might also be gone. First ball. Hits it okay. But Prasath patrolling the boundary is going to take the catch. So Golden Derrick for Michael. Varun Prasath does the rest, and the Crusaders 84 for 5.
This is what Nikhil Kaushal does. You know, he's a consistent wicket taker. He loves it when batters have to attack him, as a Golden Derrick will come striding out to greet Michael Gunatelika. This is exactly the sort of situations Kaushal thrives in. He knows when he want to attack him, and then he has those subtle variations which always catch out the batters. And he's on the verge of getting a hat-trick. Let's see how he fares. We've had 43 hat-tricks so far this year. We had to wait quite a bit to get our
Yeah.
first one in Malta. Is he going to be number 44?
Yeah, one doesn't seem like enough. Well, we are running out of time, aren't we? To add to that, could be the first time we get to page 4. Let's see. We'll come out. I mean, you're probably a good chance of a hat trick here because you kind of got to go for it. I mean, why not? I suppose if you don't think you can win, maybe it is time to be petty and block one out. Sport Karshol's party continues to just keep rocking. 3 for 16, his figures with the ball to go. Wasn't a bad shot from Michael Gunatilica, really. Just didn't have enough. Hat-trick ball here. Oh, could be. High in the air. Anyone there? Should be a hat-trick. It is. Kaushal gets 4. He gets more. And a hat-trick on quarterfinals day. Crusaders falling apart. And Zalmi, oh, they are one step closer to going back-to-back. What a great moment that is as well for the left-arm spinner, Nikhil Kaushal.
If anyone deserves a hat-trick, it's Nikhil Kaushal. He has been one of the star performers with the ball in hand throughout this series. Masi decides to go for the big one. He still believes in their chances of victory, but it's just going to be a top edge. Rahman takes that catch. We've been talking about some of his fielding issues, and I'm so glad he held on to that one. Well deserved for Nikhil Kaushal.
If he dropped that, it would have been a new low point for Vasil. But, yeah, exciting. And unfortunately, he won't get the chance to try and take 4 and 4 because that's the end of his 2 overs. He'll finish with 4 for 16. 84 for 6 after 7. We're pretty close to being able to write in Gozo Zalmi as the contestants with Sweet United in the second semi-final tomorrow. We'll start with the Knights taking on the Strikers. Finals day, day 17 in Malta, starts tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Join us. 3 big matches. We'll give away the trophy.
You feel these last couple overs have pretty much wrapped up the match. Just 7 runs off them and 4 wickets. It's just coming to an end now for the Southern Crusaders. It's been a good campaign for them. I think at times they've shown some bright spots. Well, they'll be very disappointed they won't be back in the finals. It's going to come to an end for them here in the quarterfinals against the same team who ended their series with disappointment 9 months ago.
A little bit off though, Rahman. He didn't want to stay on top for too long, did he? Comes on and sprays a couple.
Yeah, just he's been a bit wayward with his line and length, Vasil Rahman. It's very different to the performance we saw from him in the previous match he was involved in, where he just kept landing it on the 6-pins. He's just going to have a word with the fielder at long on. Zishan Khan as well at deep mid-wicket. He's trying to get his fielding spot on. It's good stuff here by Zishan Khan. You know, he wants his side to continue to enforce a few good habits.
Where are they moving now? Someone's bothering somebody. Oh, Lala. Where's he going? Where's he been sent? Don't know what's going on there. Lala's injured himself. I'm not sure how. So he's going off. He'll get a sub. The next ball isn't going too far. Thinking about throwing is Anand Anwar. Well, might need more than one medic to take down Lala. But when you're trying to corner a bull in the farmyard, seems like a team job.
Unfortunately, seems Mehboob Ali is rather unwell. I think this could be a concern for tomorrow. Just reading the report that's just come in, so he's going to be replaced in the field. You know, Gozo Zalmi need fit and healthy for tomorrow. They're just 2 wins away from defending their ECS crown.
Yeah, illness obviously. It's never fun to deal with, but I suppose there's nothing structural. Hopefully it's we'll see him feeling okay for finals tomorrow, because we know they'll be there. Rahman trying to get his rhythm back here. Yeah, pitched up better. Just not quite looking at his peak here, but Rahman's he's the kind of guy that'll win your ball games, you know, when he's in rhythm. That's nice. I'm here for my first hat trick, actually. Now lifted up by Avishka towards the leg side, and it will go over the fence. Maximo! Rahman is getting a bit too straight. That one flies out of the ground.
That's a very good shot there. Really well struck. And Vishka just enjoying his time. He doesn't usually get to batting at number 8, but he can enjoy these last few swings of this ECS. It's going to be the final match here the Southern Crusaders are involved in.
Yeah, it's been an okay effort. I mean, really, they can probably end up with something which I think is about par. It's late on this one. Rahman shapes the throw, but it's all an act. And it end up with figures that are okay, even though it shows he's not quite hitting his straps, but he's still done a pretty serviceable job here. None for 19 off his spell with the ball to go. This will be a wide, and actually loses his footing there, Vishka. Trying to get inventive, but he will get that one back.
Yeah, a little bit of moisture still on the pitch. The thing for the Southern Crusaders is this has kind of been the tail of their tournament. There have been far too many occasions when they've been here in the second innings trying to pull off remarkable chases. And, you know, they've come close a few times. They've managed to even successfully chase down a few totals. This one is struck down the ground. But you can't keep asking, you know, your top order to go out there, pull off remarkable chases each and every day. And I think they're going to look back at this series and be a little bit concerned with their bowling as we come to the end of the 8th over. The Crusaders are 97 for 6.
Yeah, so time to look ahead to tomorrow, aren't we? And hopefully we don't get any more rain. I think, obviously, the fact we've got 3 of the 4 quarterfinals completed, you've got to feel for Mars for a little bit not getting the opportunity, but that's just kind of the luck of the draw. Funny thing is, if they'd finished 4th, okay, they would have had to play the Knights. Because remember, Master had the washout point, which took them from 4th to 3rd. At least they would have gotten the park. So you can't really plan these things. It's just Mother Nature. And now Waka Mahmood is going to get a bowl, which mentioned him a second ago, and some of his Hungarian teammates. Harsh and Abitash watching. Right now, he starts with a pretty good ball, full and straight. I think he's a guy you can rely on, I think, to be accurate. He's going to have to hustle here. Just 2 minutes all. I don't think they're too worried about giving away the 5 runs at the moment. Won't make too much of a difference.
I can't wait for the semi-final between them and Sweet United. I think they're both very similar sides in several ways. And I think it's just going to be a case of whose top order is going to go out there and start bashing a lot more sixes. This is a good shot by Gopal Thakur that's going to go the distance.
Yeah, and you see, gets one Yorker right and just misses one. And only just misses, really. But enough to allow the batter, Thakur, to free his hands and send it up and out of the ground. Good shot.
You're really looking forward to that game, I think. Just the tactical side is going to be interesting as well. You know, they've got Muhammad Ajmal, who's very similar to Mehboob Ali in terms of the fact that he's a terrific all-rounder and then also a good quick bowler.
This one's hit straight, but not really timed. Probably have to settle for one here. I think about 2. That's actually really good running if they get away with it. Yeah, it's worth a try. Now they might even get another one, but he's run through too far there, Thakur. Have to settle for 2.
Yeah, just going to settle for the 1 run there, Thakur. One just goes a bit too wide there, Mahmood. It's going to be an extra. I think there's so many good little matchups to look forward to in the semi-final. Gozo Zalmi might be involved in it tomorrow against Sweet United. You know, we're going to have Qasim and Ajmal right at the top of the order. You know, it's going to be a battle of maybe 2 of the most impressive opening partnerships we've seen other than George and Stanislaus in Qasim and Ajmal against Ali and Zishan Khan. Comes off the toe end of the bat. That's going to be a dot ball. And great quick bowlers on both sides as well. You know, you've got Muhammad Ajmal for Sweetie, then obviously got the great options Gozo Zalmi possess as well. You know, in many ways they are, as I pointed out, such similar sides. So it's just going to be a case of who's better at doing what they're best at. As this one by Gopal Thakur is sent straight to Varun Prasad. It's going to be the end of his innings. Unfortunately for Gopal Thakur, it's just too much to do too late in the innings. And he will fall. So a good moment there for Waqar Mahmood, who gets a wicket, a good ECS wicket for him. As we're just 6 balls away from Gozo Zalmi rubber stamping their place in the semi-finals. Here's a look at all the hat tricks we've had this year. We've had a good 44 of them. It's been a terrific year for hat-tricks. We got a couple in Malta over these last 2 days. And Nikol Koshel adding himself to that list just a few overs ago. Now it's a chance to experiment a little bit for Gozo Zalmi. Give a few players a chance to roll their arms. So Puneet Patyal is going to get this final over. That is a very interesting shot. He swings out of his shoes, and it's going to land safely in front of the fielder at long off. That was the big swivel there by Avishka was certainly very funny.
Yeah, so last over of the day coming up. Patyal up to burglar wicket here. He just might, although this one is going too far to be caught by anyone. Karyawasam gets a consolation 6. I mean, it's not a bad score here from the Crusaders, really. Probably win you a lot of ball games, but not against a Zalmi team that ran rogue in the first half of this quarterfinal.
Oh, that one just stays a little lower. It was so close to the stumps. Patyal would have loved to have a quarterfinal wicket. Let's have a look at this. Oh, it's just a whisker away. Comes off the toe end of the bat. Where is that going to end up? It's going to end up straight to a fielder. So Rahman's taken a couple of catches. He's, we've been a bit critical of his fielding at times, but he takes one here for Patyal, who's going to get an ECS wicket to his name. And that will certainly delight him. As another batter falls, Karyawasam, his innings comes to an end. I think he's had a pretty decent tournament. He'll be very pleased with himself. I was impressed with his bowling at times, and he'd come in and make pretty decent contributions with the bat in hand as well. And he can look back at his ECS with pride. Got 2 more balls to come before we wrap up the day. Of course, as we just mentioned, Gozo Zalmi will be facing a Sweet United in the second semi-final tomorrow. And I think for me, the big factor heading into that is which Imran Amir will we get? He's sort of been hit and miss throughout this series. He struggled a lot with the bat in hand. But if he's in form tomorrow, then a Sweet could cause a lot of issues for Gozo Zalmi. This is a big, big hit by Rahman. We've been complimenting his bowling a lot throughout this series. I know he hurt his ankle back in the first innings. But he gets a chance to bat here, and he has a big swing.
Yeah, why not? Just take all that frustration out on the ball. All right, 125 for the Crusaders. Here's the last ball of quarterfinals day. It's going to be a wicket. So Patyal will actually finish with 2, not just the 1. And it will be a win to Gozo Zalmi. They do it pretty comfortably. Rematch wasn't quite as close as the final earlier in the year, but it is Zalmi. They retain their top team status, though, in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, they just seem to have their number, Gozo Zalmi. Once again, back-to-back years. Southern Crusaders, their series will end at the hands of Gozo Zalmi. And this machine continues to march on. The ECL representatives from Malta, they are heading to the semi-finals, where they'll be facing a very strong Sweet United side. Can't wait to watch that matchup tomorrow. 2 wonderful semifinals coming up for you. We've got some real star power in all those games. Friday is going to be an absolute doozy. Here's a look at the highlights of the innings that just concluded. Well, the Southern Crusaders gave this a really good go. They had a terrific start. They were going along with the run rate for half the innings. Keep in mind, they were 77 for 2. At the end of the 5th over, we saw some incredible hitting by Ryan Bastians and Afi Khan. The 2 of them were smoking it all over the place with some incredible hits. But then there was that 6th over, which went for a maiden. And that really just sucked the life out of this game. The Nikol Koshel came in, and you're just witnessing that incredible over where we saw him get a hat-trick. 4 wickets fell on this over. This was the hat-trick ball, and he would make a little bit of history, get himself onto the hat-trick board. A good catch there by Rahman, well held on to, and you got to say Nikol Koshel deserved that hat-trick for his incredible performances throughout this series. Well, Shah would hold on to a nice catch as well to get rid of Gopal Thakur, who unfortunately just couldn't do much at the end of the innings, there was just too much left for the Crusaders to do. Pachal will get a couple of wickets to his name. He can be very pleased with the fact that he got a chance to roll his arm. And in the end, Southern Crusaders would post a pretty good total of 125. But they were just asked a bit too much to do in the second innings, trying to chase down 159. Here's a look at the semifinals we've got coming up tomorrow. It's two absolute biggies. You got the Knights against the Royal Strikers. That's Pushparajan against Basil George. And the second semifinal is two teams who are so similar to each other in Gozo Zalmi and Sweet United. Can't wait to watch the likes of Ajmal, Mehboob Ali, Zishan Khan going out there in that one. It's a two star-studded semifinals.
Yeah, and look, the top 14 from the group stage do make it to finals day. Okay, the Sweet United guys got a free ride because of that washout in the first quarterfinal, but the other three earned their way there today on quarterfinals Thursday. And yeah, starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Brave try, I think, from the Crusaders, who stayed on the pace for a little while. Afikana thought about it particularly well, 37 off 18. He was the top scorer. Bastian's 30 off 19. Certainly had the right approach. They opened with Abe Wickrama as a bit of a surprise tactic. No one else able to exceed 10. One thing I think that the Gozo team will have to work on is the extras. They did get pinged with that 5 penalty runs as well, don't forget. And so, yeah, their bowling, I think, could be standing between them and a team like the Knights that are clicking with the bat and the ball at this stage. I think they're probably the two standout teams if you look at the record so far. But yeah, Mehboob Ali with that maiden, that really shut the gate. Kaushal with a hat-trick, including 4 wickets in this second innings. 2 for Patial, late the piece. Singles for Sharjil as well as Wazim Abbas and Waka Mahmood finishing with 1 for 10. Rahman, again, he got the jack in the box. I think some days he's got it, some days he doesn't. If he brings it on finals day, maybe their bowling can click. Well, Nish, that's the end of what's been a pretty entertaining day's cricket. I think you'll agree, and I'm just happy that we got back on the park. It's due to the hard work of a lot of the players as well, a lot of the helpers around the ground, and all the officials. I want to say a big thank you to them. Thanks to Spring Productions as well. Always tough dealing with the rain and all the technical equipment and everything like that. I know that all of our viewers out there, hopefully you were entertained as much as we were. Thanks for some of those discussions as well. Did get a proper chance to say goodbye to Corey as well, who's already probably on his way to Barcelona, where he'll have the day to prepare tomorrow before the ECS start on Saturday, featuring Spain, Portugal and Romania. Nish, well done to you as well. Hey, how good is finals going to be today, tomorrow? I know you've done the whole 3 weeks here. You must be as excited as anyone to see who'll be raising that trophy this time tomorrow.
I can't wait. It's been a long journey here in Malta. We've had 3 incredible weeks of cricket, and we get to round it off tomorrow with some absolutely mammoth matches with some of the best players in this country.
Well, I also want to say a big thank you to all the crew in the office. I know they're working very hard on the ECCW, so I just want to give them a quick mention. For all of you guys out there, if you haven't already, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. And we're heading northwards all the time with our subscriber count. Also, don't forget our website, EuropeanCricket.com, is home of European Cricket. You can have a look at some of those squads coming together for those upcoming tournaments. And finally, our social media at European Cricket. There'll be plenty of good content there as well. Here's the best bits of quarterfinals day. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of ECN and the European Cricket family, with Nishay Butt, wishing you a safe and happy Thursday evening. We'll see you tomorrow. The big show comes to its conclusion here in Malta for finals day in this European Cricket series. Until tomorrow, it's hasta mañana.